video that I can put on for the start as well. So we could do this one too. But it's up to you. Do you want to do seals or do you want to do the video?
Well, just hit live while we're planning.
Yeah, I already have. We'll keep the seals in a little spot there and play this.
This is us. Carrying a giant metal sculpture in the middle of the night during a thunderstorm,
need
trying
the
to dodge
seals,
security, so we could secretly set up
Yeah, but it's cool having them there.
Well, that's just the pre-stream stuff that we would put up.
Yeah, I know.
our artwork at the world's largest open-air public art exhibition. Now, it was incredibly difficult, but I just couldn't stop smiling because I knew it'd all be worth it, right? The rainfall and thunder was deafening, but all I could hear was the public's adoration. You know, like, who is this sneaky, agile art prodigy? Is it Banksy?
You got
has
the,
Banksy done another one of his Banksies? Is that
the movie
well,
files,
that's not what happened, right? When people started
No.
posting our anonymous artwork online,
downloaded them.
everyone just
No,
called
I
it
haven't been downloading the movie files.
Remember how I said I'm gonna upload it to the drive so I can delete it?
Oh, I downloaded one.
Okay, go grab the other ones so I can clear space on my computer because those are
Where
big
did
files. And I only have 10 gigs left on my
Yeah,
hard drive, so
I
it's
gotta
gonna start
find out.
slowing down my computer.
I gotta figure out where I downloaded it to. 1 second.
And then upload it to somewhere where it will be safe and not get taken down or something.
I downloaded it on this computer. That's what happened. That's weird. There's like music playing.
Huh?
There's like music playing for over the movie. I don't know why.
Oh no. Maybe something was open in the background and it was capturing my PC audio.
Ah, that's exactly what happened, yes.
What movie?
The old one.
I'll look.
The old one with the guy and the boy. The guy with the hat. He's chasing the kids.
Yeah, I'll check real quick. 1 second.
It does sound like game audio, honestly.
It might be because sometimes I'll use Steam to do that screen share trick.
Yeah.
So it's, let me see.
Tim Walz blames Trump. Okay. Terror suspect inside the US. Okay, Fox. Um.
I can't even tell you where this music is from. I have no fucking clue.
Yeah, no idea. But that's a thing.
It's louder than like the audio, so that one's unusable.
Yeah. It happens. Yeah, I don't even know what game that would be.
I still reckon Link's the Breach of That's wild.
It's extremely loud. I didn't hear it during the movie, so
Yeah, it must
it
have
was
been
only on your computer.
capturing my PC audio. And I don't even know, like, what game that is.
Funny. There's a lot of ice stories. That's great.
Okay, so we can get rid of that one. Well, it's unusable, so I'll just delete it.
Yeah. I'll
Let me check the
download
other one now.
Drive.
Okay, Children of Men sounds like it came out fine. Unless it's echoing.
Yeah, I can hear it through mine. It's probably echoing because you can hear it.
Okay, well, the other two sound fine.
Great.
Now I want to know where that music came from. Oh, you know what it is? You know what it probably is? I think I know what game it is. It's probably Hades. That was in the background. 'Cause that's probably what I was using to screen link at the time.
Okay.
That's what it is. So it's on a pause menu, just looping the music in Hades.
Hilarious.
That's okay. We at least have two. Okay. So you can delete the one and then download whatever else is on there. And
Yeah.
then
Ooh, yes, the Fox News alert. Need that. 5th gen. Type video. There is nothing here on the drive. Hold on. Date modified.
I may not have uploaded it yet.
You have not.
Holy fuck.
Anti-Semitic for some reason.
How? Bro, this fucking the one audition thing we recorded, the file is massive.
Well, yeah, it's got 3 people talking for 2.5 hours.
Yeah, but like our Let Them Eat Cake recordings aren't that big. Like the file is massive.
You were playing the video in the background the whole time.
I know,
that's
but
why.
still the file is like way bigger. It's like
Interesting.
no, it's almost 5 million kilobytes. And like nothing else on here even comes close. Oh, you know what? Never mind. It just is sorted weird. What is this? This is just a recording. Oh, it's the recording for the political compass. Did we upload that to YouTube?
Which one?
Did we stream that to YouTube, the political
Which-
compass thing? If not, I'll work on just getting...
I'm gonna say no. I don't think we uploaded that yet. I don't think you finished it.
Okay, I'm just gonna do a backup of it. Let me see what I have. Okay, go ahead.
Trump entry requirements. You weren't kidding about there being a lot, huh?
Yeah. You got the AIDS, big time. It's the HIV. You got the AIDS, big time. AIDS, out of the pool.
Okay. Okay. There's so much.
I told you.
Let's keep playing this video because this is
Sculpture
the
by
one
Sea
fun
organisers
video
have
we're
explained
doing.
Why they immediately removed a pro-Palestinian statue from the Bondi exhibition. Featured a traditional Palestinian scarf known as a keffiyeh and blood-drenched hands and head.
So now my artwork's gone. Like I've got no artwork, and apparently I'm an anti-Semite. So I guess I need to work out how this went so badly. But it's pretty.
Well, based on how people with your politics act, I wouldn't be surprised, to be honest.
What do you mean by that? People who are pro-Palestine?
No, specifically people who romanticize
People,
dead
specifically
empires.
people from Sydney?
Yes, actually, let's go with that one. That's a better one. Yes, Sydney people. But Fudge tagged me in a post the other day, being like, "I had no idea the Cronulla riots happened." And it's just like such common knowledge here that there were like white supremacist race riots in Cronulla in like 2006, I want to say. Do you know about this? 2005. Fuck, I was close. Do you know about this?
No. Check out this video. Put this on real quick. It's a short.
No, I'll do it on my laptop. Ah, sick! Channel 9 uploaded a whole thing about it. Neat. It must be an anniversary. Yeah, 20 years. There you go.
Anyway, throw that short on real quick.
Yeah.
News, police are looking for a man who ran away after robbing a store.
Crucial development, Bob. Police have just dispatched a sketch of the suspect. I have an update from police. Officers have now arrested the suspect moments ago. It really looks just like...
This has to be AI, right?
I don't know.
News,
has
police
to
are
be,
looking for a
but
man
that's
who
pretty
ran
funny.
away after robbing a store.
Crucial development, Bob. Police have just dispatched a sketch of the suspect. I have an update from
I'm pretty
police.
sure this is
Officers
AI.
have now arrested the suspect moments ago.
That is pretty funny though.
Pretty rough, actually. Like seeing the statue.
Actually, let me see something. General. Hey. Wanna know more about them race riots? Stream.
Getting torn down. I don't know. It triggered a lot of just intense memories that I repressed. Right, like it's been the same story my entire life when I think about it. Like back in high school, in art class, I poured my heart and soul into this. This is a painting of Zinedine Zidane headbutting Marco Materazzi at the 2006 FIFA World Cup.
Okay.
Now, I really felt like I'd witnessed something magical, right? And I wanted to share this feeling with the world, right? I wanted everyone to look at this and to feel the same way I felt when I was watching the World Cup. But my art teacher, she looked at it and she told me I'd never amount to anything. She said I didn't have a single artistic bone in my body. And she also said I just should have copied some of the smart kids and not like wasted her time with this stuff. So
Wow, what a bitch.
I don't know. As I grew up, I think I kind of realized that she was right. Like, you know, it hurt, but she was right. Like, if I wanted to become an artist, I knew I needed to copy an artist, and that's when I saw it. At the world's largest open-air public art exhibition right here in Sydney, Ukrainian artist Yevgen Primachenko made this, and I was blown away. It's so beautiful. It's a brave depiction of the horrors of war, you know, the bombing on civilians, but it's chilling, yet it's made of like abstract, simple shapes. Like, now I feel like I finally understand what my art teacher was talking about. Like, honestly, I haven't been moved to tears like this since the 2006 World Cup, so I copied it, right? And I should apologize. Yevgen, if you're watching this, I understand you're upset and we copied your artwork, and I'm sorry, but I'd like to explain this is actually completely normal for YouTube. You see, in my industry, we get rewarded for copying each other's videos, which is, honestly, it's for the best, because whenever we test our own, you know, original ideas, we end up making something disastrous.
Look at this family. They look Asian.
But look, we didn't copy.
What the fuck was that?
I think they were Inuit.
That's awesome.
Look at this family. They look Asian.
It could be Siberia. Inuit is a very good pick, though. What are the people in Greenland? Are they Inuit
People.
too?
People.
Yeah, the indigenous, the Greenland, the ones that are fighting Trump at the moment. They're like, go fuck yourself.
I'm pretty sure they're honkies.
Are they?
Yeah, pretty sure it's a settler population.
Hold on. Greenland indigenous peoples. They are Inuits. They're Greenland Inuits.
Okay.
Interesting. 89% of the population. You are incorrect, John.
Oh. It was just the people I saw looked like honkies in the reporting.
No, fair. Yeah, 16,500 are Danish. And then the rest
Okay.
are
So
Greenland
the
Inuit.
Danish ones were the ones
Must have been.
that they were interviewing about Trump.
Well, they would be the ones, in theory, displaced of their possession, right? Even though it's the fucking Inuits that are really gonna suffer here.
But look, we didn't copy it completely. We did make some minor changes. Like the Ukraine war is.
Also, this is very ironic considering these guys are the ones who are like, hey, we're gonna go to North Korea to get a haircut. Like, that's a pretty... I don't think anybody else did that before them. I think they might have been the first one. Like that's and like, even though I did rewatch that video and it is dog shit.
What video?
The haircut North Korea one is so apologetic. There's so much apology in it. It's just like, so much is like, oh, look at them dancing. They're happy and shit. That's pretty much what it is. And I did rewatch it, and it's bad. Now that I'm more aware of this kind of sort of video making and this approach to it, it sticks out a lot more, but... Like, that's a unique idea for a video. It's a good idea. I'm not going to shit on the idea. It was entertaining. It's an entertaining video. But it's like...
It's old news, right? No one really cares. It's
could have easily done
from the news cycle, and it's been replaced with...
Also, why pick a Ukrainian artist specifically talking about the invasion of Ukraine? When I'm sure there was better options. It just seemed... We'll see. We'll see how the video
So we
goes.
decided to update it, by giving him this cool little scarf and making him Palestinian this time. It turns out this was like a massive mistake. It somehow went from being like a celebrated work of art with a big ceremony where they unfurled a massive Ukrainian flag and everyone sang the Ukrainian national anthem together, and then we added the scarf, and it suddenly became like a vile anti-Semitic piece of trash. But
are we playing genocide Olympics? Is that what's happening here? Are we playing oppression Olympics? Are you crying because the Ukrainian effort got support and the Palestinian one didn't? What, like, are you not surprised? We live in a country in the global north that literally gives
all he's
lethal weapon
pointing
parts
out is
to the
that
F-35.
it's the same sculpture showing the same
Yes.
thing, but as soon as it's shown to be Palestinian, it's suddenly.
Well, yeah, I mean, but
appalling
this is
to the public.
what I'm saying is it's like
I think
it's not
that's really
surprising.
all the point of this video was.
Yeah, and I'm hoping that that's all it really is, and picking the Ukrainian thing is purely because of the response, and you're trying to show that there's a hypocritical response to this kind of thing. And if that's the case, then that's fantastic. That's great. I know too much about people like this to give them
the benefit
of the doubt. Yeah, because it's my suspicion is that it's very, very much more Ukraine doesn't deserve this, the Palestinians do. So why do you care about Ukraine, kind of thing. But we'll see.
But we didn't know that at the time, and we just wanted to put up an artwork, and we needed to work out how to, secretly erect our statue. Now, usually, when they're putting these artworks up, they spend days digging big holes and filling them with concrete and other fastenings so, no one steals these precious artworks, right? This way, the organizers can rest assured knowing this $3,500 street sign by Richard Tipping or this special net by Kassane Lowe is, safe and sound from art burglars.
This is dog shit.
And as an art aficionado myself, I completely understand why someone would want to steal something like that, because I think these are really profound things.
It would be funny.
Now, we can't really dig a hole and pour concrete in the middle of the night in Sydney's most famous beach, so we needed to work out a different way to fix our statue down. So we went down to the beach while they were setting up the exhibition to test it out. Now, originally, we wanted to weld like a big magnet to the bottom of the statue and place it on a metal surface. The magnet just sticks it there. But
it's not a bad idea.
But it turns out there aren't a whole bunch of just metal surfaces at the beach. And the ones that do exist are really easy to pick up and take away, which, was disappointing until we realized that under these light metal grates are just big concrete holes. And we came up with a whole new idea. If we put something like a bottle jack in the hole and crank it out so it's like jammed in there, then we can have a winch hidden in the bottom of the statue with a rope hooked to the jack. And it's pulling the statue into the ground with like 2 tons of force. So you can't get rid of it. Now, we didn't bring any measuring
That's
tape,
pretty
but we
funny.
weren't able to figure out that the hole is exactly 1.5 boots wide. So we needed to make a statue base that's exactly that size. Now they have the measurements, we just had to, you know, cut up a bunch of steel sheets and weld them into the shape of someone else's beautiful artwork. And look, I won't bore you with the build process because that's more of a, you know, I did a thing kind of video. And I just think you guys are smarter than those freaks. You know, you don't want to watch a guy hitting a piece of metal with a hammer for 30 minutes. It's boring. Although, you know, it's not all bad. There were some entertaining bits, like, you know, when Alex crushed his hand testing out the winch.
Yeah, that'll happen.
That's not coming out of the ground. Also, this magical spray we made that like rusted the statue in minutes, that was pretty cool. But other than that, we can just skip to the part where we have a mesmerizing work of art. It's bloody...
Honestly, it looks pretty good for just a
I realized
rip-off
it's a lot of pressure
recreation.
to set up this entire contraption
That they made
in the
in
middle
their
of the night
backyard.
without getting caught. So we decided to go down to the site one more time to set up the car jack in the hole and, you know, get that ticked off the list beforehand. But it turns out because the exhibit already started, it obviously meant that the place was just
Lots
completely
of people.
packed. And we
Hilarious.
got a bit too scared to set up the jack in front of everyone.
Yeah, I feel like a terrorist. I feel like I'm planting a bomb at a massive gathering.
They're such sooks, honestly. Like,
I love how they weren't scared to go to North Korea, but they're scared that people will see them.
yeah. Like, they're
Putting
not scared of
something in
going
a
to
hole?
North Korea, but they go to Pine Gap and they're shitting their pants as they're driving up. Like, they... Just put construction clothes on. Nobody will question it. The fact you are acting sus is why it's sus. Like, literally, high vis, boots, work gear, go and do it. Nobody will question a thing you're doing.
Yeah, I need you to write what tags you want in the description or in the
Mm-hmm.
private
Okay.
chat, because they're
Orange
probably
thing,
gay
looks like
right
a
now.
fucking decommissioned.
They probably are, yeah. Hold on. I think I'm gonna...
Just write what you want in the private.
Yeah, I'm gonna do the title now as well, because I got one. America implements
I was about to do
Dumb-
the tweets.
dumb laws for tourists and... What was the other one? Migrants.
Yeah, when we flag our content as for specific audiences, it also helps bots not come into the Twitch chat.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I'm talking to Fudge, though. That's one of the reasons why I do it.
Interesting. The video on the Cronulla riots is like 40 minutes long. If we get some time, maybe we'll do it, but there's a lot of stuff to get through.
We can do it Monday if we want.
Yeah. Donald Trump's America wants to be China so badly. Okay. Titles have been changed. Title is this. Tags can be Trump, Venezuela, H1B, tourist law. ICE raids. I don't know. Russian or Russia, Ukraine. Sure, we'll go with that, and then do whatever you want.
So we do it at night.
Yeah, we've got more things to do in the middle of the night.
I reckon, yeah, tradie vests. We're working there.
Yeah,
This is our job.
this is our job.
We're just walking down. Someone talks to us. Go, how you going?
There you go. They
Yeah,
figured it
yeah.
out.
I haven't said
Well,
anything.
I'm just saying anything. What tradies? We don't owe anyone any
Yeah.
explanations.
Yeah.
Take it up with the boss.
Talk to Jerry.
Yeah.
I'm just going to keep saying that.
Yeah.
It's a good idea.
To Jerry.
So
Exactly.
we woke up at 3 a.m. To go and put the statue up, but we realized we made another big
These are for tags. Yes, but these are for tags, so that's easier.
mistake. Like we picked the worst possible night.
See what Hassan's tags are. I'm curious. Because I'm assuming that they show up underneath on any channel, not just yours. I'm curious what Hassan's does. Actually, check what all the big channels that are live, what their tags are. I'm curious.
To put it up. I think we picked
Well,
the
they
wrong
would
night.
have to be political.
It's the middle of the night and there's people around.
They get a drunk guy.
I think it's because it's Halloween.
Or else it's not going to be the relevant shit.
Fuck! I thought it was gonna be dead quiet.
No, it's a storm. Well, and looked at the weather and everything. We also picked the night with no moon.
I'm just.
They're such sooks.
Dark and there was gonna be no one around. Yeah.
Like-
It feels like daytime.
They are such Australians. Like they're so scared of breaking the fucking law, even though that's what they're
Not
literally
scared of
going
North
out to
Korea.
do. It doesn't make any sense. Like it's like they're just so terrified of. This is tall poppy syndrome in action. This is self-policed tall poppy syndrome. So instead of just doing what they need to do, they're hyping themselves up to do it secretly and look even more sus doing it. This is how Australians do shit.
Bondi's bad because people party till 3 a.m. and then the joggers started at 3 a.m. There's like a perfect overlap.
Yeah. Let's give up.
Where's my phone?
Look at that guy fucking biking. Now I realised there was another thing that we failed to consider at the start. We spent this entire time worrying about how we'd get in trouble for putting up an unauthorised statue, but I started to realise that if police saw us carrying a statue in the middle of the night, they're way more likely to assume we're just stealing a priceless piece of art, which is so much worse than what we were actually doing. I reckon if police stop us
Yep.
and they think we're stealing a statue,
Yep.
we'll say, okay, we'll put it back, and then it's just us.
Oh, then we get to put the statue back in.
Yeah, and then the statue will be in. We'll be arrested, but the statue will be in the ground.
Well, we're doing a heist. Probably worse.
Don't stop him. It does feel like we're doing a heist now. All right, boys, get changed. Dead at night.
Honestly, everything was working against us. Like, we had to drive down and park here and then carry this 70-kilogram statue down to the shore and then set it up here as quickly as possible without anyone seeing us. And on top of that, we had to put the jack in the ground, which we failed to do during the day, but I don't know, there was no turning back now. Who'd have thought people would be stopping and taking pictures at an art exhibition?
Yeah,
It's like the worst place to do a crime. Now, the night had been going pretty badly so far, but what we didn't realise is that it could and also would get much, much worse. There's someone sitting right there. Oh no, there's couples kissing. Yuck!
So, do we know if this was removed because they didn't sign up ahead of time? Are they making it so it's it's a Palestinian flag, a Palestinian scarf, so it got removed?
Yeah, I think that's
But
what
it
they're
seems
trying to
like what's
say.
actually happening is that you
Didn't submit it in time and were trying to make it more dramatic
snuck
than
this
you.
in here.
Instead of registering it and putting it as an actual piece.
Yeah, so it got taken down. Plus, it was someone else's stolen artwork,
Yeah.
and to frame it, was there not a Palestinian art piece there? None of the artists had a piece that was representative of Palestine. It was only this one.
Let me look it up. Sydney Open Air Art Museum pieces.
For Palestine. Put the keyword Palestine in there.
Okay. I need to actually find out what the fuck this thing is. Sydney Art Museum.
Because, you know how,
In
the
the
passive
open.
language shit irritates me when they constantly
Yeah.
cherry pick passive language and then compare it to the most brutalist language about Ukraine?
Yes.
And then, we showed that, if you randomly choose, it's oftentimes Palestine that was being talked about more severely than Ukraine. Ukraine it often didn't say that the Russian warplanes were the ones doing the bombing. It just said bombings took place.
Yes.
Because there was, like, it's the fake activism around Palestine that really irritates me.
Yes. It's so performative, and this is exactly what I keep saying about the people who are like, they have the Palestinian flag and the Sudanese flag and the Congolese flag, but they only ever talk about Palestine, and the stuff that they talk about Palestine is directly from like PSL narratives, and like is very apologetic for Iran and thinks that Iran is good because they support them or some shit. I don't know. Sydney's open air art exhibit on the coast.
Like, it's like what we talked about with Drew about when you start diluting the truth with false narratives to push an agenda, it weakens the entire movement.
Exactly, and this is exactly what I've been telling you.
Remember when we talked about that with Drew?
Yes. And it's exactly what I said to him the other day when he went back to look at Chinese stuff, and I'm like, well, you've literally weakened your entire position forever. I hope you're aware of that. I think I found what it is. Let's see. It was Bondi. It wasn't Sydney. Let's see.
Like the Power Rangers company?
What are you talking about?
Or is that... No, that's Saban. I thought it was Bandai as well. I know it's Bandai
No, it's
Namco.
Bondi.
I know, I'm
B-O-N.
fucking around, bro. It's called a joke.
Okay, I've definitely found the right thing. Sculpture inside. Okay. That is by Aqualand, 17th of October, 3rd of November. Small sculpture destination. The sculpture inside is free to the public indoor. Okay, it's not that one. Access and Inclusion Program, Artists and Awards. Exhibiting artists. Let's have a look. 100 artists from 18 countries. Australia, Austria, Brazil, Canada, China, Czech Republic, Denmark, England, France, India, Italy, Japan.
None of this is important.
New Zealand, Serbia, Slovakia, Turkey, US, South Africa. I'm trying to find what the fucking sculptures are. Artist submissions. So they are submissions. Submissions for the Sculpture by the Sea Bondi 2025 are now closed. So they literally could have submitted this piece and gotten it featured. Is basically what I'm figuring out here. So it is important.
So they...
Artist
You're
awards
telling
and
me
subsidies.
that in advance, they made the conditions for its own removal out the gate.
Yeah.
And knew that.
That's what it seems like, yeah.
Wow.
Each year, we seek to generate artist subsidies and awards, many of which are finalized throughout the year. Subsidies and awards confirmed to date for Sculpture by the Sea Bondi 2025 are as follows. The Aqualand Sculpture Award of $70,000, gifted by Aqualand for permanent placement in New South Wales. So they literally could have gotten 70 grand for this to get it permanently placed somewhere, if they put effort into it and submitted it correctly. And what better activism that would have been, huh?
Well,
Three
that
Helen...
would mean it would also have to get accepted. They would have to probably show, like,
yes.
Who knows?
And, like, this is even more of a point, is imagine if you submitted it, and then it got rejected, and you ask... Like, okay, I'm sure there's plenty of sculptures that get rejected, but let's say it was accepted, then rejected, right? Accepted, then kicked out because of the content of the sculpture once they made it. That's a bigger story. That's a way bigger story.
But they knew
so
that wouldn't have happened
No.
And then they don't have their agenda met.
So 3 scholarships for Australian artists of 35,000 for a senior career artist, 30,000 for a mid-career, and 25 for an emerging career artist. So you can literally be someone starting their art sculpting career and get money from your sculpture for this thing. And on top of that, if you wanted to do that and you did that, that award money, send it to Palestine. There's even more activism. 2 emerging artist mentorships of $15,000 for Australian artists. An artist cost contribution of up to $3,000 available for each artist who also exhibits in a sculpture inside and does not otherwise net over $3,500. The Friendship Society of Denmark, Australia, New Zealand Danish award for $15,000 for a Danish artist. Waverley Council Mayor's award of $10,000. Another subsidy of $5,000, and another prize of $5,000. Curatorial panel. So we had Dr. Michael Hill, head of art history and theory at the National Art School in Sydney, which we could talk to and ask, hey, if these guys had submitted the thing, you know what? I might fucking do that. If you give me 30 minutes, I could probably call this guy and ask him directly, hey, if these guys submitted this sculpture, would it have been accepted? If it was accepted, would it have been removed?
Well, it's probably not, because it's a stolen piece.
Sure. And that's what I would also ask, is because it's appropriated art, would it have been accepted anyway? Or were they literally setting it up to be removed and failed out of the game? Like, there's literally 4 people's names here who are the curators of the show. Who better to go to ask? Hold on. Contact us. Here's an email. Copy the email. Let's go to the emails, huh? Let's do an email.
Tags is gamer rage.
Amazing. So let's just email these people. Okay. Subject. A video on sculpture by the sea recently released. Hello. We are a media outlet that focuses on media literacy. We are currently watching a video on a sculpture that was allegedly snuck into the sculpture by the sea exhibit, and was had a few queries There are some points in the video which raised some red flags and wanted to get some clarification on whether their statue, if submitted as a part of the exhibition, to get some clarification on whether the statue, if submitted as a part of the exhibition, would have been removed with the claims, would have been removed like it was.
Guess what our 2 biggest impressions are on tags?
Wouldn't have a clue.
China and gay.
Amazing. Look, I'm typing it out slowly. Give me. Look, fucking nailed it.
I'm putting China and gay back in there.
I'm gonna redo this. Hi. We had some questions about a video recently released that which featured the sculpture by the sea exhibit, where two individuals snuck in a sculpture. We wanted to ask some questions and clarify, as we suspect that if they followed the correct procedures, that there may have been absolutely no issue with the piece being featured, if selected, for the exhibit. We wanted to ask some questions and clarify, as we suspect that if they followed the correct procedures, that they may have been there may have been absolutely no issue with the piece being featured if selected for the exhibit. The claims seem over-exaggerated and largely like it was pre-set up to fail for this exact outcome. Could you please outline some of the criteria that is used during selection, as well as
Femboy
how
Boy was so close.
How the pieces are selected. Also, whether there were any pieces in relation to the Israel-Palestine situation, or the conflict featured this year. Kind regards, 5th Jan. Okay, we had some questions about a video recently released which features the sculpture by the sea exhibit where two individuals snuck in a sculpture. We wanted to ask some questions and clarify, as we suspect that if they followed the correct procedures, there may have been no issue with the piece being featured if selected for the exhibit. The claims seem over-exaggerated and largely like it was pre-set up to fail for this exact outcome. Could you please outline some of the criteria that is used for during the selection, as well as the pieces, as well as how the pieces are selected? Also, whether there are any pieces in relation to the Israel-Palestine conflict featured this year. Happy with that? I think that's fine. Let's see if we get a response, huh? And then maybe we can do a full recorded video talking about how this is bullshit if it is the case.
Okay, let's turn around. Turn around. It's not us. We'll have to go the other way. What are you doing sitting in the rain? And some people really love art. At least he's sitting here facing that way.
Yeah, it's gonna start raining. He's gonna go inside. It's really hot.
Just wish I knew where they spawn.
Okay, change of plans. It turns out
He's
there is
called
at least
Barrow.
one security guard, and he's right here. I mean, there are probably more on patrol, but we don't know where they are.
B-O-R-R-O-W-E-D.
B-O-R-R. What? B-O-R-R what?
O-W. You asked for borrowed, right?
Yes.
Yes. O-W-E-D.
B-O-W-E-D? What?
What are you talking about?
Bar Road!
B-O-R-R-O-W-E-D.
Thank you. I kept saying...
Fucking hell.
I couldn't understand what you were saying.
So we can't.
You know your phone has autocorrect, right?
Yes, it wasn't working. I wasn't
You can
close
speak.
enough to the I wasn't close enough to the word to get it right.
You can speak into your phone, it'll spell it for you.
Planned for that, but in order to avoid this guy, we got to go back and park all the way up here, then carry the 70-kilogram sculpture through this park and somehow scramble it down this cliff face to get to the spot where we need to set up the statue. And we got to do it as fast as we can and without anyone seeing us. Like needless to say, I was not feeling great about it.
What do you think?
Terrified.
Terrified.
Yeah.
This is your big break as an artist.
That's true. This is the day we become Banksy. No more YouTube.
That's it.
Now we're just doing stencils.
At this point, there was nothing left to do but just, commit to the job and carry the statue down.
Well, then we just decide
More like Mr. Brainwash, but whatever.
when it's time.
Ah!
Probably now.
I'm gonna look at the radar.
I mean, I can
Literally,
tell you right
it's
now.
just-
Yeah,
Art.
literally.
And I want to see if it's gonna get heavier.
I watched a video about a dude who recreated the discus thrower statue and put it in the ocean in Greece.
Yep.
Like, they just used furniture moving straps. The fuck are these guys doing? Like, it
Did I
would
send that to
take.
you?
Maybe it might have come up on my algorithm. But like, why aren't you just getting furniture straps? You would move it in no time whatsoever. What was that?
Fucking, I think a snowplow. Like it's plow dropped, and was loud as fuck.
Interesting. Mr. Plow, that's my name. That name again is Mr. Plow. Holy fuck! Ace Combat finally released a new game. It's only been like 15 years.
No. It's coming out. It's coming out. Did you play Skies Unknown?
I've played Ace Combat before. I don't think I've played 7 though. Oh! Ace Combat 7 only came out in 2019. What the fuck?
Yeah, and it's on sale now. That's what I was gonna tell you. Is that you might want to buy it because it's really cheap right now.
It was Ace Combat 6 that I played.
Yeah, that one's not as good.
2000. Wow, it was 12 years between 7 and 6. Whoa, that's a long time.
6 did not do well because it wasn't a good game.
Interesting.
So it went on hiatus.
Okay. Maybe I'll buy that. Oh my god, it's so cheap! I'm gonna buy the fuck out of this.
I told you, it's like $3.
It's $6. Ah, $30 for the Top Gun Ultimate Edition.
You don't need it.
No?
It just gives you the Top Gun plane and some skins on some planes.
That's it?
I'm pretty sure.
Ugh.
It's like movie branding stuff.
Yeah, okay.
You guys should also stream it. I mean,
I'll stream it. I love playing games.
I already beat it and stuff. I'm not about to buy it again. Or, I think it was on Game Pass when I beat it. And then I got rid of the Game Pass because I ain't buying
That's
that
fair.
shit.
Fair enough.
The thing is that it doesn't
Alex did
set
a great
you in
job
the
just
sim
jamming the
controls
jack
from
into the hole
start.
with,
Ah, okay.
And like it's on the arcade controls, which makes it control more like an FPS in the air.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Instead of like when you push left and right, it will like it won't flip the plane on its side to do a roll when you push left and right.
Yeah. Okay.
It will actually like do a turn to left and right, so it's like much easier to control. But if you
Okay.
turn it on the sim mode, then it will do the full axis like turn.
Okay. I'll probably put it on that because that's
Yeah, you want
how
to
it
start
should be.
flying on sim mode so you
Yeah.
don't get used to the other mode.
Yes. Yes.
What was essentially a waterfall forming around him, but all I could think about was how incredibly noisy the winch was, and the fact that there's at least one security guard just 20 meters away, within earshot, who could just ruin our month of hard work. But we did it. I honestly can't believe we pulled this off. Like we felt like school kids. I mean, not the kind that the IDF kills, but the kind that get to giggle and do pranks.
It's like, it's funny because like, there's a thin line between art and vandalism already, you know?
Yes.
And that's like
Yeah.
what Banksy is all about.
Yes.
And it's like, it's like, you're vandalizing a designated art space is so weird.
Mm.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah. Especially when you could have submitted
designated
it.
art and you could have submitted, and instead you chose to vandalize the art space. Even though it's like not really vandalism, you know, it's just like
Yeah. It's like sure it's like
people would consider a lot of
rebel
like, some
rebel
fucking
art.
pretentious people would consider basically everything Banksy has done is vandalism. You know?
Yeah, but those people are fuckheads.
Yeah.
Those are the people who look at the banana taped to the wall and are like, what does this say? Those people, fuck them. You fucking pretentious wankers.
My favorite is the post about like, it's like some guy was like did something to mock artists, and so he
Yeah.
like put like a messy table in or something, and then people are like, "That's literally art that you did,"
Yeah.
and people are looking at it as art.
Yeah.
Like, what do you mean? It's like, they think I'm a real artist because I did an art exhibit
Yeah.
to prove a fucking point, which is the whole point of art. I don't understand art.
And stuff. I can't even imagine what the security guard's going to say when they discover this whole statue in the ground.
It'd be so funny to be that guy. And then next morning you find out something's going on.
They took a statue? No. They
No,
put
they
one
brought-
in.
Exhausting.
That is my
It was so hard to carry.
That was so hard to carry.
Who'd have thought
especially
carrying a whole
slippery.
ass sculpture down some rock steps would be so hard?
Yeah, bro did art to
Got
prove
sympathy
art
for
is
those
bad. It's so
ancient
funny.
Egyptians. I feel like one of them.
It reminds me of like
Beautiful rain.
the joke in
Yeah,
the
that's
other guys, how he learns ballet ironically to mock the
Ironically,
kids
yes.
who were into ballet.
It is very funny.
The timing. As soon as we arrived, it started raining.
That
All
premise
the
is honestly
weirdos.
one of the funny. Like,
We didn't even realize.
I
how
already
lucky-
really like the other guys. I don't think that joke specifically is like a knee slapper, but I think the premise is genuinely one of the funniest premises.
It is funny, yeah.
we were. Like, as we drove away, we noticed a security guard at every other entrance except the one we went to.
Residence access center. There's probably gonna be a security guard down here. We probably pick like the
Do you see this?
where you can go.
Hopefully the
You ready?
security guards.
You want to
they're now
see?
guarding our-
If you didn't think Fox News was already full of monsters, you're gonna love this shit.
Except the one we went to.
Residence access center. There's probably gonna be a security guard down here.
So
We probably pick like the
Do you see this?
where you can go.
Hopefully the
You ready?
security guards.
You want to
they're
see?
now-
I can hear everything.
150
Yeah, hang on.
acres. Yeah, they're going to be farms, and there will be
The audio's just really low.
So this farm is 150 acres. Yeah, they're going to be farms, and there will be transmission lines that have to go through developments and farms. That's the very nature of a growing economy. Like that, everybody needs to get on board. I just don't. It's a, you know what? Buy a fake tree.
Oh,
Oh.
Oh, dagger right in my heart, dagger.
What? I have a fake tree.
Oh,
Oh, I have a beautiful
dang it.
real tree.
Dang it.
Coming up, no time for this.
I know. I can't afford the tree. So it's this fall.
So she's saying, buy artificial Christmas tree so Christmas tree farms can be used for data centers.
Jesus. How about we just stop data centers? That'd be cool. How about we don't pollute the world for corporate interests? That'd be great. Oh, wait, that's all we've ever done. Cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
So if someone comes to take it away, it's going to be like, it's
Well,
in the museum.
It's like an achievement in a video game. You get it in without being spotted, then all these guys were in your thing.
Yeah, exactly.
But we were done. You know, we're done for the day. We could go home and sleep and just wait for the praise to start coming in. But I don't know, it all moved a lot quicker than we'd anticipated. People started calling us anti-Semites, and the organizers, they managed to tear the statue down fairly quickly. So we raced back to find them still trying to get the jack out of the ground. But we saw the statue, our beautiful statue, just lying in the back of a truck, you know, too offensive to be considered art. The main question now is
Too
why was
offensive
the
to be
Ukrainian
considered
statue,
art.
like good and normal, but the Palestinian statue was bad and anti-Semitic. Well, I thought I was a well-informed guy. Like, I thought I was a reasonable man, and you'd look at me and you'd think...
Look, I don't doubt that somebody said that it's anti-Semitic because Zionists have fucking brain rot, but can you at least put it on screen? Showing that you were actually
the
called
claims?
that?
Yeah. I think,
Like,
there
bro,
might have...
you're so full of shit.
There might have been earlier. There might have been a news article he put up.
The other guys, it's actually
that's
about how the real criminals are billionaires. That's what the movie's actually about. It's about how the real criminals are people like Bernie Madoff and these hedge fund managers that are robbing all of us.
That's not what happened, right? When people started posting our anonymous artwork online, everyone just called it anti-Semitic.
Also, I don't think it has propaganda elements because, like, the propaganda elements is like the two guys who are like extreme and they like fly in and like they're like shooting guns out of the police car and then end up killing themselves because of their own ego. You know?
But dang
like,
it.
I don't really think it's really that propaganda-y. I think it shows that the cops aren't catching real criminals, and that's kind of what the movie's about.
BODA. Hold on. There it is.
147 views on that one.
How much? How many
likes.
follows? How many followers do you think this person has?
No likes. 147 views.
Mm-hmm. How many followers?
0.
86. Icelandic, working in Australian banking sector. Like, this is the most irrelevant person you could have picked as a you know, oh my god, it's anti-Semitic. Hold on. Oh my god, we've got 3.
Mine. Everyone just called it anti-Semitic for some reason.
Okay.
Zionist.
Yeah. So let's see. Avi Kipod. Great. Verified account, 600 followers. 100% a Zionist. Great. Not the best source. God damn it.
For some reason.
Okay.
Nazi collaborator. They clearly like bookmarked all of these so they have a curated thing.
This person is a literal Nazi. Like, And again, 140 followers. Like, these are the people that they're saying, oh my god, it's being called anti-Semitic by objectively stupid people. Yeah. They're objectively stupid people. And this video is objectively stupid. Should have just submitted it. Or maybe they knew. Maybe they knew that it wasn't going to get anywhere because it was stolen art. 50 views. We got 50 views on that one. Boy.
Sculpture by
Man.
the Sea
Seems like a lot of those replies had no responses.
Hang on, here's news coverage of it. Let's go see the news coverage and see what they said. Pro-Palestinian, statue removed. Sculpture by the Sea exhibition.
Sculpture by the Sea.
Sea organisers have explained why they immediately removed a pro-Palestinian statue from the Bondi exhibition. The Roblox-style statue, based on the popular online gaming platform, featured a traditional Palestinian scarf known as a keffiyeh and blood-drenched hands and head. The piece was installed overnight but was promptly removed the following morning, with a Sculpture by the Sea spokesperson saying, "Any artworks that have not gone through the selection process for Sculpture by the Sea are always removed immediately, as this is unfair to those artists who have worked with us to stage the exhibition as a free-to-the-public event." Sculpture by the Sea organisers have...
I can't believe it! You need to tell me that it was removed because you were fucking, purposely setting up a situation where it would be removed?
Incredible. And he literally put this in
one
his
of the
video.
Things I really fucking can't stand, like, it drives me fucking crazy, is anytime there's like a dead Palestinian child on my feed, there's some Zionist saying Pallywood. That like, it's all fake. It's just Pallywood. They stage these things. Israel is a moral army. Like, the word Pallywood fucking triggers me so much. This is Pallywood.
That's great. That's great. Okay, so as we suspected, from pretty much 3 minutes in, pretty much instantly picked this, and then on top of that, literally goes to the video that they used in theirs to instantly debunk them. Oh my god, my Palestinian statue was removed because they're so Zionist. No, you didn't follow the rules. And then acted like a victim when you knew that you weren't following the rules, and it got removed.
That's based as fuck.
This is...
based as fuck reporting people who use it.
Wait, great. Fantastic. But yeah, it's like... This is literally bullying TERFs and then them getting mad when they get bullied for being cunts. This is the same shit. It's acting all big and tough. Oh my god, we're going to do this thing, and then when you get called out for it, oh, we're such victims, it wasn't our fault. They took it away because they're anti-Semitic. Or they took it away because they're Zionists. Clearly not. Like...
Why am I hearing you? Like, you're echoing. Is it just
Organisers
because
have
you're
explained
loud?
why they
I
immediately
have no idea.
removed a pro-Palestinian statue from the Bondi exhibition.
Okay, so we're at 13 minutes, I think.
I don't know, it all moved a lot quicker than we'd anticipated. People started calling us anti-Semites, and the organisers, they managed to tear the statue down fairly quickly. So we raced back to find them still trying to get the jack out of the ground. But we saw the statue, our beautiful statue, just lying in the back of a truck, too offensive to be considered art. The main question now is why was the Ukrainian statue good and normal?
It was submitted. They followed the procedure,
I
dickhead.
guarantee this fucking statue's representative of Palestine at this fucking.
Well, that's what I asked in the
Target
email. That's what I asked in the email, and I reckon they'll respond actually now, because like. This is so funny how disingenuous this is and how easy it was to pick.
But the Palestinian statue was bad, and
Honestly, this might be worth clipping out.
Ah, it was my phone.
Oh, did you have it playing on the phone? Yeah.
Semitic. Well, I thought I was a well-informed guy. Like, I thought I was a reasonable
This is clearly
man,
stunt
and
to get
you'd look
clicks
at me
online, and that's
you'd
my
think,
fucking issue with
this
the
is a guy who
performative
knows what
activism.
anti-Semitism is, right?
Mhm.
Well, you're wrong, and we're both idiots because.
Actually, you know what? I'm just going to comment that
Don't even comment.
this entire video is
Don't even
click
comment.
farming. Not worth it?
No, fuck him.
I actually had no idea what.
We'll clip this out quickly, repost it, and then tag them.
Don't even bother.
Anti-Semitism was. Like, I thought anti-Semitism was like when you do like a Nazi salute or something, like Elon Musk does, or when you believe conspiracy theories about Jews controlling hordes of minorities and sending them as a flood to destroy the white race, like Elon Musk does as well. But it turns out that stuff doesn't actually matter that much when it comes to anti-Semitism.
So we have to talk to Elon.
Yeah, you're big victims, huh?
He's a friend.
Look, this is all incredibly confusing. I mean, it throws my understanding of anti-Semitism out the window. I mean, maybe Elon just gets like a Nazi pass because he's the richest man in the world, which is crazy.
I mean, yeah.
You know, like the kind of depths people would sink to for money. It's actually disgusting. Now,
Like
before we
lying
go
in
on
a
with our
video
beautiful
for
artwork,
money that is
we'd like
monetized
to
and has
teach
ads
you
on
about
it.
the
That kind of lying for money.
with
That
the
kind of
sponsor of
disgusting.
today's
Is that what you're
video,
talking about?
Odoo.
And oh look, profit. Look, money for profit. Look, videos, activism, fake activism for profit. Wow, wow, guys, wow.
You're blowing out the mic. For once, you're too loud.
Like that was instant hypocrisy. Let's say that in instant replay.
Anti-Semitism out the window. Actually matter that much when it comes to anti-Semitism.
So we have to talk to Elon. He's not an enemy. He's a friend.
Look, this is all incredibly confusing. I mean, it throws my understanding of anti-Semitism out the window. I mean, maybe Elon just gets like a Nazi pass because he's the richest man in the world, which is...
Is staging something like this and then claiming that they're Zionists for removing it, is that anti-Semitic?
I don't know. I think it's stupid.
I think that's a genuine question. If you're trying to generate fake outrage towards Israelis based on something that you don't need to do because they're literally committing genocide, is that anti-Semitism?
I think it's stupid.
It is objectively stupid, that is true.
Crazy, you know, like the kind of...
I agree, and this is what I'm saying. Is it just evil using the deaths and suffering of Palestinians, or are they actually being anti-Semitic by targeting the Israelis for something that is objectively not that?
I don't know.
You don't need to
like the
exaggerate.
people they were showing were more Zionist and stuff. You know, like.
Yeah, but that's probably the only responses that they got that fit their narrative, which is why they picked 50, 150, 80 followers people. A literal Nazi, a literal Zionist, and a random account. That was their source.
People would sink to for money. It's actually disgusting. Now, before we go on with our beautiful artwork...
Do you think that placement was ironic?
I think they're just so self-aware.
It's either pure perfect irony or it's complete hypocrisy and unaware.
We'd like to
such a haunted hosting into our statue.
Working definition.
So what are you waiting for? Click our link and download Odoo today.
Don't
now
do
go
that.
back to our statue. Now back to our statue.
Now, it turns out the definition of anti-Semitism actually changed, and no one told me, right? It literally changed in 2016 when the IHRA released the working definition of anti-Semitism. Turns out anti-Semitism isn't about being a Nazi anymore. It's about criticizing the Turns out anti-Semitism isn't about being a Nazi anymore. Definition of anti-Semitism. 2016, when the IHRA released the
Well, it's probably not the International Hot Rod Association. Holocaust Remembrance? International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance. Read the full text of the IHRA's non-legally binding working definition. This doesn't matter.
I'm shocked.
the working definition of anti-Semitism.
Now, let's see if he says the not legally binding.
Turns out anti-Semitism isn't about being a Nazi anymore. It's about criticizing the government of Israel. Like, if you do that, it means you actually hate all Jews. And I don't hate Jews. Like,
Which
I don't
country is
even think
this
about
legally
Jews,
the
to be honest.
definition
Like,
of
I think about them.
anti-Semitism? Hey, did you know the High Court of Australia ruled that criticizing Israel and Zionism is not anti-Semitic? It kind of blows up your entire argument there. You want to see a source for this? High Court anti-Semitism ruling. Let's see. Hold on. High Court criticizing Zionism isn't. Here we go. Australia's federal court clarifies anti-Zionism and criticism of Israel is not anti-Semitic. Hello. What is your fucking name? What is his name? Dickhead. Castro-loving dipshit.
Alexa.
Alexa. Hi, Alexa. This is legally binding. What you're reading is not. This is the actual Court of Australia ruling that what you're saying is incorrect. By the way. Do you want another source? I'll find another one for you. Oh, look, here's another one. Look at that. Australian law is clear. Criticism of Israel does not breach the Racial Discrimination Act. Crazy. Okay, great. Let's get another one. Landmark ruling. Zionism critique doesn't equal anti-Semitism, says Australian court. Let's continue reading. Australian court confirms criticizing Israel is not anti-Semitic. In a landmark ruling, the Federal Court of Australia has affirmed that opposing Zionism and criticizing the actions of the Israeli state is not the same as anti-Semitism. This ruling is a win for pro-Palestinian voices in Australia who have been long silenced or smeared as anti-Semitic for simply calling out Israel's human rights abuses. Thanks, Alexa. You are fucking wrong. That is all. Continue, though.
About it, like, as much as I think about Sikhs, you know, they're just like the kind of guys who get to have special hats. But I just never think about Jews. Like, I'm serious, I'm not even thinking about them right now. Like, I'm talking
What
about
do you want,
them,
a
but
fucking trophy?
I'm thinking about the 2006 FIFA World Cup. And I do that all the time. Like, I can just talk about something and just think about nothing. You know?
It's not even that. It's literally proving that all you need is a fucking simple Google search to debunk everything this dickhead is saying. From his claims that the statue was removed because of the subject of the statue, not because they didn't follow the procedure in getting the statue submitted. The fact that he's using a random fucking definition from some international organization which literally looking it up says non-legally binding. And what did he not say? He did not include not legally binding. And he also isn't going to talk about the High Court of Australia ruling that criticizing Israel and Zionism is not anti-Semitism, which is why I emailed the people who run the Sculptures by the Sea to ask them whether there were any pro-Palestine sculptures at the park. And if there were, that's an even bigger point to why this video should be mocked and ridiculed into the dirt. This is a joke. This might be their most pathetic attempt at a video I've ever seen. This is worse than their Apologia in the North Korea video.
I think about
like
Jews
literally using the suffering of Palestinians to fake outrage is what's happening right here. When there's literal genocide, they're not following the fucking ceasefire. They're killing kids still. And you want to put this out? Like this is what we should be talking about? Your fake staged bullshit? Get a grip.
Like I watched Fiddler on the Roof. Thought that was really good. And one time Spotify recommended Jorah Feedman to me, and I honestly liked him so much that I like immediately bought a clarinet so I could learn how to do this.
Great.
That's pretty funny.
Nah, I tricked you. I wasn't even thinking about Jews when I was doing this. I just really wanted to show off that I could play the clarinet. Judaism is just, it's not something I ever really think about, and it honestly feels baffling to be accused of anti-Semitism. So I think this is a good opportunity for me to learn where I went wrong and to teach you guys what not to do. So I'm going to assume you guys are like me, right? And you like to wind down in the evenings with a nice cup of chamomile tea and just passively scroll through hundreds of videos of dead kids or first-person footage of the IDF double-tapping aid workers or them, sexually assaulting Palestinian prisoners. And I don't know, you start to feel a little hollow and empty, like you've been watching these videos for all eternity. You struggle to remember a point in your life where you weren't witnessing this. Even before the most recent war, I remember seeing videos of people getting beaten for daring to walk on a Jewish-only street or having their family home stolen by an Israeli settler.
Jacob, you know this is not your house.
Yes, but if I go, you don't go back.
You are stealing my house.
And if I don't steal it, someone else is going to steal it.
No one is allowed to steal it, Yami.
After seeing all this horrific stuff every single day, 24/7, you might...
That's fucking awesome. It's so funny. People just add whatever ethnic group to phobia, and it's like, ew, that's a thing now, I guess.
Might be tempted to agree with Amnesty International and the UN and even B'Tselem, Israel's largest human rights organization, who say that Israel is a racist apartheid state committing genocide. Now, you might say that, but according to the IHRA anti-Semitism Uno Reverso card, you're actually being anti-Semitic. It's actually...
According to the High Court of Australia, you're not. That trumps your shitty little non-legally binding document here that you printed out for dramatic effect. Do you want me to print out the High Court ruling? I can do that and then put the camera down on the paper and make it all fancy and shit. You know, would you prefer something like that?
Do a whole Johnny Harris, waste the paper unnecessarily?
yeah, just print out 30 pieces of paper which I spread across my desk for everyone to
like
not be able to
Alex
read.
Jones.
Racist to call Israel racist. Because if you criticize Israel, you're actually criticizing every Jew in the world, which...
No.
I don't know, it's just wild because so many Jews aren't even fans of Israel at all. In fact, if you're an evangelical Christian, you're twice as likely to be a Zionist than if you were Jewish.
This is true.
Only
Still doesn't
40%
make
of
your
Jews
video
think Israel
any
was
less
given to them by
bullshit.
God, compared to 82% of evangelical Christians. And so if
And this is because of the King James Bible being rewritten incorrectly, and the American
that's not the
Protestants-
only reason.
Well, it's also the American Protestants not understanding that Israel was a guy, not a state, and that Israel...
It really has more to do with modern colonialism. These Christians wouldn't support Israel if it wasn't for Reagan and the Cold War.
Reagan and the Cold War. Okay.
Yeah, because the U.S. was on Palestine's side until the third or fourth Arab-Israeli war.
Yeah, because what, with 70s? When did it flip?
It flips during the Cold War
after...
when the Soviets choose to get involved with Palestine. So the U.S.
Was this
ends up
before
backing
Afghanistan?
Yeah, because Afghanistan is the end of the Soviet Union.
The end, yeah.
But like this is the
Okay.
one where North Korea got involved,
North Korea
and
got-
Cuba and all that.
with Lebanon,
No.
correct? No?
The Arab-Israeli war.
Yeah, they were with Lebanon though, weren't they? North Korea and shit?
No, Egypt.
Egypt, okay.
But
Other
the
side.
U.S. always sided with Egypt until then.
Yeah. Would have been
Egypt
funny
is
to
still
see.
a way bigger arms buyer than Israel too.
It would have been funny to see
Like
America
Egypt
and the
does
Soviets.
more for the U.S. in the Middle East than Israel does.
Mm.
Israel is just seen as like this like great ally.
Yeah, which doesn't make any sense. This is like the worst ally. The worst you could, possibly the worst possible ally. Like, why is America still allied? It doesn't make any fucking sense.
I mean, like because that's what it goes back to.
Yeah, it's like the amount. It has to be the Christian element, right? It has to be the Christian element that keeps it relevant and allied with Israel,
Yeah.
right?
It is now
Like,
post-Reaganism because that grew out of like Sovietism.
Yeah, like there's
And
nothing else
also,
that I can think of.
let's not discount how much money and effort Israel has sunk into making the U.S. their vassal state.
True. The lobbying and all that shit, yeah. Where do they get all the fucking money from? That's what I want to know.
I mean, they've been doing the media war for like with the U.S. for like 50, 60 years now. So
yeah, that's just crazy. I guess I'll do PayPal.
If you're criticizing Israel, you're more likely to offend, like a really red guy who drives this kind of car and drinks out of one of these, instead of a Jewish person.
Hey, doesn't your mate drive one of those? Oh, he does. It was literally in the video. Cool.
Look, I don't know. It's just a horrible definition of anti-Semitism. Like, it doesn't make any sense, and that's probably red. Only 40 who drives. So if anything, if you're criticizing Israel, you're more likely to offend, like a really red guy who drives this kind of car.
It's literally a Raptor. It's literally a Raptor. Hold on. Look, you ready? Ready? Where's the outside view? Where's the outside view of that car?
Obviously, statue down. We realize there can't really the spot.
Where is it? There it is. Oh, whoa! Wow, what's that? Oh, is that the same fucking car? Wow! Oh my god! Wow, does it literally say Raptor on the side? To be fair, I think it's an F-150 that he was saying there, but let me just bring up an F-150 Raptor versus Ranger Raptor size comparison, and we'll see just how much smaller it is. Okay, that's not what I wanted. I tell you what, they both look pretty fucking big. Is there much difference here? I don't know. You tell me. Do you reckon there's much difference there? Is this more hypocrisy? I love that. But yeah, no, let's worry about these guys. Like, you guys aren't
offend, like
laughing.
a really red guy who drives this kind of car and drinks out of one of these, instead of a Jewish person. Look, I don't know. It's just a horrible definition of anti-Semitism. Like, it doesn't make any sense, and that's probably why Kenneth Stern, the American Jewish Committee's anti-Semitism expert who wrote the definition, said it should never actually be legally adopted by a government. And I mean, it says not legally binding on the front page of the thing, which is
crazy.
a little bit awkward because, all the Western politicians who were holding this in their...
It's funny. Why did you leave it so long? Why did you lead the main part of this for so long? It seems like you were trying to just slip that in while also avoiding criticism and trying to get people to not realize that what you're reading is actual complete horse shit that is completely irrelevant, that nobody actually abides by or gives a shit about? Wow. Hey, let's look up the definition of anti-Semitism in the United States. Oh, look, U.S. Department of State, defining anti-Semitism. Let's see what it says here. Okay, so it says it's on May 26, 2016. Holy shit! Wow, okay. The U.S. government holds this definition. This is crazy. Not surprising. But this was in Australia, so why do you give a shit? So, since 2010, 31 member states, of which the US is a member, adopted a legally binding working definition of anti-Semitism. The definition is consistent and builds upon the information contained by the 2010 State Department definition. It's funny that the US, as a member of this, adopts this, but all the other members, the things that they're a member of, they don't give a fuck about. How interesting. Anti-Semitism.
It's preposterous.
Certain perception of Jews, so adopt the following non-legally binding working definition. Anti-Semitism is a certain perception of Jews which may be expressed as hatred towards Jews, rhetorical or physical manifestation of anti-Semitism directed towards Jewish or non-Jewish individuals and or their property, towards Jewish community, institutions, and religious facilities. Jew. None of that mentions Israel.
It is a big achievement for us, eating in the outskirts of the hospital and around it without damaging the hospital.
Here's some Israel. So it says, to guide the IHRA in its work, following examples may serve as illustrations.
Death to the IDF! Death to the IDF! Death to the IDF! Death to the IDF! Death to the IDF!
Okay, manifestations might include targeting of the State of Israel, conceived as Jewish collectivity. However, criticism of Israel, similar to that levied against any country, cannot be regarded as anti-Semitic. Wow, the US State Department even disputes this part of your definition that you're claiming is the main definition. So, anti-Semitism frequently charges Jews with conspiring to harm humanity, and it is often to blame Jews for why things go wrong. It is expressed in speech, writing, visual forms, and action, and employs sinister stereotypes and negative character traits. Contemporary examples of anti-Semitism in public life, the media, schools, the workplace, and in religious sphere could take into account the overall context, including, but are not limited to, calling for, aiding, or justifying the killing or harming of Jews in the name of a radical ideology or an extremist view of religion, making mendacious, dehumanizing, demonizing, and stereotypical allegations of Jews, or such that the power of Jews as a collective, such as, especially but not exclusively, the myth about a world Jewish conspiracy. Well, we know about that. It does say accusing Jews as a people or Israel as a state of inventing or exaggerating the Holocaust. Well, they definitely don't exaggerate it. They definitely downplay it to justify their own genocide, though.
Yeah, they do that.
They certainly do.
They also
accusing.
Yeah.
Okay,
they
so
say that the Palestinians are responsible for it. Well,
yes.
That's not fair to say.
The Grand Mufti.
That's not fair to say. That's a specific Netanyahu talking point. It's not a technically. It would be like saying that Trump saying stuff like represents all the people, you know, when he's an idiot.
Yeah. So the thing here, accusing Jewish citizens of being more loyal to Israel, that is dual loyalty. That is anti-Semitism. Denying Jewish people their right to self-determination. This is a Zionist claim. This is America literally supporting Zionism. Go fuck yourself. applying double standards by requiring of its a behavior not expected or demanded of any other democratic nation. You mean like not bombing people and committing genocides? I mean, I hope that that is not included in that definition. That would be great. Using the symbols and images associated with classic anti-Semitism to characterize Israel or Israelis, sure. Drawing comparison or contemporary Israeli policy to that of the Nazis, well, that's a fucking objectively stupid thing to put in there, because what they're doing is literally genocide and Nazi shit. Like, I'm pretty sure that's universally agreed upon at this point. And then holding Jews collectively responsible for the actions of the State of Israel. I agree with that. Like, Israel, the State of Israel is an entity in and of itself. Granted, the population could stop it, but not enough.
I'm the entity.
I don't know. But yeah, so anti-Semitic acts are criminal when they are defined by law, not by non-legally binding definitions. Okay, Alexa? You understand? Non-legally binding. Meaning that these cannot be used in a court of law. This definition can be not used in a court of law. I think I proved my point.
Hands, they decided in all of these countries to legally adopt this definition. Which means that while Israel is breaking the record for the amount of kids killed in conflicts over the...
Oh, look. Oh, look, Australia's right there. But hey, High Court overrules it. Wow, not legally binding? Oh, wow. Is the High Court legally binding? What do you reckon, John? If the Supreme Court makes a rule, do you think that overrules whatever the fuck this is?
Definition. Which means that while Israel is breaking the record for the amount of kids killed in conflicts over the past few decades, in the West, a children's hospital is forced to take down artworks drawn by Palestinian kids because that's now considered anti-Semitic thanks to the new definition we've adopted. And look, we've had a brush-in with this new form of anti-Semitism before. Like we tried to be Twitch streamers last year. We spent a lot of time reading the news, and the problem is, if you've ever read the news over the past 2 years, chances are you'd be reading about Israel's genocide in Gaza. Like, granted, if you're reading Western news reports, they wouldn't call it a genocide. Like when an IDF tank is driving around in the ruins of Gaza and just, decides to spray 356 bullets at Hind Rajab, like a 5-year-old girl, our media refers to her as a full-grown woman.
Hind is a reference to a woman who was killed in Gaza.
But when a full-grown adult IDF soldier who operates one of these tanks is captured by Hamas, well, then he's just a cute little baby.
So they had the little girl on screen while referring to her as a woman. This is exactly what I'm fucking talking about. This whole downplaying thing that they say that the passive language exists.
Mm-hmm.
They were literally reporting on the little girl who was murdered while showing her on the screen and just used the word woman. Like, we covered that shit. Like, we watch all the coverage of this shit.
No. This was a different report. Al Jazeera had the picture.
That's he refers to her as a full-grown woman.
Okay.
So it doesn't look like there's any pictures. Okay. But we also don't know this report. They could have had pictures on the report beforehand and just use that language.
Also, like, CNN getting dragged as well. Like this reporter is, like, it's a panel thing. Like, this reporter probably just isn't familiar with it. But, like, CNN was, like, leading the charge on getting journalists on the ground so they could actually report on the situation.
Yes.
They have multiple anchors that have their own shows that openly refer to the conflict as genocide.
Mm-hmm. But they were watching the news. They were reading the news, don't worry. They are experts. Yeah, they tried to do it. They couldn't hack it. I guess, I bet if we went back and watched the streaming that they did, it was probably along the same lines as Hassan, but probably less tactful, I would imagine. And even Hassan doesn't have much tact when talking about it, so... I agree.
to a woman who was killed in Gaza.
But when a full-grown adult IDF soldier who operates one of these tanks is captured by Hamas, well, then he's just a cute little baby, you know, and who knows how he wound up driving a tank. But what's important is that he's just a little kid who's been kidnapped.
Matan Angrist kidnapped from a tank.
But
they're
either
doing
way,
the exact
even with
shit
our
I was
incredibly
talking about,
biased
the
news,
cherry
if you're just
picking
like
shit.
reading this stuff out loud every day, you know, as
Like,
another hospital and another school
You
gets
fucking
just, like, razed to the
actually
ground,
look at
it
news
means you're
randomly
criticising
on these conflicts. You know, and especially, like, obviously Fox News always going to be fucking garbage on this.
Yes,
But
and
you look at
we have
PBS,
yeah.
PBS, 9 times out of 10, they will have more radical language to refer to the war in Gaza than they do about Ukraine. They are 9 times out of 10 going to be more neutral about the war in Ukraine.
Yep. And it's because it's gone on for
This
so
is
long.
PSL shit.
Yeah.
Israel, which means you're anti-Semitic, which means you get demonetized, which sucks, but whatever. I mean, I guess these streaming platforms are held to, you know, certain standards by their advertisers, and
Hi, we stream constantly on Twitch, and I say more aggressive shit than you ever would. And we still make money on Twitch, by the way. In fact,
pennies.
We got our YouTube channel demonetized for covering the Houthis. Reading and decoding, demystifying terrorist propaganda. Can you say you've done that to get demonetized? Doubt it. Oh, we got demonetized because we got called anti-Semitic. What were you actually saying? Because after this video, I don't believe a word that you say.
criticism of Israel is just a step too far for them to, you know, certain steps.
Okay, this is just based around the H3 shit, I'm pretty sure.
No, it's key advertisers. So, like, this was, like, based around, like, Twitch. Like, they weren't allowing people in Israel to make accounts and stuff. And it was, like, a glitch in the system or something that they didn't care to fix.
Interesting,
And,
okay.
like, it like, got grabbed by
a
lot of different media and blown up.
Okay. I didn't know that that was the context to it. Okay.
Yeah, it's different things.
Mm.
But also, like, there is anti-Semitism on Twitch.
Oh,
but
sure.
not like, it's more of people who don't realize they're being anti-Semitic. Meanwhile,
Yeah.
you fucking look at other things. You know, Tucker Carlson's over there platforming Nick Fuentes, and
Yep.
he's getting sponsors.
Mm-hmm. It's pretty interesting, huh?
Standards by their advertisers, and criticism of Israel is just a step too far for them.
I'm literally giving you the chance of a lifetime to go viral. Excuse me.
But it's gotten a lot worse since last year. Like back then, you just lost your job for criticizing Israel. But today, you know, as the children's bodies pile up, even after like multiple pretend ceasefires, and you know, public sentiment in the West turns more and more against Israel, our governments are like pushing even harder. And now you can get sent to prison just for holding a piece of cardboard criticizing Israel.
The crime was holding these signs. The cardboard taken away.
The UK is a failed state.
Okay, hang on. Okay, this is out of context too. Okay, let's be very clear what was going on here in the UK so we can actually give proper criticism here. Okay? There was a literal terrorist attack. Like, it was a direct action terrorist attack with fucking bombs. They used IEDs linked to the specific Palestinian protest movement. It was then declared that this movement was a, like, terrorist threat, and if you were affiliated with it, you could not fucking protest or you would be arrested. So they had a campaign where people sat out and said they support this protest movement, that did a terrorist attack and got arrested. Holding signs protesting Israel is not illegal in the UK. Supporting a terrorist organization is. So then we can actually look at this policy directly and criticize what is going on here.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like, I'm sure, like, and it was, like, immediately following a fucking terrorist attack. When there's, like, I'm pretty sure if you were like, Hamas is fine in the UK, it wouldn't be like that. They specifically had a policy in place because a terrorist attack by this group had just happened.
Is this Palestine Action?
Yes.
Okay. They bombed a synagogue?
I think they... I'm pretty sure they bombed some sort of factory.
Okay.
But who knows? I know there was a bombing.
Three alleged protesters from Palestine Action are accused of breaking into UK subsidiary of Israeli defense firm, causing $1 million worth of damage. Have denied the charges. Members use sledgehammers and whips to break into. Oh, this is Elbit Systems. This is a different group, or is that the attack you're talking about?
I don't know. I'm pretty sure it's the
that.
Palestinian Action Movement, or it's something.
I don't see anything about a bombing.
It was a few months ago.
RAF
but I
break-in?
I remember that, like... Just look up protesters arrested in UK for holding signs, and then they'll tell you. Like, why are we doing this? Like, why are we making an artificial narrative when Israel literally fucking purposely targets children and shoots their fucking limbs off to make them amputees? Like, why do we need to do this? Why do we need to discredit the entire fucking movement and use Palestinian suffering for clicks? And then act like we have the moral high ground. And by that, I'm talking in their position.
Mm-hmm.
So here you go, United Kingdom. So Amnesty International criticized the UK over this.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? But there's still context here.
13 arrested, 7 charged.
Look at
Protesters
this.
clashed
Here
in
you go.
London.
Amnesty International, 600 arrests made at peaceful protest. Between November 18th and 29th, more than 600 protesters were arrested for peacefully opposing the ban on the group Palestinian Action. The protests were organized by the grassroots network Defend Our Juries. Since the ban took effect this time, more than 2,700 people have been arrested across the UK. About 254 have been allegedly charged under the UK's counterterrorism laws. So that's one thing to arrest protesters to do the catch and release thing. You know, 600 is obviously ridiculous. But out of all these arrests, only 254 have actually been charged with counterterrorism laws.
Still a pretty big percentage of them.
Yes, but out of it's out of 2,700, which is a ridiculous amount of arrests already.
Yes.
These arrests and charges target people who are simply exercising their rights of free expression and peaceful assembly, which is 100% true.
Mm-hmm. So it says on this Al Jazeera thing, it says, Home Secretary said in a statement she decided to prescribe the group under the Terrorism Act. Statement came
The legal
days
basis for
after
using
June
counterterrorism powers against peaceful protesters is uncertain. The High Court has heard the judicial review challenging the blah blah. Palestinian action, but this issue not even really continuing to arrest protesters during this period of reckless use of police authority. I agree.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So it says that the group was banned because of a break-in to a RAF base in Oxfordshire and sprayed 2 military planes with red paint.
That's it?
So that's all it was. In the most high-profile move, and there was also, obviously, the Albert Systems where they went in and sabotaged some shit, which... Look, if you're going to be doing direct action, that's what you should be doing. Sabotaging fucking production of this shit. British Prime Minister condemned the incident. The act of vandalism committed at the RAF base is disgraceful, he wrote. The police have said the Palestinian activist action resulted in millions of pounds in criminal damage. The disgraceful attack on the base in the early hours of the morning on Friday.
Not only that,
a long history of unacceptable criminal damage committed by
these people. You're declaring an entire organization and anyone who shows up with a sign in support of them, and you're charging them under your fucking domestic terrorism laws, when the people who had the break-in haven't had their fucking trial yet. What if they didn't do it? Then what?
By police to be used as evidence.
So this year, Australia updated its hate speech laws, featuring a 1-year minimum sentence for someone accused of anti-Semitism. So I guess this is a bit more serious than we initially thought when we made the statue. So I decided to call my lawyer before committing to uploading this video. Hey, Mark, how you going?
I'm good, mate. I'm just reading the 2 acts as we speak. They're a nightmare. They're a fucking nightmare.
Like a good nightmare, or like one?
No good nightmares. There are no good nightmares, Alexa.
Okay.
By definition. By definition, there are no good nightmares. What the fuck is wrong with you? There's 2 acts. They both come in this year. It's mandatory, Jack. Mandatory. Fucking insane. You'd never negotiate your way through these acts if they gaze upon you. It's the worst type of law there is, I forget your image precisely.
It's a rip-off of a statue from a previous year. We've just got a Palestinian scarf on it.
Well, the danger for you is probably lies within, of all things, the Palestinian scarf.
So also,
what is?
Remember how I showed you? Did I show you the thing where the cop was crippled for being hit with a sledgehammer?
No.
They hit her in the back.
Oh.
So that was in August. Grievous bodily harm.
Uh-huh. Interesting. I didn't know about that.
A protest in March resulted in 3 activists being charged with 1 count each of assault and beating, which I guess is assault and battery in the UK. They just call it beating. They prescribed them as a terrorist group on July 5th. After they vandalized the plane. Since then, British police have arrested, showing support in many of these sit-ins in Parliament Square. The people are showing up to get arrested, and they should. I mean, they are not shy that they are not a protest group. They are a direct action group.
Mm-hmm. Good. Fucking need more people to be more honest about this shit. You need more direct action. Clearly protest doesn't fucking work. And if the government isn't listening to the people that they're supposed to represent, then sabotage. Especially those deep sea mining operations. Sabotage is preferred. Make them hurt.
Now an offence, and indeed is a mandatory offence, is the display of terrorist symbols.
Right. If we have to go
Okay,
to
so
jail for 12 months,
they specifically targeted refueling planes and sprayed paint into their engines
Okay.
to destroy the engines. It wasn't
these
just
planes-
spray painting like the paint where they could
Were
just
these
chip it
were
off.
these planes specifically used to refuel Israeli jets in operations bombing people? 'Cause
No.
If so,
No, but I also don't care.
I don't care either. Honestly,
It's
I
just
do not
refueling
care.
planes. Like
I do not care.
that's not terrorism, if you ask me.
Well, it's politically
like,
motivated. But
They had
this is the
before
thing
that. They
is-
had done political violence specifically.
Because, like, property damage should not be considered terrorism whatsoever. Unless it's, like, taking down infrastructure that'll harm people. Like, if you bomb a hospital, probably terrorism. You bomb a bridge, take down a bridge, probably terrorism. Spray painting some planes. Meh.
do we get to choose? Like, is there?
So,
how do you know if you're going to
anyone
like the nice
who's
prison
currently
or the scary one?
being held and charged, like those 250 so individuals who are charged, if the lawyers succeed in ruling that there's no right to declare this group a terrorist group because they haven't actually done terrorism, and the definition of terrorism is really messy. So if they can do that, then everyone arrested will be released.
Yeah, that'd be good.
Is what it says here.
Yeah, sledgehammer solutions are a good solution.
You with all the hate criminals, I'm sure they'll have a special hate criminal prison. Yeah, I don't think.
Okay. The keffiyeh is considered a political symbol, not a terrorist symbol. So you're fine. Your lawyer is lying to you. Or maybe it's for dramatic effect for your video. And this isn't actually a lawyer.
You won't get the garden prison, I don't know.
Oh, because that's what I was looking for. I was just like, well, I just make videos. Like,
You were hoping for the artist's prison, weren't you?
just hanging out, doing some gardening.
Yes, with all the creative people.
Also, like, what's a year? What's a year in prison? Like, people have gone to prison. Is a year really bad, or is it?
It's pretty bad, yeah. Their lives are generally ruined, but I think, I'll be your friend. I'll help you back into society.
Oh, nice. Oh, maybe I get to work out. Maybe I can become like a bit tougher.
Yes.
That's actually terrifying.
He's gonna be a prison bitch.
I mean, my predicament now is that, like, we haven't released the video. People don't know that we put this thing up. Would you recommend we just bury the video and then not go to prison?
I literally just
keep
rolled
it a
my
mystery?
eyes.
And what I said or what he was saying?
This whole thing. Well, now that we released the video, now they're going to come after us, don't you think?
I recommend that. I will defend you. I'm not going to recommend that you don't put the video up. I would see it absurd for you to be charged. But we are living in an age of absurdity, so it's your call. It would be outrageous. Of course, it would be outrageous, but outrageous things will happen under this legislation. I think you can pretty much guarantee it.
Thanks so much for the call. I'm actually more scared than I was before I called.
Oh my God.
My lawyer is very, very compelling, but if you were clever enough to piece it together, you can tell that we uploaded this video anyway. And look, I need to be earnest here.
Wow, it's almost like it was completely no risk to uploading this video, and all you did was put a statue in a place that you could have had it put properly. and displayed the entire time, but instead you rather opt for a video that you can make money on. Off the suffering of Palestinians. Which is pretty cool, honestly. Like, that's a real moral thing to do.
Yeah, like, anti-Semitism is real and it fucking sucks. Like, I do understand that people are scared. Like, I'm not Jewish, but members of my family were exterminated at the Jasenovec concentration camp in World War II because, you know, because they had the wrong ethnicity. It's bad. Like, I understand doing everything you can to make sure that never happens, like, ever again. I also know that my ancestors would look at what's going on in Palestine today and they would understand that it's the same thing that happened to them. And I know they'd be absolutely disgusted, like not just at the crimes of the state of Israel, but at the way these modern Zionists completely just trivialize the horrors of World War II. Like, you've got Netanyahu out here saying that it was somehow the Palestinians who planned out the Holocaust and, you know, not the Nazis. He's literally glazing Hitler so he can just justify killing more Palestinians.
That's the only thing of fact that he said this whole video. That's the only truth that he said this whole video. And you know what? Kudos for it. This is a very rare thing that not many people bring up. Not many people actually know about this.
He knows about it because it's a Hassan talking point.
Is it actually? That's funny.
Oh, yeah. He got the
Hitler
AIDS
didn't
big
want
time.
to exterminate the Jews at the time. He wanted to expel the Jews. And Haj Amin al-Husseini went to Hitler and said, if you expel them, they'll all come here. So what should I do with them? He asked. He said, burn them.
Like, stuff like this is so offensive. Like the only thing that tones it down is how...
Okay, I've said this for a couple months now. I might not have said it on stream, but Netanyahu is the prime driver of modern anti-Semitism.
Like, incredibly stupid it is. Like, just imagine Hitler, right? The Aryan, like, white supremacist, like, master race guy. And, you know, he's there and he's like, you know what? I don't really want to kill the Jews. You know, it's not me. You know, killing Jews, it's not very Hitler, you know, and, you know, but the problem is, like, my superior Aryan, like, brain, just can't figure out how to solve this. So, you know what? I'm going to talk to a brown Muslim guy and I'll just do exactly what he says, right? It's so stupid. Like, Netanyahu's out here just rehabilitating Hitler. But, you know, if an Australian journalist writes a pro-Palestinian tweet, then they can be taken to federal court for anti-Semitism. And look, I don't want to play down the real threat of anti-Semitism, right? Like, there are a bunch of idiot Nazis out there who think Jews control the world and, you know, they're racist, violent thugs. But these guys are white supremacists, right? They couldn't care less about Israel killing brown people. They just think Jews control the world when they see a hot black guy in a movie or when they remember gay people exist. These guys are just dumb racists. And when they...
What journalist did he put on the screen? Michael West? Mary Kostik. I know this name. SBS. Former primetime SBS host. Let's see. Activism. Julian Assange and Israel-Palestine. Kostakidis has supported Julian Assange. In 2011, she presented Assange with the Sydney Peace Foundation's Gold Medal of Peace with Justice. She described WikiLeaks as a ingenious website that has shifted the power balance between citizens and the state by exposing what governments get up to in our name. Sure. In 24, the Zionist Federation of Australia said it would lodge a complaint with the Australian Human Rights Commission alleging that Kostakidis breached the racial discrimination laws by posting on X a link to a speech by Hezbollah Secretary General Hassan Nasrallah. Kostakidis said the point of the tweet was to say that Israel is inviting an escalation, it's inviting retribution because it is conducting a genocide. Okay, that's fine. That's a fine statement, that's fine. I don't give a shit. Oh no, posted a link to a speech. Big fucking deal. Oh no, a journalist was providing people with a link to the direct source of the information. How anti-Semitic. Oh my god.
they can be taken to federal court for anti-Semitism. And look, I don't want to play down the real threat of anti-Semitism, right? Like, there are a bunch of idiot Nazis out there who think Jews control the world and, you know, they're racist, violent thugs. But these guys are white supremacists, right? They couldn't care less about Israel killing brown people. They just think Jews control the world when they see a hot black guy in a movie or when they remember gay people exist. These guys are just dumb racists. And when they get together with their like-minded, bald-headed child groomers and start assaulting people on the street, you know who's there fighting these Nazis on the front lines? Pro-Palestinian protesters. They're the ones fighting the Nazis because being pro-Palestinian has nothing to do with anti-Semitism. It's about being anti-apartheid. They're not racist, right? They don't think there's some secret Jewish conspiracy running the world. I mean, they'd be the first
Maybe
to know
you
if there
should
was one,
undermine
right?
the
Because
movement then.
Many of the pro-Palestine protesters are Jewish. The reason the state of Israel
Don't
holds so much
tokenize
sway in
Jews
Western
as
societies
well.
is not a conspiracy at all. It's based on the simple fact that Israel is incredibly useful to the West.
Of course you have
It's in the
Jews involved. Like we don't need to constantly being like, actually, Jews also protest Israel. We know. Stop with the tokenism.
perfect spot. It's an outpost in the middle of the world's biggest
fucking
oil
weird,
reserve.
bro.
So if the Arabs who live here ever decided to, team up and take control of
Hey,
their
look,
own resources and
blackface
shipping
cartoons.
lanes, then our companies would lose their stranglehold on the world economy, and then we can't just steal the oil whenever we feel like it. It'd be up to the Arabs, right? We'd need to be nice to them and make a deal with them so they'd give us enough cheap power for all our AI data centers and our spin class matcha raves and all the other important stuff we like. And the West doesn't
You hear
want to
that?
take
It's
that
all
risk.
about oil.
We'd
That's all he ever thinks. This is one track mind. Is everything's about oil because once it was.
rather be in control. It's much safer to have Israel in the middle of the Middle East as an attack dog, that mercilessly mauls these guys and keeps them in line and keeps the oil flowing. They literally cannot stop bombing their neighbors, and that's exactly what we
Keeps
want.
the oil flowing. Yes.
the oil
Israel,
flowing?
major oil exporter, and runs the Suez Canal. Again, Egypt and Saudi Arabia are a way bigger factor here.
Mm-hmm.
This is it's not about fucking oil. Israel has no impact on the fucking oil market. They
Let's see
don't
what
fucking
Israel's
have oil.
Top exports are. Okay. Israel's top exports: electrical machinery, optical, technical, medical apparatus, gems, precious metals, machinery including computers, mineral fuels including oil, not just oil, other chemical goods, plastic, aircraft, pharmaceuticals, arms. So fuels including oil. So all fuels. And let's see how much of Israel's mineral fuel exports are oil.
Not as much as fucking every other country in the region.
Israel's mineral fuel exports primarily consist of refined petroleum products. So what happens is people send it to Israel to refine, and Israel sends the refined petrol out. They're not exporting oil.
Wow.
They're importing raw crude, enriching it, and then shipping it out.
I'm shocked.
That's all they're doing. They're a fucking middleman. I'm actually curious. How much raw crude does Australia send to Israel? $995 million worth of goods. That's total exports. That's actually not much. Raw crude oil and other commodities. However, specific figures for the quantity of crude oil are not detailed. Interesting. Very interesting.
So our government doesn't want us criticizing them. And the flip side of that, when Russia bombs one of their neighbors, then it's the opposite effect here, right? And it's totally cool to back the Ukrainian
There it
resistance
is.
fighters because...
There it is.
No, it's
Waiting
not.
for it. I was waiting
Watch
for
the
it.
fucking news, bitch.
Now, unlike Hamas,
Like
these guys are...
he's literally creating his own narrative in his head.
Like,
zero.
Do you know how
sources
much
behind
more weight the Russian narrative was given than like Israeli narrative, and
So
still
much.
is?
So much. It's so prominent. Like, fighting Russian disinformation is so much more difficult than fucking Israeli. And on top of that, fighting anti-Israeli disinformation is equally as hard as fighting fucking Russian disinformation, because it's literally, you don't need to lie. But there's so much of it. Like, you just don't need to. It's already set up that you don't need to exaggerate what is going on in Israel, in Palestine. You don't need to exaggerate it. It's just... It's fucked. You just need to show people what's happening. You don't need to exaggerate it. You don't need to lie. You don't need to do any of this shit. You don't need to downplay Ukraine and use the Palestinian suffering to make money. You don't need to do it. This is a ridiculous video.
They're useful. They're useful to us against our geopolitical rivals. And look, to be clear, there are other factors, right? It's not all about what's like useful to us, right? Obviously, Israel is its own country, and like every country in the world, they obviously exercise their own forms of like coercion and co-opting. Like the Israel lobby is a very influential lobby group in the West, and it's honestly too much to go into in this video. But if you want to know more about the Israel lobby, jump on our Patreon and check out our interview with Bob Carr. He's the former Australian Foreign Minister and the
Hey, you remember when Daniel Andrews had a picture with the war criminal party in China? Guess who else was there? This fucking guy. This guy's a fuckhead. Foreign Minister Bob Carr. This guy is a complete China shill. Bought and paid for, foreign agent. By the way. So like, you know exactly what he's going to be saying here. Well, we wouldn't even need to listen to it to know exactly what the fuck he's going to say in this interview. Like,
founder of Labour Friends of Israel back in the 1980s. So he knows how the lobby works firsthand, and now he's one of the most vocal critics of the state of Israel in Australia.
What is happening in Gaza, I say it unabashedly.
He's also a gigantic fan of the CCP, who is Israel's third biggest buyer. By the way. Oh, and a history of collaboration between the CCP and Israel.
Who's bought this guy?
Hey, who sold China the J-16? Who gave them the plans? Yeah, exactly. You nailed it. You got it. So, yeah, this guy went on a what I can only assume was a state-funded trip to China. It was a state-funded trip to China, just like Daniel Andrews, to increase their personal wealth. But no, we should listen to this guy on Israel.
Is a genocide. If you got a thesaurus that offers us a dictionary that offers us a different word, I'll look at it. But in the meantime, this is a genocide.
If you ask me, I think the Patreon's great. And look, there are hundreds of hours of like other exclusive full-length videos on there.
Selling
And
more
you get to join
stuff
the Discord, so
on top of
I think you should
undermining the
check-
Palestinian movement.
Pretty cool. Very
so
cool.
anti-capitalist of you, bro.
Very cool. Cool guys. Anyway, that went a bit off the rails.
Stan, will you call your friend an asshole right now?
Where is the audio? But yeah, that video went a bit off the rails. Whoops.
What a fuckwit.
That was honestly the worst video they've ever made.
Venezuela continue to climb. American fighter jets just made their closest known approach to Venezuelan airspace in years. Pentagon flew 2 FA-18 fighter jets over the Gulf of Venezuela.
Shoot them down. Actually, don't. That's what they want. That's a bad idea.
Yeah. On Tuesday.
I retract that statement. Don't
well,
fucking do a thing.
Trump's currently talking about direct bombings.
Great. If that happens, shoot him down.
Like I said, they're going to keep escalating until Venezuela retaliates, and then they're going to say, see, they're violent, and use it to justify a war.
Yeah. And then it's up to the American people to make sure that war can't be held. You know, supply lines. America is a logistic god. Disrupt those logistics, and there won't be a war.
The nearest U.S. military aircraft have come.
Like, literally, the only thing that can stop America is its citizens. At this point, the only thing that can stop America from doing what it wants is its citizens. The only way is to disrupt the supply chains.
To the country's airspace since the Trump administration launched its expanded anti-drug mission in the region. A U.S. defense official told Fox News
That's a shit
the
photo.
flight was a routine training mission meant to show how far the aircraft can operate, but it comes amid a broader buildup. American forces were also seen unloading trucks and heavy equipment from military ships in Puerto
Before
Rico.
they did an invasion?
A visible expansion of the U.S. footprint in the
That it was
Caribbean.
a routine training mission right before they did an invasion.
When?
Russia. That's literally what the precursor to the invasion of Ukraine was.
When they were building up on the border. And I was like, no, there's no fucking way they're going to invade. Little did I know.
Well, I was going back and forth in it too, because I didn't know who to fucking believe, because the fucking Russian propaganda network is so advanced.
We learned a lot since then. I think we're a lot more aware now than we were, and it's not even like, I don't think we would make that mistake again.
Yeah.
And I think we've done pretty well to not have any calls like that where we're like, oh, well, looking back now, it's like fucking obvious. Looking at all the information that I've come across and learning about 2014 and the time between 2014 and February in 22, and all the shit that happened there, and all the stuff that Russia did in Georgia and Chechnya, and the way that they did it in Georgia, and the way that they did it in Chechnya, and the way that they're doing it in Ukraine is all exactly the fucking same. And if I had that background knowledge at the time, I would have probably had a different position. I'm sure you would have as well. But like,
well, that's the thing. Is like I had already seen their actions in Syria and stuff. But like also like even like the Russian propaganda in Syria, like they were fighting Al Qaeda. Like it still was Al Qaeda. Like I was still well aware that Wagner got spanked on the oil field, but like I wasn't necessarily fucking pro-Syrian at the time either. I was very anti-Assad, but like
not necessarily.
It was like one of those things where it's like, what the like? It was more of a, I don't support anyone in this. But like progressively, especially the last 4 years, the Jelani fucking taking power and like making that fucking weird shit leave to replace with this actual revolutionary ideology was great. But like it's like the fucking like the coups in Africa, like the people who take over have also been pieces of shit.
Yeah.
Like it's not a better state or system.
I just want to point this out as well. Yeah, just before we move on, the guy that he was interviewing literally defended being in China
with their little fashy military parade while they're threatening regional destabilization. Australia's former foreign affairs minister has defended being in China during a show of Chinese military force. Mr. Carr was in Beijing at the time, same time as the Russian President Vladimir Putin, North Korean leader Kim Jong-un, and Chinese President Xi Jinping met, and China rolled out the massive military parade as a show of force. Mr. Carr told 730 that he did not attend the parade, but did attend the commemoration event earlier today. Daniel Andrews attended the event. Look, here's the picture. There he is, this little fucking weasel-dicked cunt. Fuck this guy. It was something Mr. Carr said he would personally have avoided. I certainly would. He's aware of the optics. Yeah, this guy's smarter than Daniel Andrews. Avoided them. Talking about the photos, he said before, saying he could not speak for Mr. Andrews, who has long held the closer ties to China. Mr. Carr told 730 that despite the huge show of military might, he simply was there to mark a historical occasion, and said that he made it clear to the Chinese ambassador to Australia he was not there for the parade. No, you were there for personal gain, just like Daniel Andrews was, to make private connections with bigwigs in the CCP. That's why you were there. That's why Daniel Andrews was there. All, mind you, on the taxpayer's dollar. Very cool. When I accepted the invitation to come to the commemoration of China's enormously historically significant event over the victory over the Japanese aggressors, I was coming to the commemoration. It's so funny that you're going to a literal romantic nationalist fascist parade in China and defending it. Because mind you, China didn't win. Japan lost to America. They were still in China. They surrendered because they got bombed. Why are we romanticizing World War II? Why are we rewriting history? I don't understand. Now China's like, oh, we're all part of the Allies. No, you were just victims. Just like the Philippines, just like most of Southeast Asia. Like, there's no shame in that. I don't understand. Like, it's not a part of this. I guess it is part of their century of humiliation, whatever. But it's like, you're just victims. Like, it's just a victim. Like, Japan was the aggressor. Japan made China the victim. I don't, there's no shame in that. But for whatever reason, you need to compensate for this perceived shame of becoming victims to a fascist war machine. Like, becoming a fascist war machine in the process? Like, what the fuck? Can we stop?
President Trump has said land operations are coming, though he's offered no timeline on specifics. Since September, the U.S. has carried out multiple strikes on what it says are drug smuggling boats off Venezuela's coast. Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro claims the U.S. is using those missions as cover to try to force him from power. And now one of those early strikes is facing scrutiny on Capitol Hill. Lawmakers are demanding Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth release the full, unedited video of a follow-up strike that killed 2 survivors of the initial attack. Hegseth said Tuesday he's still deciding whether to make that footage public.
Oh. Wait. That was the guys behind Jubilee and their shitty fact checks.
The Homeland Security Secretary says that Wednesday's seizure of an oil tanker off the Venezuelan coast was part of it.
This is a Fox News fake news alert!
Comes as President Trump ramps up his attacks on President Nicolas Maduro and builds up the U.S. military.
Had the volume come through? Because I don't have the monitor up yet. Yeah? Fantastic. I'm going to log into the monitor. The best part is I don't even need to log in. I can just use the invite link and just sit in there. Am I here? Hello? Hello. Hi. I can hear myself.
This is a Fox News fake news alert!
That's fucking great. We'll have to get an actual Fox News alert one as well, not just the fake news. Use them,
presence in the Caribbean. Meanwhile, Venezuelan opposition leader and Nobel Peace Prize laureate Maria Corina Machado made her first public appearance in 11 months in Oslo. She praised U.S. efforts to end Maduro's grip on power, saying he's turned Venezuela into a criminal hub.
Some people talk about invasion in Venezuela, the threat of an invasion in Venezuela, and I answered, Venezuela has been already invaded.
Oh my God.
We have the Russian agents, we have the Iranian agents, we have terrorist groups such as Hezbollah, Hamas, operating freely in accordance with the regime. We have the
Prove it.
Colombian guerrilla, the drug cartels that have taken over 60% of our populations, and not only involved in drug trafficking, but in human trafficking.
Prove it. You're just saying shit. Like, this is literally all Trump does. He just says shit. Prove it. Cite something. Oh, the Bureau of Statistics of Venezuela says 60% of the country is involved with gangs. Where? What? You're literally just giving Trump fuel to justify his fucking invasion.
That's the point.
Fucking
because she
Miss
thinks
Nobel
she gets
Peace
power
Prize.
at the end.
This is not how you recover from having an election stolen from you. This is how you don't do this.
But she wants power, you see.
Of course.
In networks of prostitution. So this has turned Venezuela into the criminal
You think
hub.
if she was in power that the Venezuelan gangs and drugs would stop? You think it's that easy?
Of course it would. She would just become a fascist, obviously. Clearly, that was her plan, which is great.
But didn't help Mexico with those policies. Left-wing policies still haven't helped Mexico either.
No, they have not.
The Americas.
All right, I want to pull in now Christopher Sabatini. He's an expert on Latin America with Chatham House in London. Christopher, good to see you again. We heard Machado there. I mean, she's welcoming the Trump administration's moves, including the seizure of that oil tanker. Is this really her only option at the moment if she wants to end Maduro's rule?
Truth is, the opposition has for a long time attempted many different routes to remove Maduro from power, and she's correct in saying that it is a corrupt regime that engaged in all sorts of illicit activities. She's also been saying, correctly, that it has welcomed Russian, Iranian, Hezbollah, and Cuban influence. And quite frankly,
I mean, yes, like when I say prove it, I'm talking about the gang statistic. Like, obviously these agents are going to come in, these surrogates for these states are going to come in because it's America fighting Venezuela, and Venezuela has always been one of these alt empire countries where they align against the United States.
The thing is that okay, I guess because the Venezuelan state permitted it, but like there is IRGC and Wagner. There were in Venezuela. It's gone pretty much now because of global developments with both those imperial powers. But they were also in Mexico City. They're working with the cartels there, and not the government. But But then again, Trump also wants to invade Mexico.
Yeah. So it's like, yeah, like obviously these agents are going to be there. Like there's going to be representatives from the state who are trying to get the influence within Maduro's government. Like that's obviously going to be a thing. Like you'd be stupid not to. Like he's anti-liberal world order fucking dictator. Of course he's going to side with Russia and shit. Of course they're going to be there. It's the gang claim, the drug claim that I want the proof for. I am yet to see any proof from America or this chick that gangs are a problem to the point that they are
overtaking the country like it's fucking Mexico. That's never been the problem. It's never been the point. It's never been a narrative.
Well, the allegations is that the regime is a narco regime in a narco state, which...
Again,
yeah, because they're embargoed and shit, you know?
Like, yeah.
Like, Assad also became a narco state, but he actually had justified embargoes and sanctions against him.
Mm-hmm. You reckon if they pulled the embargoes and sanctions off Venezuela, they'd stop?
No, I think it's too far in now. But I also don't think this is a solution.
No.
To decouple the crime from the government, I don't know what's going to happen there.
Yeah.
Like,
it's going to be interesting what this guy says as a follow-up to, yes,
the
what you're
fascist
saying
party
is correct.
would have
Yes,
to come
he's a
in
piece
and
of
do,
shit.
like, entire party purges and shit.
Mm-hmm.
You know? Like, it's already interlinked into the government. What are they going to do?
I guess we'll see.
The Maduro government has, dragged out negotiations, multiple negotiations, and then last year and the year before, basically sort of stole an election in which she had been chosen as the opposition candidate by over 90% of the opposition voters. So, yes, I understand their frustration. Having said that, the idea of banking on Trump to deliver regime change in a policy that, quite frankly, doesn't seem to have the clear logic that many people believe it should have, is a risky gamble.
Yeah, a lot of people in the opposition in Venezuela are not necessarily in favor of these U.S. attacks on fishing vessels. And we know that Machado, she has come out in favor of these attacks. Does that make her less of a unifying figure for the opposition movement?
She is a unifying figure because, quite frankly, she won overwhelmingly an opposition primary. And then when the Supreme Court denied her right to be able to be a candidate in the presidential elections of 2024, she threw her weight behind Edmundo Gonzalez, and she campaigned tirelessly across all of Venezuela. She also helped organize a massive effort nationwide to count the votes and demonstrate that the election was stolen from Edmundo Gonzalez and indirectly for her. But the problem is that by endorsing these Trump strikes on the alleged narco trafficking boats, she is, in fact, ignoring the basic fundamental right of democracy, which is due process. The Trump administration has been claiming that these boats are carrying narcotics.
Yeah, who are they,
and in fact, they've been alleging also they're carrying fentanyl, although Venezuela doesn't produce fentanyl.
Correct.
But they're also doing it without producing any evidence.
Aha, see?
We know that Machado is in Oslo at the moment. She said today that the Americans helped her to leave Venezuela to go to Norway, and she plans to go home. What do you imagine is going to happen next for her? And do you assume that the Americans will also play a role in getting her back to her home country?
They probably will have to. They have a massive array of assets off the coast of Venezuela, more than 10 ships. They've been flying planes on the border of Venezuelan airspace and even into Venezuelan airspace. They will need to provide intelligence that helps her evade Nicolas Maduro's attempts to probably block her from re-entering the country. Because quite frankly, one of Maria Corina Machado's greatest strengths is that she's in Venezuela. It's many Venezuelan leaders have left the country, either been forced to or have chosen to leave, and their political stock has changed dramatically. Her primary role is to be inside Venezuela, to have contact with the Venezuelan people. Even if she isn't in personal contact with them, the fact that she's there and communicating with them through social media is very important. So it is essential that she gets back in. But clearly, the Nicolas Maduro government is going to try to prevent her from re-entering. They would very much love her to join the ranks of multiple political leaders of the opposition who have gone into exile and whose political stock is, quite frankly, faded.
Christopher Sabatini with Chatham House in London. Christopher, we appreciate your time and your insights tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Brett.
All right, joining me here in the studio now is our reporter, Oscar Schlenker.
Love
Oscar
DW.
spent many years reporting from Caracas. It's good to have you here with us. Oscar, you were just in Oslo for the Nobel Peace Prize ceremony. We know that Machado is now there. Did she make the right decision in deciding to leave Venezuela at this point in time?
Well, I think so, yes, because what was she doing in Venezuela except hiding and giving interviews here and there? Leaving Venezuela really shows that the Maduro's administration doesn't have as much control of what happens in their country as what they would like to show. And that somebody like Maria Corina Machado, who is a high-profile opposition leader that is in hiding in Venezuela, is able to escape with all the difficulties that it was for her to leave and to escape to go to Oslo.
Yeah, she said the Americans played a role in getting her out of the country and getting her to Oslo. She says she wants to go back. Do you think is it safe to assume the Americans are going to help her go back? I mean, can she go back to Venezuela without fear of being arrested?
Well, I don't think she can go back without that fear. There's a lot of risk in her going back. I think she does need the help of the U.S., and I think she's playing the cards that have been dealt with to her. I don't think she's calling the shots on that, really. I think the U.S. Trump's administration is calling the shots in this operation.
What does that mean? What does that mean for her, though? I mean, she's already said that she supports the U.S.'s policy towards Venezuela at the moment.
Well, definitely. I think she's playing a diplomatic strategy on that situation. There's nothing much she can do otherwise than to see how this all plays out between Trump and Maduro.
What do you think this is doing, though, to the unity of the opposition?
So I was around that fish and chips place on that video that we watched the other day, and I went. Pretty good fish. It's like. It's interesting though. It's not really.
Oh, on the
like,
best ever food
review.
Yeah.
It's not really like a traditional fish and chip shop. It's literally fish. It's just seafood. Like most of the option is seafood. They have like fresh fish out the front, fresh seafood that's what you pick from. They offer the burgers and stuff, but it's like a normal like plain burger, which is a burger lettuce sauce, or a burger with the lot. They have a souvlaki.
A burger with the lot. That's funny. So like,
do you not have that?
No. We have a term as well, but like people don't know what it is. So like my mom will be like, "I'm getting Five Guys. What do you want?" And I'll just say, "A burger all the way." And she goes, "I don't know what that means." And she'll come home with one that's just mushroom. Literally just say a burger all the way, you dumb fuck.
Because they'll know what it means.
Yes.
Yeah.
It literally prints on the ticket all the way.
That's awesome. But yeah, so it's I guess we call it the lot, which is I think technically it's not everything, but it's like
neither is all the way. That's that's the thing.
Lettuce, onion, tomato, beetroot, maybe pineapple. No, that's an extra
most
thing.
burgers that you're gonna get, the default is all the way. Okay, so everything is different. Everything is normally will include other charges, but Five Guys, I believe if you say everything or all the way, it'll print the same ticket, but I'm not positive.
Okay.
I'm not that sure because I don't really go there.
Yeah, because Five Guys is like the place that I first went to for American burgers, and then I went to In-N-Out, and I'm like, this is far fucking inferior.
Yeah, In-N-Out sucks. And
That's
they
controversial.
fucking have weird Christian shit going on.
Do they actually? That's strange.
Yeah, they have like Bible verses on their food.
Oh, weird. I didn't know that. Like, their chips are great. I will say that. Their burgers are not bad. Like, when I say that, like, it's not Five Guys.
Yeah, I prefer the traditional fry than the boardwalk style fry that Five Guys does. So, the boardwalk style fry, like, it
Just
needs
raw
to
cut
be...
potatoes, right?
But it needs to be cut that day. So, like, we actually, like, so in the back, there's like a 4-chamber sink that's a huge fucking 4-chamber sink. And, like, we would fucking put bags on our feet because your feet would be destroyed with rot. Because when you mix the fries, water's coming out and splashing on your feet. So if you don't fucking wrap your feet will just rot. Because you're getting wet all day like that. But we literally have to stir and drain the fries multiple times to rinse all the starch out of them. So they are processed. And we basically use it's like an ore. It's like a metal ore that you use to stir them. And then what they do is their fucking fry system is actually really fucking good. It's a conveyor belt. So it goes like down and then up in the center. And so like the first 2 baskets are your first fry. So they're fried twice. So the first fryers are like a different temp and a much cleaner oil basically. And so like it gives it time that after that first fry happens, because you have to rotate the entire fry order through the baskets.
Okay.
That it makes it so by the time they get their second fry, they've sat in a long enough time for the second fry. It's a very well set up system.
Oh, so it gets a little crispier after the second one. Is that the point?
So like I still like those boardwalk style fries are fucking great when you're at the beach for a nice salty snack. But I prefer just regular restaurant style crispy fries. But
to be fair, wait, are you talking about the Five Guys chips or the In-N-Out ones? Because the In-N-Out ones I actually really like, but I appreciate the raw potato.
It's just like
the Five Guys chips.
Like it's
just calling them chips, which is probably triggering.
I just don't care enough about the fries that I would get fries with the order.
Oh really? You never do?
No, I wouldn't care. It's already too expensive. Anyway, so normally when you order a burger, it's already all the way. And all that means is that all the toppings on it are free and included with the price.
Ah, okay.
Right?
That makes more,
so like anything that's add or double or extra
is extra
right?
cost.
That's on top of it. So it's really when the way that we have the system is that you are ordering food instead of like building food. Like it should be more like Subway, right?
Yeah,
where it says like, you know, where you kind of like you build the entree yourself and say what you want on the burger. But instead it's all like signature select burgers and stuff like that. Like, whatever.
Opposition, with her saying that she supports Trump's policies, including the attacks on these fishing vessels. I mean, is this a move that's going to keep the opposition united?
I think so, yes. The opposition, all the different oppositions there are in Venezuela, there's from communist parties to more conservative parties, and they're all supporting her because this is what we've been reporting as well during all these years, that criminal organizations, international organizations, have taken control of our government and are fueling our government's repressive machine. We have over 1,000 political prisoners, with some of them dying in their custody. There's a lot of torture. There's human rights and crimes against humanity being committed. And just today, the UN published a report that's accusing the Venezuelan armed forces of committing crimes against humanity and human rights violations. And I think that is a step forward into a democratic change in Venezuela as well.
U.S. President Trump was recently asked what would happen to Venezuela's oil if the United States invades the country. And he answered, he shrugged and answered by saying, "We keep it, I guess." How does that help to unify the opposition in the country?
Well, I think the U.S. already has Venezuela's oil. Chevron is still exporting oil from Venezuela into the U.S. And the oil production in Venezuela is not as it was some years ago. There needs to be at least $21 billion invested in our infrastructure to get back to the production that we had several years ago. So it is very costly to bring our industry back up and running as it was. There's not much from that oil revenue. And that's why the Maduro's administration has had to resort to criminal operations to keep their regime afloat.
I know you have a lot of ties in Venezuela. You still have lots of contacts with people there. Do they have faith in a U.S. invasion? Do they think that is what it's going to take to end the Maduro regime?
I think there is a lot of mistrust on Trump. We've seen Trump treat Venezuelans very badly in the U.S. with the deportations from Venezuelans that were just trying to escape Maduro's regime. And it's very unfortunate that a lot of Venezuelans feel trapped between a regime like Maduro's and an administration that's becoming more authoritative like Trump's. But I think there is faith in change, and that's what many people are hoping.
Yes or no, will the Nobel Peace Prize help to strengthen Machado?
Yes.
All right. Oscar Schlenker, Oscar, good to have you in the studio. Good to get that short answer from you, too. We appreciate it. Thank you.
Let's talk about all of this with Jesus Renzullo. He is with the Giga Institute for Latin America Studies.
Giga
is based here in Berlin. Welcome to DW. So we just heard Maria Corina Machado there. She did appear to avoid answering questions directly about a possible U.S. invasion of Venezuela. I mean, what do you think? Is she hoping for the U.S. to help oust President Maduro?
Maria Corina Machado finds herself in a really difficult position. Unlike in 2019, the Maduro administration has a better grip on power. Security apparatus is under control. Economic crisis has been somewhat managed. And many society civil protest groups like universities and NGOs have been either muffled or have been taken into a migration crisis. That means that she finds herself only two tools to maintain power or to get power. The first is the popular support that she has on the population of Venezuela. And the second is external support. So yes, she is hoping some support from the United States. That doesn't necessarily mean invasion. I think she is mostly agreeing with this external pressure mentality of Donald Trump to create an implosion in Caracas.
You talk about pressure, and President Maduro is under growing pressure. We've, of course, been reporting just last night the U.S. seized a Venezuelan oil tanker. What do you see Washington's strategy as being here?
The strategy is the same as has been since the beginning.
It's a strategy of fascism.
Basically, they are trying to create enough pressure inside Caracas elite, so Caracas elite throws Maduro out, finding him way more costly than agreeing with Donald Trump's demands. That does the Donald Trump administration is isolationist by nature, and they doesn't like to incur in costs, but they like to create threats that might seem like they are willing to involve a lot. That doesn't mean that they necessarily would invade, but that means that they are trying to convince the elite in Caracas that Maduro is not worth the trouble.
Maria Corina Machado, she will return to Venezuela after her visit to Norway. Presumably, she'll have to go right back into hiding. What role can she continue to play there as the leader of the opposition?
That is the most difficult question, I think, because the opposition leaders, both Maria Corina Machado and Edmundo Gonzalez, found themselves now out of the country. Edmundo has been trying to come back. We saw the attempts in January, and he failed. The Venezuelan government might be willing to let the opposition leaders leave, but they are going to make it really difficult for them to come back. Maintaining an opposition in the exile is extremely difficult, and maintaining an opposition momentum while hiding is even more difficult. This is the biggest hurdle that Maria Corina Machado has. She hasn't tested her popularity and her capacity to mobilize the population in 10 months. This is something that she will have to face. If she ever comes back to the country, she will have to start regaining the momentum that she has lost since the beginning of 2025.
Do you think this trip to Norway will have helped her. I mean, she repeatedly spoke about freedom, about democracy. How impactful do you think her presence in Oslo was?
Her presence in Oslo is impactful on an international level. It creates more awareness of what the situation in Venezuela is, and it gives more idea to the leaders on the world of who this leader is, or who this opposition leader is, and whether they should support her. How does this impact in the internal support inside Venezuela for Maria Corina Machado? That is more of a difficult question and more difficult to answer. In October 2023, she had ample support from the opposition and from the Venezuelan population. Now we need to see whether that support has maintained, has diminished, or has increased.
Jesus Renzullo from the Giga Institute for Latin America Studies. Thank you so much for your insights.
Thanks to you.
December 10th, the United States seized a Venezuelan oil tanker. This is probably one of the biggest breaking stories coming out right now this week, for sure, because we haven't done something like this in a while. Now, U.S. forces executed this high-profile seizure of this large oil tanker in international waters off the coast of Venezuela.
They're
which
just
is,
like
I would
the
say,
Houthi.
a significant escalation in the Trump administration's pressure campaign against Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro.
Will
the
we get
operation, which was
demonetized if we
described by
cover it?
U.S. officials as a lawful enforcement of sanctions, involved armed personnel boarding the vessel via helicopter. Now, President Donald Trump announced this action and announced this mission being completed during a White House press briefing, calling it, quote, the largest tanker ever seized, and confirming the U.S. intends to retain the cargo on board.
Cool.
Meaning the oil. Here's a clip of him saying, yes, we're going to keep the oil.
Interested in the seizure of this tanker. What happens to the oil on that ship? Well, we keep it, I guess. Where does it go? What does it go to? Well, you have to follow the tanker. You know, you're a good newsman. Just follow the tanker.
Do you know where
follow,
it's going? Was it going
follow
to
it.
China?
Get a helicopter and follow the tanker.
Is it true it's going to
But we're
Cuba?
going to, I assume we're going to keep the oil.
Mr. President, on Fed Chair, Kevin Haskett said you were going to announce your decision within the next 2 weeks. Is that correct?
Maybe.
Are you doing your interviews with Biles?
Now, this move has drawn some pretty sharp
He sounds
condemnation
like he
from
doesn't know what the
Venezuela,
fuck he's
and
doing.
also some people have referred to it as, quote, an act of international piracy, and has had actual impacts on global oil markets and regional tensions. Now, this is the first known physical seizure of a Venezuelan oil shipment since the U.S. started putting sanctions on the country's state-owned oil company, Petróleos de Venezuela, back in 2019. And it builds on a broader U.S. strategy that includes a massive military buildup in the Caribbean, strikes against alleged drug trafficking vessels, and renewed sanctions after a brief easing in 2022 to 2024. Now, the vessel that was raided was called the MT Skipper, which is a very large crude oil carrier with a capacity of around 2 million barrels. At the time, it was carrying approximately 1.8 million barrels of Venezuela's heavy Mary crude oil, which was loaded up on the ship at Jose Oil Terminal between December 4th and 5th of 2025, which is in the capital city of Venezuela. Now, the ship was flying a Guyana flag, but was falsely registered there. According to Guyanese officials, it had previously sailed under a Panamanian flag. And prior to this voyage, it had docked in Iran at least twice in July of 2025 and was sanctioned by the U.S. Treasury in 2022 under the name Adisa for facilitating illicit Iranian oil shipments that funded groups like Hezbollah and the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps, which are designated foreign terrorist organizations. Now, the seizure of this vessel took place on, like I said, December 10th of 2025
Like
in
they
international
had,
waters
I'm
off
sure
the coast
they had
of
the
Aruba,
grounds
like
and
northeast of Aruba, roughly.
justification to legally do this seizure. Like, I'm not, like, no shit, it's like lawfully like executing sanctions and stuff like that, but like, come on, bro. Get real. Why don't you do this with the fucking Russian oil?
Yeah, exactly. Oh, can't steal Russian money. Oh, giving money to Ukraine that's Russian is stealing.
200 to 300 miles from Venezuela's coast. And the raid included U.S. forces. They had FBI agents there. They had Homeland Security investigations personnel and U.S. Coast Guard teams, as well as support from the Department of War, like the U.S. Navy. Apparently, they boarded the vessel before 6 a.m. local time, with drone and helicopter footage released by Attorney General Pam Bondi showing the MH-60 Seahawk helicopters hovering low as special forces, including about 10 Marines and 10 Coast Guard members, rappelling onto the deck with their weapons drawn. Now, apparently, there was no internal resistance on the ship that was reported, and there were no casualties or injuries reported either. Which I would imagine if this oil tanker didn't have any, like, military personnel on it, they're probably just gonna be like, whoa, hey, we're chill. We're chill here, guys. We're not trying to cause any problems. Now, a federal seizure warrant was issued by a U.S. judge about 2 weeks prior to this incident based on the tanker's history of violating sanctions rather than direct ties to Maduro's government. Now, prosecutors agree that the vessel was part of a, quote, ghost fleet, which is a network of like, ghost ships that are
better
used
than we're going to see
specifically
any
to evade sanctions by disabling
we're not going to see like Crystal Ball
and conducting ship
or any of those people.
Now, this
say
operation
stuff.
was conducted safely and securely, according to the Attorney General Pam Bondi, who's been framing it as disrupting an illicit network funding terrorism. Now, the Trump administration has portrayed this seizure as a targeted strike against sanction evasion and Maduro's alleged narco-terrorism ties, and not a direct assault on Venezuela's sovereignty. Venezuela's oil sector is central to Maduro's regime, which generates revenue despite U.S. bans, and about 80% of Venezuelan exports go to China, often via shadowy intermediaries. Now, the U.S.'s goal is to choke out these flows, with the president saying that the oil will be kept as leverage. Now, this seizure of this vessel is just
said, I guess
the
we
latest
keep
thing
it. He didn't
that's
think about
followed
it.
the
Because
22
like,
plus
what are you
US
gonna do
strikes
with
in
that
September
shit?
2025 on
You
boats
can't
that were
process
accused of
it.
trafficking drugs linked to Venezuelan forces, which has resulted in the deaths of at least 87 people so far, estimates.
Like,
say.
what are you gonna
The US
do
has
with the
15,000
industrial
troops deployed
sledge,
to the
sir?
region, including the USS Gerald Ford carrier strike group and other assets in the Caribbean
Just imagine
as well,
the guy trying to
which is the
explain to
largest
Trump that
regional
there's
buildup in a
nothing
very
they
long
can do
time,
with
probably
the oil.
decades. Now, the
That they
president's
ha-
also
the
hinted
only
at
pro-
further
places they
actions,
can
including
process it is
potential
in
land
Venezuela.
operations or seizing
Yeah.
oil fields. Though a lot of aides note that he's being cautious about full regime change. Now, as a result of this seizure, oil prices briefly spiked, with Brent crude up 0.4% to $62.21 a barrel due to supply disruption fears. But then it settled quickly as cargo represents less than 2 days of demand globally. Now, as far as like who did what role on the seizure, the FBI led the seizure warrant execution. Homeland Security investigations investigated the sanctions violations. The U.S. Coast Guard provided maritime boarding teams and primary operational support. The Department of War supplied helicopters/air support and special forces, and the U.S. Navy monitored the vessel with potential escort post-seizure. Now, so far, the Venezuelan response to this has been that Maduro's government issued a fiery statement via the foreign ministry calling the seizure a, quote, brazen robbery and a, quote, act of international piracy aimed at plundering Venezuela's resources. They also vowed to pursue legal action in international forums and rally domestic support, with Maduro telling crowds in Caracas that the country is, quote, prepared to break the teeth of the North American empire. Now, no direct military retaliation has occurred, but tensions are obviously high. And Maduro did not address it in a speech on December 10th, but later saying, don't worry, be happy on stage during some protests. Now, the country of Guyana has tried to distance itself from this, confirming that the flag was illegal. Cuba has not publicly commented on it. China, the primary buyer of Venezuelan oil, is now facing indirect pressure
Well, that's what they'll
from
do.
this
They'll just
because
sell
they
this to
import
China.
a lot of Venezuelan oil because that's how they get around the sanctions. And interestingly enough, Venezuelan opposition leader Maria Corina Machado was given the Nobel Peace Prize. Now, this could potentially accelerate the collapse of Venezuela's economy because oil production is already down due to sanctions and mismanagement, and it definitely disrupts a key revenue stream for the country, which could potentially lock Maduro in, like, seeking more aid from Iran or Russia. Interestingly enough, Maria Corina Machado also mentioned that there was also already Russian and Iranian agents inside of Venezuela right now, which adds an entirely new layer of complexity to this situation in the country. Here's a clip of her saying that, saying they've already been invaded.
Hello, David Rasmussen, Swedish Radio. Yesterday, the US seized a ship outside the coast of Venezuela. Would you welcome a US military intervention in Venezuela?
Look, Some people talk about invasion in Venezuela, the threat of an invasion in Venezuela, and I answered, Venezuela has been already invaded. We have the Russian agents, we have the Iranian agents, we have terrorist groups such as Hezbollah, Hamas, operating freely in accordance with the regime.
Now, this could escalate even more because it could draw in Venezuela's allies like Russia, Iran, China, could provoke Venezuelan naval responses. So the U.S. is preparing for like a day after scenario for regime change, although that's not their specific explicit intent. As of December 11th of 2025, the Skipper is still under U.S. control with its crew detained pending investigation, and further detail on the oil's fate or crew's status are expected soon. All right, guys, that's it for the daily roll-up for today. I appreciate you watching the video from start to finish.
One of the videos I saved
it
was
does
this
help
week in
support the
shipping.
channel if you watch a video all the way
yeah.
through, because it tells YouTube that they need to recommend the video to more people. So I appreciate you watching the video. Thanks for watching. Thank you so much for supporting the channel. If you want to support the channel in other ways, you can like this video. You can leave a comment in the comment.
Yeah, let's keep trend with Trump's stupid decisions.
In December 2025, a special election was held in Tennessee's deep red 7th Congressional District. And while the Republicans prevented a devastating upset, Democrats improved the result by a whopping 12 points.
Do
compared
this
to
week in
2024.
shipping before
That's
we
the
move
kind
to
of
this.
swing you often see in special elections right before a midterm wave.
He's great.
In a playlist?
You can just go to the channel This Week in Shipping. He's in there somewhere. He's a funny guy.
On this episode of What's Going On with Shipping, the U.S. military has issued a warrant and has seized a tanker off the coast of Venezuela. That's right, they have seized the Skipper. Sal Mercogliano here for an episode to talk about the U.S. takedown of the tanker Skipper off the coast of Venezuela. This has generated a lot of attention, and I want to go down and break it down with what we know so far. If you're new to the channel, hey, take a moment, subscribe to the channel, and hit the bell so be alerted about new videos as they come in. So one of the first things we really have to deal with here is, I think, the most important issue is, why is the U.S. video quality not as good as the Houthis? The Houthis have much better quality video out on this than we're getting from the United States. Although I will say that in the takedown video done by the United States, much better music than we've seen from the Houthis. All right, let's go ahead and take a look at this video.
I love
so
that this guy's
on
already
X by
comparing
Attorney
them
General
to the Houthis.
Pam Bundy. Today, the Federal Bureau of
Pam
Investigation,
Bundy.
Homeland Security Investigations, and the United States Coast Guard, with support from the Department of War, executed a seizure warrant for a crude oil tanker used to transport sanctioned oil from Venezuela and Iran. For multiple years, the oil tanker has been sanctioned by the United States due to its involvement in an illicit oil shipping network supporting foreign terrorist organizations. This seizure, completed off the coast of Venezuela, was conducted safely and securely, and our investigation alongside the Department of Homeland Security to prevent the transportation of sanctioned oil continues. So the takedown by the U.S. military, specifically the U.S. Coast Guard, was mentioned here. And the reason the Coast Guard is identified here, even though these are Navy helicopters, these are Navy Seahawk helicopters you're seeing here, the U.S. Coast Guard has law enforcement authority. The U.S. military does not. And in this case, because there was a filing in the Department of Justice, literally a arrest warrant was issued for this ship, it is the U.S. Coast Guard that has to execute this mission. Here's the track of the motor tanker Skipper for roughly the last 6 months. Coming out of Hong Kong via Malaysia up into the Persian Gulf, specifically over to the UAE and Iraq, not Iran, and then around to off the coast of Guyana in October. And the ship has been sitting there since the end of October. Now, this track was provided to us from the good crew over at Tanker Trackers, who do visual investigation of tankers. And they were able to catch this tanker on multiple occasions here, as you will note here. Here you see satellite image of the ship. This is from October 29th. This is Skipper. Her status is empty at this moment. Here she is off of Barcelona and Puerto de la Cruz. Same condition. Ship is showing as empty. This is as of November 4th. Now here she is south of Curacao, showing a condition of not empty. Believe the cargo is Venezuelan crude oil. These satellite images give us a little better look at what was going on with the ship. Here you see her on November 14th by the Jose Terminal. We see skipper loading, and then here on December 7th, south of Curacao, the ship is engaged in what's called an STS, a ship-to-ship transfer of fuel to another tanker, the Neptune 6. These were images grabbed of Skipper when she was pierside loading at the time. And here is that blow-up of that aerial view. We believe the Skipper had loaded at least 1.8 million barrels of crude oil on board. Again, this is all from tanker trackers. Here's Skipper right now. She is just east of the Windward Islands, heading northbound. We don't have an identity of where the ship is going yet. She's still showing Georgetown and Guyana, but that is not where she's heading. Pull up our information here on marine traffic. Skipper is a crude oil tanker built in 2005, 20 years old, under the flag of Guyana. She is not registered in Guyana. We're going to come back to that in a second. 310,000 tons. Length overall of 333 meters. That is 1,092 feet. The ship is roughly the size of an aircraft carrier. When we pull up her compliance warnings here, we get a lot of red flags. So the vessel is currently sanctioned by OFAC. We're going to come back to that in a minute. Her cargo has been carrying risk-detected and sanctioned cargo. This is going all the way back to 2022. We see cargo coming out of Venezuela, cargo coming out of Iran, and cargo coming out of Venezuela again. Her ownership, the vessel's registered owner is Triton Navigation Corporation. Now, Triton Navigation Corporation is what got the initial sanction against this vessel. Here it is on the sanction list. Now, the tanker was initially registered in Panama, but was flying a Guyana flag. But this ship does not have a current registry, meaning it is a stateless vessel. It is owned by Triton Navigation Corporation in the Marshall Islands, which is owned by a Singapore shell company, managed by a Nigerian company, and ultimately owned or controlled by Viktor Sergeyevich Artanadov, a Switzerland-based citizen of Ukraine who leads a shadow tanker fleet to supply the Iran Revolutionary Guard Corps. That's right, the IRGC. And this is what led to that sanction back in 2022 by the United States. Now, not only does the vessel have issues with its registry, we really know if the vessel is classified. Its last classification expired in May of 2022. That was with NK, and then its P&I Club, its insurance, has no information whatsoever. So this vessel hits the trifecta here. It doesn't have a registry, it doesn't have insurance, and it doesn't have a classification. As
no
such,
insurance.
A stateless, unclassified, uninsured vessel can be seized on the high seas. It is identified as a problem, especially because this ship's past registry was Panama. And what we don't know is whether the United States conveyed information to Panama to execute this seizure. What we do know is that in U.S. court, now we haven't gotten our hands yet on that. I've been going through the U.S. DOJ site and Pacer trying to find this. But what we have is a U.S. court order that allows you to arrest this vessel. And understand, ships are like people in terms of the law. They can be physically arrested. And what you saw with the landing on the ship was a arrest order being written, arrest order being delivered. The ship is being piloted probably by the ship's crew with U.S. Coast Guard and other military officers and crew on board to navigate the ship up to a port. We just don't know where she's going right now. I'm going to take you over to Lloyd's List Sea Searcher. This is a great tool that the people at Lloyd's have given me access to. And one of the things you can see right here is the trades that were identified as sanctioned. So right here, this trade, this is back in January of 2025 from Iran's Clark Island over to China to 21 March. Another one here of crude oil from Iran over to China. This is back in July to September. And then the most recent one here is the loading at the Jose Terminal on 14 November with a destination listed as the United Kingdom, but we're not really sure where it is. And there are past cargoes here that triggered the warning too. A lot of these were out of Iran over to Syria. So this ship isn't just seized out of the blue. There was a element of legality that was done to it. However, I shouldn't mention that Iran recently seized the ship, and they argued that they, in their courts, had condemned the ship in a very kind of similar manner. and grabbed it. And what we've seen happen in the past is both the Iran and the U.S. have done this kind of tit for tat against each other. The U.S. hasn't been quite as direct as landing on the deck of the vessel. I also should note something too. There's a landing pad on that ship. You can actually land on the ship. I understand it's much more dramatic to fast rope down or rappel down, and I know Naval Air Systems Command hasn't rated the landing area, but you can land an H-60 on it, I'm pretty sure. But anyway, the Iranians and the U.S. have been grabbing ships tit for tat. The U.S. tends to use leverage against the shipping company to get the ship to show up in U.S. waters. They've done that in the past, but in this case, obviously, they wanted to take a much more direct route. This chart from Marine Traffic shows you all the sanctioned tankers that are out there. Now, these are tankers sanctioned by the G7, the EU, the United Kingdom, the United States. There are a lot of sanctioned tankers that are out there engaged in trade around the world. Notice how many of them are operating in and around Europe. A lot of them are Russian, coming out of the Baltic and the Black Sea, heading over to India, Southeast Asia, and East Asia, engaged. Understand, the concept of the Shadow Fleet is not a Russian creation. It actually comes out from U.S. sanctions against Venezuela and Iran. What Russia has done is taken the Shadow Fleet concept, this parallel fleet that they've created, and done it on steroids. And that's what we're seeing being done here. All right, let's take a moment and put this into context now. What does this mean going forward? Is the U.S. going to be grabbing tankers left and right? Is this a blockade of Venezuela? Well, you've got a couple of things at work here all at the same time. According to what Attorney General Bondi put out, this was done because of sanctioned oil that was carried by both Iran and Venezuela on board the ship. That's what triggered the takedown, along with the vessel not meeting any of the requirements as set out by international law. Now, some of you guys are going to be screaming at me. I know this. The U.S. hasn't ratified UNCLOS, the UN Convention of the Law of the Sea. 100% true, and I think the U.S. should ratify UNCLOS. I'm a big proponent of ratifying the Sea Treaty. However, I should note, Venezuela hasn't ratified it either. So Venezuela doesn't have a lot of leg to stand on this. However, the U.S. does affirm the principles of UNCLOS and basically has abided by it. Plus, there are other treaties that are in place that does it. Now, the U.S. has been conducting military operations in and around Venezuela. These charts come from Ian Ellis. Here is the U.S. strikes against alleged narco-terrorists over the past few weeks. This chart shows you the military deployments in and around the area, including naval craft, Coast Guard, and Air Force, Army, and Navy and Marine Corps aerial assets. And this shows you flight operations in and around the coast of Venezuela. So obviously tensions are high in the Caribbean. And one of the things that the U.S. has put this huge military force in place is a lot of people are talking about, well, this is going to be used to invade Venezuela. This military force is really designed in many ways for surveillance. And I would argue is providing a blueprint of what moves in and out of Venezuela. And I think the U.S. is getting ready to embark on a program to start seizing more ships. This story by Reuters over in GCaptain. More than 30 U.S. sanctioned oil vessels doing business in Venezuela could face punishment by Washington after the Coast Guard seized a supertanker. The seizure, announced by President Trump on Wednesday, was the first of an oil cargo from Venezuela, which has been under U.S. sanctions since 2019, and the Trump administration's first known action against a Venezuela-related tanker since he ordered a massive military buildup. The U.S. action, as Trump ratchets up pressure on the government of Venezuela President Nicolas Maduro, has put many vessel owners and operators and shipping agencies on alert, with many reconsidering whether to set sail from Venezuelan waters in the coming days. One of the things that we've seen happening over the years in both the Red Sea with the Houthi and in the Black Sea with the Russians and Ukrainians, and even up in the Baltic, is when you start creating this instability, what you see happen is all of a sudden cost to operate in that area goes up. Does the coast of Venezuela become a war risk insurance area? If I am sending a tanker into Venezuela to load cargo, I got to be worried about, will the U.S. seize it? And if I am operating nefariously, if I'm carrying cargo that has been sanctioned or my ship has been sanctioned, I got to think the U.S. may grab it, not just off the coast of Venezuela, but maybe in the Persian Gulf, maybe in Europe, maybe off the coast of Asia. This could be an economic coercion strategy being used by the United States, not just against Venezuela, but also against Iran. And let's not forget, just did a video yesterday about the drone strike by the Ukrainians against the Russians. This is creating a huge amount of instability on the world's oceans. I get very concerned that the world's oceans are not going to be that blue ocean commons where cargo and trade can flow freely, but instead we're reverting back to kind of great power.
You can tell this guy really cares.
And we kind of get that from this article right here by Mike Schiller. The UANI, the United Against Nuclear Iran, a U.S.-based advocacy group that tracks Tehran-linked shipping and sanction invasion, has praised the Trump administration's seizure of the very large crude carrier Skipper off the coast of Venezuela, calling it a significant step in combating illicit oil smuggling that funds authoritarian regimes in Iran and Venezuela. And this could be a warning shot across the bow to Iran's shadow fleet, but I gotta imagine to other nations' shadow fleet, the Venezuelans, and the largest one out there, the Russians. Remember, the Russians, Iranians, and Venezuelans can trade oil. All of them can. However, individual nations, the United States, the G7, the EU, have put sanctions against both tankers and the companies they operate because those ships have been doing it in violation of rules or laws they have passed. Does it have the power of the United Nations behind them? No. This is being done by individual nations against these powers. And again, this has the potential to cause problems. Some will call what the United States did piracy. It is actually not piracy because it's done by a nation, which is by definition the exact opposite of piracy. Piracy are done by lawless, stateless groups. The U.S. did not commit piracy here. What the U.S. has done is seized a vessel through a court order. They have basically kicked the door in.
So basically, it's piracy by legalities.
Yeah.
American legality, by the way. That's what we're hearing here. Not actually legal. Just a technicality in American law is what I'm getting here. Which is something. That's for sure.
The search warrant, seized the asset, and are now sailing it to a undisclosed port. I don't know if it comes into a U.S. port. The recourse here is for the owner of the ship and the owner of the cargo now to go to U.S. court to get it back. The problem is, I doubt very much if you're a a person who's under sanctions by the U.S., you're going to show up in a U.S. court, or if your designated attorneys will show up. I also have a question about whether or not Venezuela is going to show up to make a petition back to get its 1.8 million barrels of crude oil. What I do fear is that this is the beginning of a long process that is going to ramp up. And the way the military is configured in the Caribbean is it is designed to perform this level of interdiction. The Houthis couldn't follow up Galaxy Leader with a seizure of another vessel because of military. So what they did is they went to strike vessels. And one of the big difference between the Houthis and the U.S. is the U.S. supposedly is targeting vessels it knows to be guilty, either connected to the drug ring or ships that have committed these sanctions. As I've talked about multiple times with the Houthi, they attacked many ships that had no connection to Israel whatsoever. I am not giving you the right or wrong here. I allow you to figure this out. I've got the sources. I've got all my source material I've used here in the description of the video that you can go to and take a look at. All I can say is there is a lot of ship happening. And this is going to be a heck of a lot longer than a 3-hour tour before we figure it out. I had to come back to the skipper there at the end.
Yep.
I hope you enjoyed today's episode. If you did, hey, take a moment, subscribe to the channel, and hit the bell so you'll learn about new videos as they come out. Give it a big thumbs up, share it across social media, and if you can, support the page. How do you do it? You hit that super thanks button down below, or head on over to Patreon and become a monthly, yearly subscriber. Until the next episode, it's your little buddy signing off.
Your little buddy.
That's the condom brand I use.
Wipes out the president's party. The Democrats may not have won in Tennessee, but the result is the latest piece of evidence pointing to a blue wave so big that even gerrymandering won't be able to save the Republicans. See, for the last month or two, we've been seeing polls that show Democrats doing around 7 points better than they did in 2024. And that was more or less reflected in the big Democratic gains in New Jersey and Virginia this past November. Back in 2018, Democrats only needed a 5-point swing to flip 41 seats and win a comfortable majority. But things will be harder this time, since Trump convinced state Republicans to redraw the maps and create more red seats. That set off a redistricting war, with blue states gerrymandering back. And even though most of the new maps give Republicans an edge, the Democrats are leading by enough right now to beat the gerrymanders and hold a lot of their old seats. In some places, the whole thing could backfire, allowing Democrats to win in districts they couldn't before. Let's take a look at the 6 states that have redistricted so far this cycle and see how each party is doing. In Texas, where all of this started, Republicans drew 5 new red districts. They took a risk by creating a few new majority Latino districts that would have voted for Trump in 2024. But 2/3 of Latino voters oppose Trump's mass deportations, not to mention his handling of the cost of living crisis. In New Jersey, where 1/5 of the population is Latino, they swung back to the Democrats by double digits in 2025. If that happens in Texas, it would put 3 new districts in South Texas back into contention. It even gives Democrats an outside chance in a seat that was already held by Republicans, meaning they could end up only 1 seat down rather than 5. But the worst consequence for Republicans of gerrymandering in Texas is California's response. While Democrats were winning in New Jersey and Virginia, Governor Gavin Newsom was winning a ballot measure that added 5 new Democratic seats in California. All 5 of those seats are likely to go blue, especially in a wave election. Then we have Ohio and North Carolina, who drew 3 new Republican districts between them. But all 3 districts have long-time Democratic incumbents, and like Texas, they'd probably hold on, especially in a blue wave. Then there are the weird ones. In Missouri, Republicans drew an extra seat for themselves, but they're being challenged by a petition, which would delay the new map until voters approved it in the midterms. So they're frantically suing to get the petition voided, which means we don't know whether this one will go through. And then there's also Utah, where a map with 4 Republican seats was thrown out by a judge and replaced with one that created a safe Democratic seat out of nowhere. So Democrats are somehow getting a redistricting win out of this safe red state. A few more states could redistrict, but as of right now, Republicans go into 2026 with a baseline of about 223 seats, 3 more than they won last time. But that doesn't show the whole picture. Incumbents are difficult to unseat, even when their districts are redrawn, and especially when they're on the right side of a wave election. Because of their gains in California and Utah, Democrats only need 6 incumbents to hold on to their redrawn districts to flip the House. And that doesn't even account for all the seats in states without new maps. Add those in, and there are 35 Republican seats outside of California and Utah that could be won by Democrats, according to the analysts at Sabanos Crystal Ball. That doesn't mean they'll flip every single one of them, but they don't have to. They don't even have to win half. They only need 6, and odds are they'll get many more. With a future like that, it's no wonder so many Republicans are retiring before the next election. Many House Republicans already hate their jobs and complain that their leader, Speaker Mike Johnson, has turned the body into a rubber stamp for the Trump administration. Marjorie Taylor Greene, a far-right Republican who fell out with Trump, has announced she's resigning before the end of her term, and claims that multiple other Republicans are considering joining her. If just 3 seats flip in House elections in 2026, or if enough Republicans resign, Democrats could take control of the House before the midterms even happen. That's right, the Democrats are winning so big right now that there's a small chance they could win the midterms before a single vote is cast. But that's all hypothetical. For now, Democrats can be happy with their performance in 2025, from New Jersey to Virginia to Tennessee. If Trump wants to stop a blue wave in 2026, he needs to find a way to stop the bleeding and win voters back who have given up on his party. That probably means some big, fundamental changes to how he communicates and governs. Whether he can do that or not is anybody's guess. What do you think? Can Democrats sustain this big lead, or will Trump and Republicans find a way to stop the blue wave? Will this gerrymandering war ultimately help or hurt Republicans? And what does Trump need to do to win back support?
And we have the sort of the right-wing media world falling apart. We have Donald Trump's polling plummeting. I mean, just full-on plummeting. He's at 36% approval rating?
You want to pull that up now?
Yeah, let's just pull that up.
Yeah, the AP stuff. This was just absolutely stunning here. The AP NORC had a poll here where they looked at Trump's handling of the economy and then also on immigration, 2 major issues, and compared it to March 2025 when they asked the same questions. So let's just put this up here. you can see on the economy, Trump's overall approval rating is at 31% on the economy.
Damn,
I mean,
bro,
this is
they hate
unheard of
your
in my
ass.
lifetime for
That's
a Republican
fucking
president.
wild.
I feel like. I'm not sure. Maybe at the end of Bush's.
I think it's the lowest. Maybe. I mean, when Bush's approval rating got into like the mid 30s, we were in real sort of like a new territory.
Stick on that though for a second, Matt, because look at that with Republicans though. They're down 9 points from March. Only 69% of Republicans approve of his handling of the economy. That's like the lowest I've ever seen for him on one particular issue with Republicans. Is that crazy to say?
I don't know, to be honest with you, but it's low. But the bottom line is Donald Trump is getting into like sort of a uniquely low approval territory.
Can we just show that final one then, at least on immigration? He's fallen too.
Let's get to that. Let's get to the immigration one later.
But his overall approval is at 36% according to this, and only 74% of independents disapprove.
And so he's in deep doo-doo. Now, I don't know if that's the only reason that Indiana, the lawmakers refused to do it. My suspicion is, and this is, Donald Trump in the White House about 4 or 5 months ago, started to make a very dramatic push to get Republican-controlled state houses around the country to redistrict. They did it in Texas, despite the fact that it was racially gerrymandered. Supreme Court reversed the lower court's ruling that it was racially gerrymandered. And we should say, the reason why people thought it was racially gerrymandered is because the DOJ sent Texas a letter saying, you should racially gerrymander this. And so that was one of the clues. Nevertheless, that gerrymander is going to stand. But the idea was that there's going to be multiple states and there's going to be a gerrymander war. So California passes a referendum to gerrymander in response to Texas. But then the Republicans were counting on 2 new seats in Indiana. And it turns out that the speaker in the Indiana State House was not interested in that. And I suspect it is because a lot of them are not up for re-election. They don't think Trump's going to be around too much longer. And that some of the incumbents were like, well, if you're going to gerrymander to get rid of these Democratic districts, you're going to take away my cushion in my seats. And I'm not interested in that because the Indiana Republicans already control the state anyways. So there's really no massive benefit for them. And I think they're going to lose the Congress this go round as well. And none of the incumbents want to be in that position. But the violence that they were threatened with, let's just hear this report.
This is from WTHR.
That was the final vote, so that means 21 Republicans joined the 10 Democrats to end the mid-decade redistricting debate. And this came more than after 3 hours of passionate speeches on both sides of this issue. For the Republicans in support of the bill, they argued this map would boost the Republican voice in Congress. But the ones who voted no say this would take away the voice of the voters.
I believe the bill on its face is unconstitutional. I've done my very best to quietly and respectfully listen to the people I represent, and I'm confident that my vote reflects the will of my constituents.
So that last senator you just heard from, that is Senator Greg Good. And you may remember just a few weeks ago, he received the first swatting attempt out of all of the senators that we have reported on. And he was a major swing vote throughout the entire debate. No one really knew what side he was going to end up on because he was pretty quiet on that. He ended up voting no, one of the 21 Republicans who voted no. So since this bill died...
Okay, there were multiple swattings of these Indiana state senators. There was multiple threats issued against them, like from physical violence against them. And here's one threat from J.D. Vance. And this is important because if you think that Donald Trump is not going to be around, you got to worry about J.D. Vance, and this is number 8. Here is J.D. Vance retweeting and carrying on Donald Trump's threat. Put this up.
Donald Trump Jr.
Donald Trump Jr., sorry. Rod Bray. So Donald Trump Jr. said, if Indiana Republicans side with these never-Trumpers to do the dirty work of Democrats, I'll be spending a lot of time in Indiana next year campaigning against every single one of them. These rhino consultants sabotaging MAGA need to be rooted out of the GOP.
This isn't, by the way, the consultants, what are you talking about? Like the Heritage Foundation was making this push. The Trump super PACs are behind these threats against these lawmakers to go after them. This wasn't money on their side. In fact, it's actually the opposite. The Trump super PAC machine was threatening the lawmakers that weren't acquiescing.
Put up the J.D. Vance tweet. Rod Bray, the Senate leader in Indiana, has consistently told us he wouldn't fight redistricting while simultaneously whipping his members against it. That level of dishonesty cannot be rewarded, and the Indiana Republicans need to choose a side. Now, this was just before the vote, I think, or right after. And here is Heritage Action. Like Emma said, this is the Heritage Foundation. This is the most important, prominent right-wing conservative Republican think tank. President Trump has made it clear to Indiana leaders, if the Indiana Senate fails to pass the map, all federal funding will be stripped from the state. Roads will not be paved. Guard bases will close.
Yeah,
Major
the
projects will stop.
libertarian types are more fascist.
These are the stakes, and every no
That's what
vote
we
will be
figured
to
out.
blame. Well, here's the fascinating part. Now let's see them put up. I mean, first off, none of those senators are up for re-election in 2026. Yep. Now, Trump Jr., I don't know if he bothered not to sort of look that up. Maybe he doesn't have Google. Maybe he doesn't have ChatGPT or whatever it is.
I mean, you think he has mirrors, he just doesn't use them.
Exactly. and
What's going on over there?
The real question is
What
Donald
you
Trump
doing?
going to follow through on those threats? Because obviously the Indiana lawmakers weren't worried about it, not enough to do his bidding. And this is going to show that he is, even to those Republicans, a total paper tiger, at least in terms of the threats. Who knows what the constituents will do to them, but I think if they don't go right after Donald Trump, they're in no threat from their constituents. And this is how it starts to break apart. And so it's going to be, and J.D. Vance is on record there saying this cannot stand. Well, what are you going to do about it, Chief?
Yeah, it stood. So what?
Exactly. Right. Call their bluff. And then there was also he was trying to get Kansas to do this. They're not going to redistrict in that way. I think Nebraska and New Hampshire, too, they've already rejected his demands. And I think that when we look back at this time period, we will see that Epstein vote as the pivotal moment for Trump, because it showed the base really breaking from him on one particular issue. I mean, when you see the polling on his handling of that case, he loves to talk about an 80-20 issue. That's a real damn 80-20 issue. People don't like it. And so he showed himself to be a paper tiger then, in being unable to whip those votes and calling every Republican. And, they tried for a long time getting Mike Johnson to not seat Representative Grijalva for weeks and weeks to try to engage in this cover-up. But in the end, the dam had to break, and Trump was unable to get his way. And it really feels like since then, and then, of course, paired with this horrible economic situation and the polling that's resulted from that, he's just been falling apart, and he's already in lame duck territory. I mean, I don't want to speak too soon, but that's what it feels like.
I think he was in lame duck as soon as they got their tax cuts, because again, what's left of their agenda? Nothing.
Yeah.
There's nothing left of their agenda. Like what, name me one thing that Republicans are talking about passing or running on or whatever it is. They have no agenda.
Protecting AI.
I mean, there's nothing. And I wonder too, Mike Pence was a former governor of Indiana. He wasn't terribly popular when Donald Trump picked him as governor. I think his approval rating was around 40% in 2015. But I imagine he still has some friends in the Indiana state government. Who knows? But a very interesting story. In a moment, we're going to be talking to Will Sommer, who is a senior reporter at the Bulwark, has author of False Flag newsletter, has been covering this, like the right-wing, I don't know, what do you call it?
Ecosystem.
Yeah, media ecosystem for years. And we'll talk about the other like pillar of the Republican Party that is falling apart.
Hey folks, don't forget to hit the subscribe button and check out our daily show. We do it every day at 12 p.m. Eastern for about 2.5 hours. We even take phone calls. You should check that.
Travelers could be forced to jump through a lot more hoops when coming to the United States, and it's all to, well, Australian travelers could be forced to jump through a lot more hoops when coming to the United States, and it's all to do with their social media history. The Trump administration wants to introduce new rules to force people from Australia, New Zealand, Britain, and dozens of other countries that currently do not require a visa to come to the US to hand over 5 years worth of their social media history before they're allowed to enter the United States. Now that has been part of the rules for people looking to get tourist visas from other countries, but for those people from nations that are exempt from visas, they are able to apply for a waiver under the ESTA system, where in the past providing your social media history has been voluntary, but under these proposed changes that will be compulsory in order to qualify for the ESTA. This clearly aligns very closely with Donald Trump's broader attempts to more closely control who's allowed into this country and who's not. And it is throwing up big concern.
Thinking of heading to next year's Football World Cup, or perhaps a family holiday to Disneyland, be prepared for your travel plans to become a whole lot more complicated and invasive. The Trump administration is proposing new rules for tourists from 42 countries, including Australia, which would see travellers forced to share their DNA
Keep this
and their entire
Australians
social
out
media
of here.
history for the past 5 years. Samantha Butler with this 10 News Plus.
I know better than anyone. You can't trust those.
We can't say we weren't warned.
Why is it we only take people from whole countries?
While those choice words were aimed at Somalia and other developing countries, Donald Trump's hypervigilance about who enters the US is well known and arguably helped clinch his return to the White House.
As Commander-in-Chief, I have no higher responsibility than
American
to defend
be
our
like,
country
do not
from
come here.
threats
Yeah.
and invasions, and that is exactly what I am going to do. We will do it at a level that nobody's ever seen before.
We perhaps didn't think that included Australia.
Definitely more onerous, and it's not going to do much for tourism, I wouldn't imagine.
I think it's bureaucracy gone way too far.
Today, Aussie travellers preparing to head stateside were taking with them more than just their luggage, most carrying a little more trepidation about America's planned border controls.
My first time to the USA for about 10 years, so looking forward to it, but a little bit hesitant about what's going to happen at the border.
Why is that?
Well, because I'm aware that there's much more scrutiny over laptops and mobile phone and content.
Overnight, fresh plans from Homeland Security were published on the US
that guy
Federal
deaf?
Register, spooking more than
I don't think
40
so.
countries, all of them allies that use an ESTA, the electronic
Maybe hard of
system for
hearing?
travel authorization,
Like
another
legally
name
deaf
for
or
a visa
something?
waiver.
If we want safety,
Interesting
we want security, we want to make sure we're
ways
not letting
speaking, you know?
the wrong people come into our country.
The once seamless $60 path to entry could soon be upended, with travellers set to be forced to provide their entire social media history dating back
Not happening.
5 years.
It's not just social media. It's your email addresses the last 10 years. It's your parents' birth dates and addresses.
How am I supposed to
Kids'
remember all that
birthdays and
shit?
addresses.
Exactly,
Heck,
that's
some
what I
folks
was
might not
thinking.
know
I
who
can't
their
remember all
siblings
that
were.
shit.
Yeah, this is an enormous amount of information to be given to the United States government so you can go watch a soccer game.
That soccer game being a reference
Oh, that's
to
right, because the World
next
Cup.
year, which will lure millions
That's
from
why they're
across the
doing
globe.
this?
Ostensibly, they're going to use this information to look for anti-American statements, anti-Trump statements, anti-Israel statements, and we know that banned people.
You have to
will
kiss our
get
feet
visas
if you want to
based on
come
these
watch
things.
soccer here.
Which means if you've been spruiking nasty things on social media, it could be time to scrub your posts.
Surely FIFA will stand up against this.
On my phone that get me in trouble. We'll see how we go.
But one thing you can't scrub is your DNA. The White House wants that too.
They're going to be collecting more biometric information.
I got some DNA for you.
You are going to have to trust that the government will hold that securely.
I'll give you some DNA.
Companies and governments struggle with that.
The fear beyond just an invasion of privacy is what could happen to all this information, both accidentally and nefariously.
But my concern is they'll sell the information to other countries who could use it against you. We might be allies with people now. We might not be allies in the future. That information in their hands could be used to go after dissidents and their own citizens.
That's none of their business what I've been doing or anyone's been doing on social media for the last 5 years. Crazy.
Yeah,
Is it an
fuck
invasion
off.
of privacy?
Oh, absolutely. Nothing but. Yep.
The Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade today reminded travellers it has no control over the visa conditions for other countries. It acknowledged US entry requirements are strict, but says it's up to travellers to comply with them, or they risk being refused entry.
The United States, like Australia, is a sovereign nation. They have a right to set the rules which are there. We comply.
Shut up, cuck.
With laws.
Bitch made.
This is a decision that the United States is making.
A weak response, according to critics.
I think we have to demand better from our government and say we shouldn't tolerate this kind of infringements that are occurring on our rights in order to travel to a key ally. Maybe we have to reevaluate.
There we go. That's the entire point. A key fucking ally. So if America continues to do this, we should lower our diplomatic relationship with them and kick off their fucking B-52s from Darwin, honestly. You know, you want to be fuckwits? Okay, you're not allowed to store your nukes in Australia anymore. Get fucked. We'll see how your fucking power projection works when you don't have your floating base in Australia. Continue fucking around.
And seek a more stronger posture when it comes to protecting rights and using that language with the Trump administration.
So, knowing what could be ahead, is the land of the free still going to be one of our top travel destinations?
Lamount,
I
no.
would totally deter me from going.
I think that's a bit much. I think the passport should be enough so that we can have free travel, and this beautiful globalized economy that we've built should stick to that. You know, don't be so intrusive. Yeah.
Would it make you think twice about travelling to the US?
We'll see. We'll see what happens.
This is apropos. Would-be visitors, travel associations and civil liberties groups are expressing concern about the Trump administration's new proposal to require tourists to submit information about their social media, email accounts and extensive family history before being approved to enter the US. The change would affect visitors eligible for the visa waiver program, which allows people from 42 countries to travel to the United States for up to 90 days without a visa.
Not
With
anymore.
more on the reaction to the plan, here's our Washington correspondent, Fraser Jackson.
The US Customs and Border Protection has proposed a major expansion of the information required for an ESTA application, which is used by tourists from visa waiver program countries, i.e. countries where travelers can stay in the US for up to 90 days without needing to apply for a visa. Well, for the last few years, there has been an option to include your social media handles, but under this proposed change, that would now become mandatory, and people's profiles would have to be made public, meaning that officers could comb through up to 5 years of data that people have posted online. They're also going to be asking for phone numbers and email addresses used within the last 5 years, as well as names, dates and places of birth, residences and telephone numbers of immediate family members. Well, this process will also move away from the website for border protection and move on to a mobile app, which will enable features like passport chip verification, a mandatory live selfie check, and also facial recognition. It's worth noting that these changes are already in effect for anyone looking to get an immigrant class visa to the US or coming here on a work or study visa, but this marks a noted shift from the administration, with regular tourists from typically allied nations now coming under increased scrutiny as well. The visa waiver program covers over 40 countries, including most European nations, Japan, New Zealand, Australia, South Korea, and other key U.S. allies. The administration says the goal of this is to enhance security, but experts worry it's likely to further chill tourism to the U.S., which is already down this year, a decline which has cost the U.S. tens of billions of dollars. A spokesperson from the U.S. Travel Association told me, quote, "Screening must keep travelers and our nation safe, but it must also keep the United States competitive. If we fail to deliver an efficient, secure, and modern vetting process, international visitors will choose other destinations. We are reviewing the proposed changes and working with the administration to ensure that we can safely and efficiently welcome millions of visitors for the World Cup and other major global events."
Fraser Jackson reporting. Well, to discuss the potential implications of what for now remains a proposal, we're joined by Nadine Strossen, Professor of Constitutional Law at the New York Law School and former President of the American Civil Liberties Union. Nadine, thanks so much for being with us on the programme. We're talking about an awful lot of information here. How exactly would this proposal work in practice, and what specifically will be examined in these applications for entry to the US?
Thank you so much for discussing this important issue and giving me an opportunity to weigh in, Sharon. This will give enormous discretion to those who are administering the program. There are no specific criteria. There are only very vague terms that are associated with the program. National security, looking for people who will potentially supposedly pose a national security threat, but doing so only by looking at their expression. Now, presumably, if you look at how the Trump administration has administered similar programs in the past, they are looking for criticism of the United States, for criticism of Trump administration policies, for dissent. This is the lifeblood of free speech and of our democracy. Therefore, first, I hope that this proposal will not be approved, that there will be so much opposition from a constitutional perspective as well as from an economic perspective. But if it should go into effect, I am quite confident that it will be found unconstitutional as violating the First Amendment. To be clear, the First Amendment protects not only the right of speakers to convey information and ideas, but the right of listeners, including full-fledged American citizens on American soil, have a First Amendment right to engage in communications with those who are seeking to visit our country, first via social media, and secondly, by their presence in our country.
And you say that, this kind of system is in place and has been in place for certain categories of visitors. You say that Chinese students, for example, students coming to the United States have already been targeted, but that's being challenged. So how far along is that challenge, and has that been ruled unconstitutional also?
Yes. Yes, it started with Chinese students, and then more recently it was extended to any visiting students or scholars from a large number of countries, which propelled a lawsuit that was brought on behalf of not only those seeking to enter the United States, but those of us seeking to welcome them. The lawsuit was brought by the American Association of University Professors. The reason why we are so enthusiastic about scholars and students from other countries is not only hopefully for their benefit, but also for our benefit, those of us in the United States, to learn from their ideas and their perspectives and have the opportunity to communicate with them. The only court that has ruled on this issue so far has sustained the First Amendment challenge, and I expect that that ruling should be affirmed if it is appealed.
And what about things like GDPR rules here in Europe? The EU, for example, it has set in place protection agreements to ensure that EU citizens' personal data will remain protected even if it's transferred outside the EU. So how is that going to play into this new procedure if it does in fact come into play?
As a practical matter, I really don't know how it's going to be implemented. And one of the complaints I've heard about the proposed new regulations is that they have not complied with sufficient administrative procedures. So just at the logistical level, we really have not been given any of the highly important details about how it will operate and will it respect the privacy norms and rules of other countries. The violation of privacy, the massive violation that's involved in having to turn over 5 years of social media as well as all the other information will lead to enormous chilling of free speech, that people who want to come to this country will be deterred from engaging in communications or expressing ideas that they fear might deprive them of the opportunity to visit this country. And that's going to have obviously an enormous impact, not only on them, not only on people in the United States, but even people back in Europe and other countries that they are no longer communicating with because of the violation of privacy and the associated violation of free speech. So also undermined is freedom of association.
And it also comes as the US prepares to host the World Cup next year in a few months' time, along with Canada and Mexico. How do you think, how effective is this actually going to be at doing what it's setting out to do, which is presumably finding terrorists?
That's an extremely good question, and there have been some pilot programs that have investigated the extent to which these earlier iterations of these restrictions on students, for example, have operated. And the consensus of the intelligence experts that have examined the pilot programs has been that they have been completely ineffective in weeding out actual threats to national security. There are many people who make statements that may be critical of the United States, of particular Trump policies, who pose absolutely no threat at all to national security. So this is the worst of both worlds. It is violating freedom for literally everybody in the world without improving national security. It's diverting resources from meaningful steps to actually look for indicia of threats, national security threats, not weeding out people on the basis of their unpopular ideas.
And what does all of this tell us about who exactly is viewed as a potential threat in Trump's America? Or is this even actually really about security threats?
You know, that's such a great question, Sharon. A couple of months ago, Trump issued a memorandum, something similar to an executive order, on so-called domestic terrorism, which is not a legally recognized concept in the United States. And again, with very vague, sweeping language applying even to American citizens on American soil, basically was attacking as a so-called domestic terrorist anybody who said anything that could be deemed to be anti-American, unpatriotic, anti-capitalistic. My view is that that memorandum itself is anti-American, as one of our founders, one of the major authors of the Declaration of Independence, Thomas Jefferson, put it. Dissent is the highest form of patriotism. Well, Donald Trump may have a different opinion on that. I defend his right to express his opinion, but not to treat as a so-called domestic terrorist somebody who has a very different view of liberty and justice for all.
And how's all of this going down with the MAGA base, with Trump voters? Is the administration, do you think, going a little bit too far in terms of this immigration crackdown in their view, do you think?
On this latest policy, it's been too recent for me to see the polling, but you're absolutely right, Sharon, in indicating that other polling has suggested that even Republicans, even MAGA supporters, although they were very upset by some of the Biden administration lack of border security and chaos at the border, as was reported in a major New York Times story a couple of days ago, that they think Trump has gone too far and and engaged in not only policies that are cruel, but that are also ineffective. And that gives me hope. In some ways, the more extreme the policies are, the more the pushback is going to be, and therefore may well deter the president from actually implementing this proposed policy.
Unfortunately, Nadine, we'll have to leave it there for now. We're out of time, but thanks so much for that analysis and for taking the time out to speak with us on the programme this evening. That is Nadine
My
Strongson,
pleasure, Sharon.
Professor of Constitutional Law and former President of the American Civil Liberties Union.
Ethiopia is on the verge of another war.
Okay, we'll keep
Talk
this
about
one.
this visa that the
'Cause
president
that's
has issued.
interesting.
It's going to make it a lot harder for people to enter the
Let's
United
save that.
States. The
It's already
administration is
saved.
proposing to skim up to 5 years of a traveler's social media history. It would apply to people coming in from 42 countries enrolled in the visa waiver program. CBS News immigration and politics reporter Camila Montoya Galvez is here to explain this. 5 years of social media.
That's right.
Like, and what are they looking for?
Well, just to level set, Vlad, there are 42 countries on the so-called visa waiver program, and their citizens can come here to the U.S. typically without having to apply for a visa at a U.S. embassy or consulate abroad. That typically takes months or years, but they still have to submit an online application through a system overseen by Customs and Border Protection known as ESTA, so they can undergo vetting before coming to the U.S.
And these are just tourists, right?
Correct.
And we
or
don't,
business travelers.
But we don't have this with other. I mean, when I fly to Europe, I don't do anything other than show my passport.
Right, but the U.S. is now asking many of these applicants to submit about 5 years of their social media activity, 10 years of their email accounts, and also personal information related to their immediate relatives like siblings, spouses, and children, including their phone numbers and where they live around the world.
So what is the purpose?
The purpose, according to Customs and Border Protection, is to enforce an executive order issued by the president that he says is designed to prevent the entry of people who could pose a threat to national security or public safety. But the concern among critics is that this could deter tourism to the U.S. This could negatively impact the business and tourism travel industry here in the U.S. months before the U.S. gets ready to host the World Cup alongside Canada and Mexico next summer.
But who is the arbiter of someone's social media history? Is somebody criticizing the president somebody who would get denied a visa? Is somebody who criticizes U.S. policy as it pertains to Venezuela, Afghanistan, or any number of countries potentially going to be targeted? And where are the people who are all about limited government and having the government not intrude in your lives? This social media history sounds like, I mean, it's out there, it's in the public space, so we should be clear that you and I could find somebody's social media history, but why would they use that as a basis to allow someone to enter the country?
Well, again, the Trump administration would argue that this is only designed to root out bad actors who could potentially pose a threat to national security or public safety because of ties to terrorism or because of their criminal activity. But of course, privacy advocates and others believe that this could be a slippery slope and that protected ground could be reviewed and examined and heavily scrutinized by the U.S. government, especially in light of recent directives by the administration. For example, a USCIS, U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services, officials there have been tasked with identifying anti-American views and activities by applicants for green cards and asylum and U.S. citizenship. And of course, there are a lot of questions about what anti-American views and activities actually entail. But of course, the administration, again, would say that this is only meant to enhance the integrity of the system, not to infringe on someone's protected speech.
So remind me again what the administration said about what it hoped to do with people who were undocumented in this country when the president was campaigning. Something about only the worst of the worst and criminals, and remind me what he said and what ultimately transpired.
Well, the president promised on the campaign trail to oversee the largest deportation operation in American history and to mainly focus on the worst of the worst who are here illegally. But what we have seen is that while some individuals here illegally who have also committed serious felonies have been arrested and deported by ICE, we have also seen a broadening of the scope of immigration enforcement in this country, and many immigrants who only face civil immigration law are being swept up, arrested, and deported from the country despite living here for 20 years and not having a criminal record. We have seen some DACA recipients being arrested after traffic stops, and of course the administration would argue that even though they promise to only go after the worst of the worst, or at least to focus on that population, anyone who is in this country illegally is deportable and fair game for enforcement.
All right, paraphrasing James Baldwin, I believe what you do, not what you say. Let's talk about this gold card, which is, it's like a gold card with the president's face on it. It costs, is it $1 million or $5 million?
$1 million.
$1 million. And if you pay $1 million, you get this card. What does it allow you to do?
The president has talked about this gold card for a long time. There is actually now a U.S. government process to actually request and apply for one. It entails applicants submitting an application fee for about $15,000. If they
so
pass,
the application fee is $15,000.
Correct. If they
Sounds
pass
like seamless.
that initial round of vetting, they have to pay at least $1 million to the U.S. government, and then they would be promised a green card or permanent U.S. residency, which after 5 years can turn into American citizenship. And of course, there are still many questions about the legality of this action because it is a program that was not expressly and explicitly authorized by Congress. It also comes amid the administration severely cracking down on other forms of legal immigration from developing countries. So obviously, critics would say that there is a double standard here that is preferential to wealthy individuals.
Although it's not uncommon. I know that, for example, if you want to live in certain European countries, Portugal, for example, they do want you to have a certain amount of money invested in that country before you can actually get the visa. So I guess
many countries do offer a very similar immigration pathway, correct?
Yeah, for sure. All right, cool. Camilo, always good to have you on set because we really get into it, man.
Yeah,
and I love that.
I love it.
I think our viewers do too. Thank you very much.
I let you go, I want to talk about a new tourism proposal. The Trump administration says they plan to require all foreign tourists to provide their social media.
Okay, that's just going to be more.
California Attorney General Rob Bonta has filed the state's 49th
Here's more insanely stupid immigration policies from Donald Trump.
lawsuit against the Trump administration this year. This time he's challenging a policy that would charge companies a $100,000 fee to apply for H-1B visas used to hire highly skilled foreign workers. Thanks for joining us tonight. For Fox 40 News at 5:30, I'm Eric Harriman. Nikki has the night off. Fox 40 Capitol reporter Eitan Wallace shares Bonta's message and the Trump administration's response to it.
This is an administration that is just contemptuous of the law.
California Attorney General Rob Bonta blasting President Donald Trump during this San Francisco news conference. There, Bonta announced he and 18 other Democratic attorneys general are suing the Trump administration to block a new policy that would charge employers a $100,000 fee to apply for an H-1B visa.
Hell yeah.
H-1B visas allow companies to hire high-skilled foreign workers for specialty jobs like nursing, teaching, and engineering, with Bonta noting the visas are especially critical for California's tech industry.
The H-1B visas are specifically for areas where we have labor shortages, where we have gaps, where we need stopgaps, where we need labor that is not provided by the American labor force.
The U.S. government caps H-1B visas each year, 65,000 for foreign workers with a bachelor's degree and another 20,000 for foreign workers with a master's degree from a U.S. institution of higher learning. The visas permit workers to stay in the U.S. for 3 to 6 years as long as they agree to certain conditions and stay with their sponsoring employer in most cases. Bonta believes the new $100,000 fee will discourage companies from applying for H-1B visas at all, leaving critical jobs unfilled.
Hurting America,
Wow,
hurting California, literally preventing California and other states across this country from having the labor that we need to deliver core services.
The president rolled out his H-1B visa policy in an executive order back in September, but Bonta argues only Congress can make that call. The White House, though, is firing back, defending the policy, saying President Trump's goal is to ensure companies prioritize hiring American workers over foreign workers.
The president does not support American workers being replaced. The president always wants to see American workers in those jobs, and he's told these foreign companies that are investing here, you better be hiring my people if you're going to be doing business in the United States.
Reporting at the state capitol, covering local news that matters, Eitan Wallace, Fox 40 News.
Okay. It's phase one.
President Trump signed the executive order 3 months ago imposing
What's
a
his name? President Cunt?
$100,000 fee on all new H-1B work visa applications. Today, 19 states filed suit to block it, including California.
H-1B visas allow U.S. employers, including our schools, hospitals, universities, research institutions, to hire highly skilled workers like physicians, like nurses, like teachers, and researchers.
State Attorney General Rob Bonta says the executive order is illegal because only Congress has the authority to raise revenue. The old H-1B fee was about $7,500.
California, like every other state in this country, needs more teachers, more nurses, more doctors. There is a shortage.
The H-1B visa program allows employers, including hospitals and schools, to hire foreign workers in order to fill labor shortages.
We have had a continual desire to bring on about 100 nurses for the last 3 years.
Jamie White is a chief nursing officer in Maryland, one of the 19 states that filed suit. She says the $100,000 fee has halted the visa program altogether at her hospital.
Great.
We will not afford that. We cannot afford that for even one individual.
The White House says the fee will force employers to hire workers from this country.
So there's an incentive to hire American.
Issuing a statement saying, President Trump promised to put American workers first, and this common sense action does just that by discouraging companies from spamming the system and driving down American wages.
The bottom line is no presidential administration can rewrite immigration law. No president can destabilize our schools, our hospitals, and universities on a whim.
Here in San Diego, the need for nurses is critical. One recent report estimated that over the next 3 years, the region will need 1,500 additional nurses. In Kearney Mesa, David Gottfredson, CBS 8.
Fighting along the border between Thailand and Cambodia reignited again this week. For a fifth day, the conflict is intensified with airstrikes, artillery and drones and rocket launches. At least 20 people have been killed.
Okay, that auto played hard.
It's phase one.
President Trump signed the executive order 3 months ago, imposing a $100,000 fee on all new H-1B work visa applications. Today, 19 states filed suit to block it, including California.
H-1B visas allow U.S. employers, including our schools, hospitals, universities, research institutions, to hire highly skilled workers like physicians, like nurses, like teachers, and researchers.
State Attorney General Rob Bonta says the executive order is illegal because only Congress has the authority to raise revenue. The old H-1B fee was about $7,500.
California, like every other state in this country, needs more teachers, more nurses, more doctors. There is a shortage.
The H-1B visa program allows employers, including
I'm not having my kids taught by some foreigner.
Foreign workers in order
Also,
to fill
no
labor
lid.
shortages.
We have had a continual
Very important.
desire to bring on about 100 nurses for the last 3 years.
Jamie White is a chief nursing officer in Maryland, one of the 19 states that filed suit. She says the $100,000 fee has halted the visa program altogether at her hospital.
We will not afford that. We cannot afford that for even one individual.
The White House says the fee will force employers to hire workers from this country.
So there's an incentive to hire American.
Issuing a statement saying, President Trump promised to put American workers first, and this common sense action does just that by discouraging companies from spamming the system and driving down American wages.
The bottom line is no presidential administration can rewrite immigration law. No president can
playing on
destabilize our
repeat?
schools, our hospitals, and universities on...
I don't think so. There's just very limited stories on it. Anyway,
No, but
that's
like
the
this one specifically.
It might have been. It might have been a repeat story. It might have been the same fucking thing. Border Patrol. Boom.
Federal prosecutors say all of the victims were Chinese sex workers, but that does not negate the crime this federal agent is accused of doing to these women. Now, these crimes happened in 2022, but the federal indictment unsealed today, just hours before the federal agent appeared in federal court. A warning, some of the details in this case may be disturbing to some viewers. According to this 12-page indictment, the defendant is a serial rapist who's turned his position as a United States Customs and Border Protection officer into a license to commit or attempt to commit
gunpoint, sexual assaults, and robberies of 4 different women. Court papers show in 2022, Luis Uribe was stationed at O'Hare Airport as a border protection officer and would find his victims at hotels in Schaumburg and Naperville. Here's a look at Uribe. Images federal prosecutors say one of his victims secretly snapped. The 44-year-old is out of a job charged with 10 counts of deprivation of rights under color law, essentially using his badge to commit crimes, and 1 count of brandishing a firearm during a crime of violence. The complaint says on multiple occasions, Uribe would force his way into the room, brandish a gun and badge, and identify himself as police. The women were all in the sex worker industry, and Uribe is accused of threatening them with his position to prevent them from making official police reports. The feds say there are at least 4 victims, some sexually assaulted more than once. Multiple victims describe the appearance of the defendant's badge, which is consistent with a standard issue CBP badge. In some cases, he's even accused of forcing victims to pay him after raping them at gunpoint. Outrage over the attacks, prosecutors say a victim snapped this image of Uribe after a madam convinced him to meet a worker at a restaurant.
Does it not look like that's like a head that doesn't belong on the body? Like it's like a different color than everything else. Like it looks like somebody cut out a head and like glued it on the photo. Like why does bro's head look like that?
Identifying the border patrol officer. After another assault.
Can you imagine, like, people, like, you know, it's like Hassan, you're like, that head is not designed for that body.
Uribe entered a plea of not guilty in court just hours after he turned himself in on this morning. We should point out that he remains in federal custody. As for the Border Patrol, they tell us that they cannot comment specifically about this case, but the agency takes all cases of misconduct very seriously. In the control room tonight, Jermont Terry, CBS News Chicago. Joe?
Jermont, thank you.
On this episode of What's Going On with Shipping, China has signed the largest domestic shipbuilding contract in history. I'm your host, Sal Mercogliano. Welcome to today's episode. So if you follow this channel, you know we talk a lot about shipbuilding, commercial shipbuilding. One of the biggest countries out there shipbuilding today is China. We have focused a lot on the United States trying to get its anemic commercial shipbuilding industry up and running. Well, on the flip side of that,
this shouldn't be in here.
Apparently in New York City, down, I don't know where they were, maybe in Chinatown, just south of Canal, that DHS and ICE was... they were organizing in a parking lot, in a parking garage, and folks found out about it and attempted to make it more difficult for them to leave the facility. Here is footage.
Talia Levin was on the scene there and got this footage.
Talia Jane on Twitter.
On Twitter.
Best city, baby.
Ice out of New York! 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 Ice out of New York!
Damn, they hate your ass.
Ice out of New York! Ice out of New York!
They certainly aren't impressed.
Ice out of New York! 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 Ice out of New York!
I mean, there ended up being, over the course of the weekend, I saw footage of like people putting planters in the road to stop them, and
Apparently there was a line at like a food store right across the way, and a lot of people just got out of line to participate in this blockage. I saw somebody on MSNBC from like a New York immigration group saying that, which I found to be very, very New York, very beautiful.
I mean, this is the thing we talked about with New York, is that it's just so dense. There's so many people around. So, you know, you have the same amount of ICE guys going to try and round up people, but all of a sudden, instead of there being 15 or 20 people on a block who are going to see you, all of a sudden you've got literally the potential of thousands of people around you. You know, all it takes is 10% of those, and all of a sudden you've got 100 people are surrounding your vehicle. You know, less, or I should say more than that. So,
the NYPD was helping ICE, by the way. At this point, there's been footage showing that being the case. We've got a month left in the Eric Adams lame duck period, and he's off jet setting. But we'll see how if that changes. Hopefully, Zoran Mamdani is able to kind of rein that in, and I would imagine that was a part of his backroom kind of conversations with Tish, the commissioner, when he agreed to keep her on. I would hope so.
I'll tell you what I'm surprised about when I see this footage, because you have like people like literally blocking these vehicles, and I'm surprised that people aren't like, you know, taking garden hoses and putting nails through them in a 360 degrees and storing them in like some type of like small case in their backpack and dropping them in front of tires of these vehicles. That I find very surprising.
That is shocking.
Because that is, you know, technology that has been around for a while, where you would put nails through small pieces of like garden hose or any type of like hose. You could actually just buy that plastic at like a, you know, Home Depot, like a clear plastic tube, and you put, I mean, I've seen people do that. I'm just surprised we haven't seen that.
It is odd,
yeah.
Open conversation.
I don't think Emma was catching what Sam was doing there. What?
But
I'm so confused. She seemed like she wasn't like.
Did we play that?
Were they on the same page there or not?
Everybody was in line?
I don't know.
I don't think we did.
This was great. It came across this apparently as a protest against Home Depot. As you know, Home Depot has been allowing ICE to use their parking lots both as a way for them to, what do you call it, organize or and stage, exactly. But also, they've been going on raids there, approaching people who look like they could be Central or Latin American, and questioning them, asking for their papers. And there's footage of like of ICE chasing people through the aisles of Home Depot, and Home Depot has not made, and Home Depot does not need to allow these ICE on their property. I mean, they can say like, you need to have a warrant if you're going to come here. You can't use this as some type of like dragnet space. And so day laborers, organizers in California, and this is posted by Molly Plufkin, is that what it is? On Molly Plufkins on Twitter, at Molly Plufkins. Day labor organizers in California lining up at Home Depot to buy a 17-cent ice, I don't know if it's necessarily an ice scraper, it could have been just like a paint scraper or something like that, and repeat the process, and then return it as a way of jamming up the
both lines.
Yeah, both lines at Home Depot as a protest against Home Depot's working with ICE. And here is some footage of that.
Drummer.
That's what actually was
Hey, can everybody's attention, please? If you're purchasing something,
I'm volunteering with
you can come to this side. Come to this side for the customers to walk through. Thank you. Not to pay.
Total run on those scrapers. Good for them. Good for them. Appreciate that work. Hey, folks, don't forget to hit the subscribe button and check out our daily show. We do it every day.
Language.
There's children! Get back! Stop! Stop!
Gas. Damn.
Okay, this is just mute it at this point for fuck's sake. Fucking the beeps are just ugh.
It is a lot.
Look at this, just family fucking Christmas decorations and shit.
Really getting you, huh?
Yeah, it's fucking annoying.
Exclusive, the mother of White House Press Secretary
Like,
Caroline
profanity is just better at that point, okay?
Yeah, like, literally, like, I don't understand why people are so fucking antsy about, like, language. Like, who gives a shit? It's like, are we living in the 1950s? Oh no, somebody said fuck. Get over it.
You cannot say fuck!
Being detained by ICE for nearly a full month. Bruna Caroline Ferreira was arrested by ICE agents last month while driving to pick up her son from school. She shares custody of her child with Levitt's brother Michael, who she was engaged to until about a decade
Bill
ago.
Cosby calls
Ferreira
him
was shuttled to several
just
detention
to
centers around
lecture
the
him
country
about saying
before
fuck
ultimately
on
being
stage.
sent to Louisiana.
And then he says
More
that
than
he called Richard
1,600
Pryor
miles
after,
from where-
and Richard Pryor said, "Next time he calls, tell him I said suck my dick."
I haven't watched Raw for a minute. It's fucking
Dude, the Bill
funny.
Cosby segment is so fucking funny. You can't be doing filth, flar, and filth. He's like, I didn't do no filth, flar, and filth, and I'm offended by that you called. Fuck you.
Don't you think it's funny that trans jokes were still a thing back then, and they haven't really changed? Like, it's pretty much the same standard sort of joke formula of, haha, man thinks woman. Right? You would think that it would evolve somewhat. Because doesn't Eddie Murphy have a couple of trans jokes in his
I don't
specials?
remember. I just remember the McDonald's thing and then the Bill Cosby call. And then I think that's the "What have you done for me lately?"
Yeah.
When he says he's going to abduct a woman from Africa.
I think he does say that, yes.
And then now we know him as Donkey.
Yes, that's true.
You know? Wow.
Wow.
Where she lives, where she calls home in Massachusetts. Ferreira has been living in the United States since 1998. That's when she came here from Brazil. She was a 6-year-old child. The Trump administration calls her a, quote, criminal illegal alien who overstayed a tourist visa. Her attorney maintains that Ferreira is in the process of getting a green card, which she had begun years ago, and that she is protected from deportation through an Obama-era immigration policy. And out front now for her first television interview, Bruna Caroline Ferreira, and she is joined by her attorney, Todd Pomerleau. And I really appreciate both of you being here. So, Bruna, I just want to start, when this story first broke, I kind of had to look at it a couple of times to understand what actually had happened here and then learning more and more about you and who you were. I understand on the day that this happened, you were running out of the house, shoelaces not even tied, to pick up your son from school.
Yes, ma'am.
So tell me what happened.
I was heading out to pick up Michael from school, and a vehicle drove towards me, so I decided to back up to get out of his way. An unmarked vehicle, may I add. And then I noticed in my rearview mirror there was another vehicle, and then it was just a swarm of people, and I was quickly rushed to the Revere Police Department for them to clarify my identity. They didn't know my name. They asked me my name, so I asked them, how could you possibly know who I am and where I live without you having some kind of a warrant? I wasn't presented with any of those documents.
Funny
so
joke.
I just started panicking, trying to see if I could get somebody, an emergency contact, anybody to answer me to pick up Michael from school, and just thought
Because at this point you were running with your shoelaces untied because you wanted to be first in line to school, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So then all of a sudden no one's going to pick your child up from school.
Correct.
Okay, one thing you said there though, so they're waiting, this vehicle, another vehicle comes up, this swarm of people as you describe it, and then you're saying, but they didn't know your name.
No warrant, they asked me, is your name Bruna? And I just asked, well, how do you know who I am if you don't have any type of warrant? How do I know who you are?
So they knew you were Bruna, but
Yes.
they didn't have a warrant for your
So
arrest.
they wanted me to verify my identity with a driver's license. So I just asked, where do you have a warrant? So then they said, let's just rush her over to the Revere Police Department, and there they verified my identity and made a call. I made an emergency call for somebody to go pick up Michael. And after that, I was shuffled around all the entire country.
So I want to ask you about that. Todd, though, okay, what happened here then, do you think? They knew her name, but they didn't have any warrant, they didn't have any proof for it, but they knew her name.
But first they played dumb and acted like it was a traffic stop, so they asked her for her license, but then somebody says, are you Bruna? Which causes her concern. Plus, traffic cops don't have masks over their faces. That's how immigration and customs enforcement, functions
These
these
guys
days.
had masks.
Yeah, they cover their face, and that's what they did here. And again, they don't show her any warrant, and then apparently they manufactured a warrant when she was in Vermont several hours later, which is highly unusual. And then when you look at the video, TMZ leaked the video. I hadn't seen the video before when I was on the show a few weeks ago.
Yeah.
And you see 5 cars just quickly swarm. It looks similar like an undercover drug buy, where they just go in right away and they know who they're getting. And what was strange about it is that hardly any people knew where she lived. She was driving a vehicle not registered to her. It seemed like they knew exactly where she was going to be, which was customary. She regularly would pick her son up. She'd leave around the same time, multiple days a week. They knew exactly where she was going to be.
So it sounds like you're saying you were targeted.
Premeditated.
Premeditated.
Very organized.
And because of who she is, because of the relationship to the press secretary.
It seems to be, and what's bizarre about her case anyway, she's been trying to get a green card literally since she was almost 6 years old, and she was in the process of doing that, and literally one day after she filed her most recent green card application, the Trump administration tried to accelerate her deportation case by starting it up again. She had a case that's been effectively shelved since the Obama administration, since Barack Hussein Obama put her in removal proceedings.
Right.
And it was just basically paused so that she could try to get her green card. She had DACA over the course of years, and she was merely waiting her turn. May 5th, she had her final hearing. But they
Why did he
accelerated
say
the process.
Barack Hussein Obama?
So, Bruno, they just to
Is
be
that
clear,
like
you
a
came
dig
here
at
when you
Trump?
were 6 years old.
Yes.
And so obviously you didn't come illegally, first of all.
No.
And you didn't have any choice in the matter, right? I mean, so then.
Very excited to come and meet my little sister, yes.
Right, okay, to meet your little sister for the first time. So essentially you've lived here your entire life, as far as you remember it.
Correct.
Okay, so when they say to you that you're a criminal illegal alien, which is what they're technically calling you specifically and explicitly, this administration, what do you say to that?
I'm heartbroken. I'm heartbroken for my son, I'm heartbroken for my mother, who has worked for a quarter of a century cleaning houses, earned an honest living, has paid her taxes. I've been a law-abiding citizen. I don't even have a parking ticket, and I'm so proud of it. I'm proud of my name, and I carry it like a badge of honor, like being on an honor roll. And now my child is sitting somewhere watching them broadcast this 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. As a child, he must be terrified. Is it true? Did my mom do something? Do I not know about it? Gossip in school? I don't know what's going on in his little mind, and I just want him to know that none of those things are true, honey, and we're going to square this all away.
So that when you go in that day and you make that emergency call, then you lose your phone, right? You don't
Correct.
have a phone,
Yeah.
okay? For 26 days?
26 days.
26 days, no phone.
Yes.
Okay.
And
I can't even imagine what it's like to not
For
be
a
able to talk
mother,
to your child
yeah.
for 26 days.
And her phone somehow got broken during the arrest, too, which is on TMZ. It's not a violent arrest, but her phone managed to get
Your
broken.
phone got broken.
Correct.
What was that even like, to not be able to know what happened to your child, or even who picked him up from school or anything for 26 days, Bruno?
You have a lot of time to think in there, and you really think the worst. You think the worst, but the luck that I had is that I was surrounded by so many women that had 4 children, one was pregnant, and I can't imagine. I just tried to put myself in their shoes. I was in such a horrible situation, but they were praying for me and I was praying for them, and being able to contact an attorney that could expedite my process, because some people are in there for a year and a half. I can't fathom a mother not knowing where her son is for a year and a half and who's with him, what he's eating, if he's going to bed on time, if he's sick. I can't imagine.
That's unbearable. I mean, it's the cruelty of it.
It's cruel.
So you are, okay, but in this time then, how many places do you go? You're taken from place to place, right? How are you, and can you just talk about what it was like inside, who was there? I mean, was we treated well? I mean, tell us.
It's mind-boggling to know that they know where you're going, but they won't tell you. So I was shuffled from Massachusetts quickly to New Hampshire, from New Hampshire to Vermont, Vermont to Philadelphia, Philadelphia to Texas. When I got to Texas, I asked the ICE agent, because it said Mexico, and I said, can you please, please, please have a little bit of empathy for me and tell me if you're taking me across the border? And he said, no, we're taking you to the final destination, your final stop before your deportation, which is South Louisiana. Hardly anyone ever gets out of there. So I just mustered up the courage to cry and sleep throughout that final voyage. And when I got to South Louisiana, I was finally able to, by the grace of God, some girl let me use her minutes to make a phone call, and then to tell my family where I was and the attorneys.
So that's how, when you are able to help to get her out for now.
We got the case the Saturday before Thanksgiving, and like when she was taken to Vermont, she said that one of the ICE officers didn't think she spoke English and said, "Oh, we got more business coming in." And then she winds up in Louisiana in another for-profit hellhole prison, paid for by taxpayers. She has 2 businesses. This is a woman who has 2 businesses, a single mother, paying her taxes, and winds up in a for-profit prison in Louisiana. It's just unconscionable what they're doing on a daily basis. And then beyond that, this false character assassination, keep labeling her a criminal illegal alien. Their own lawyer on Monday, when we had a bond hearing, said, I stipulate, after we argued that she was not a criminal illegal alien, that was patently false, factually, legally, and then they're still doubling down, claiming she was arrested for a crime. The only arrest in her life was this unconstitutional bag job on November the 12th.
you know,
unconstitutional
I want to
bank
understand
job.
this, and I think, you know, on some level, I don't want to make it about Caroline Leavitt, but that is why your story has, of course, risen to, you know, you have become, whether you like it or not, right, a face of this for so many people. I know you chose her to be your son's godmother, right? I mean, there's a relationship there. You're not married to your son's father, but you have, you say, you know, you function, you co-parent together, you share custody. The Washington Post says that the White House said you never lived with your son. They were clearly portraying you as an absentee parent.
Why? I just want to, why lie?
Why do you
lie?
think that is?
Why lie? Because I have so many friends and family that have called me and said, why would anyone lie about this when it's 2025? We have a digital footprint of everything. Every Wednesday, typically my son and I go to Dave & Buster's because it's half off. We're extreme couponers at our home.
Yeah.
And I can't wrap my mind around it, but it doesn't make any sense. I'm just as lost as you are, and I'm hoping that this interview gets me some answers.
Have you had a chance to talk to Caroline Leavitt?
No.
I mean, what would you say to her? I guess I'm still stunned by the fact that you chose her to be your son's godmother, right?
Over
I mean,
my
you
sister.
had it over your own sister.
Over my sister.
And now,
Incredible.
And now all of this is happening. I mean, what
Sounds
do
like
you
you
have
punched
to
that
say
cunt
to
in the
her?
head.
I think what I would have to say to Caroline is just
Punch
because you
that
went to a
cunt in the
Catholic school
head.
doesn't make you a good Catholic. You know, you are a mother now, and you should know. How would you feel?
She hit her with the "you're a bad Christian"
How would you feel if
burn.
somebody did this to you?
So it just got off a News Nation hit.
Okay. Wow. Might as well do this one now.
Led to the release of Andrew and Tristan Tate, right-wing influencers charged with a new investigation into the political maneuvers that led to the release of Andrew and Tristan Tate, right-wing influencers charged with rape, human trafficking, and other crimes. The Tates, who are major players with big social media followings in the so-called manosphere, are facing criminal investigations in Romania and criminal charges in the UK for alleged sex crimes. The brothers had been barred from leaving Romania for years as prosecutors built their case, but in February, the Romanian government suddenly lifted the travel ban and allowed the two to board a plane to Florida, which they announced in this video recorded on the plane. Both men have denied the criminal allegations. A new report from the New York Times reveals how the Trump administration and some members of the president's family may have been involved in a larger movement in conservative circles to support the Tates. For more, we're joined now by New York Times investigative
Wait, I thought
reporter
these were the
Megan Tooley, who helped
anti-human
break the
trafficking
story. Thanks for being
people.
with us.
Happy to be with
Isn't
you.
that the Republicans'
So for the
thing?
unfamiliar,
It's not
tell
to
us more about
traffic
who
people?
the Tate brothers are
That's what they
and the
claim.
criminal allegations they were facing
I'm
in Romania.
confused.
So Andrew Tate and his brother Tristan, to a lesser extent, are two of the most influential figures in the so-called manosphere world. Andrew's a former kickboxer who has built a huge, massive online audience by preaching brazen masculinity and chauvinism to a young male audience. He and his brother have also ran a porn business for about 10 years, bragging about how they lured and steered women into making sexual content for paying customers online, and with them taking a lot of the profit. And they have also sold courses to young men on how to make money and exploit women.
And as we mentioned, the Romanian courts originally required the Tates to remain in that country as the cases were built against them. But then seemingly overnight back in February, they were seen on this plane headed to Florida. Your reporting links that shift to the relationships they cultivated with influential figures on the political right, to include members of Donald Trump's own family. What did you learn about those relationships?
Yeah. So Andrew and Tristan, they have joint American and British citizenship, but have been based in Romania since like the mid-2010s. And in 2022, they started to come under investigation.
Hey, which country did Erica Kirk get banned from for trafficking women again? Was that the same country? That was the same country, wasn't it?
Investigation. They ultimately have been under investigation in 3 countries
Yeah,
in
interesting.
Romania, where they're accused of trafficking dozens of women into their porn business, and Andrew's been accused of rape. They also have been accused. They're facing charges in Britain of rape and trafficking. They've also been under criminal investigation
Sound
here
like
in the
good
United
guys.
States. But remarkably, as they started to come under growing numbers of criminal investigations, they forged really close alliances with people on the American right, ranging from media figures like Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens to members of the Trump family, first starting with Donald Trump Jr. and then with Barron Trump. And those, we found in the course of our reporting that those sort of strategic alliances culminated in their release from Romania in February of this year.
How? How did that all happen? How did the U.S. involvement in their case ramp up after Trump's reelection?
So the prosecutors in Romania had barred the brothers from traveling. They've been arguing, as they've been investigating these brothers, that they pose a public risk and a flight risk, a public danger and a flight risk. And so they have repeatedly been seeking to confine them in the country. And that changed in February when the prosecutors, an extraordinary order came down from the highest levels of the Romanian government instructing prosecutors to reach a compromise with the brothers. And then those travel bans were lifted, which was something that the prosecutors did not want to do, according to our sources. And what we've learned is that that was really a culmination. Once Trump was reelected, there were supporters of the Tates here in the United States who ascended into the administration, including a special diplomatic envoy named Richard Grenell, who we found through our reporting had at least 2 conversations with Romanian officials about the Tates case. And then within days of that second conversation, the order came down in Romania, ordering the compromise that led to the lifting of the travel bans. And we've been told that the Romanian prime minister believed that that would appease the Trump administration.
What did your reporting find about the involvement of Donald Trump Jr. and Barron Trump specifically?
Yeah. So Andrew Tate, was very sort of strategic and shrewd in cultivating these alliances with people on the American right, including in the Trump family. And so his relationship with Don Jr. stretches back to 2017, when Andrew had posted a positive tweet about his father, and Don Jr. had liked it. And anyway, soon they were hanging out at Trump Tower here in New York. And that stretched up through him coming under investigation and being placed on house arrest in Romania. Don Jr. was one of the people who posted online supporting in defense of the Tates and critical of the Romanian investigation. And then we found that by 2024, Barron Trump, the youngest son, was also a fan of Andrew, and that they actually spoke by Zoom last year with a mutual friend who told me that Barron is a big fan of the Tates, and that on this call they had actually discussed the Romanian case and how they thought it was just an effort to silence the Tates, a politically motivated criminal investigation.
Your reporting points to a network of powerful conservative figures who have championed the Tates, but not everyone on the right shares that view. So what are the fault lines?
Mm-hmm. Within hours of the travel bans being lifted, the brothers were on a private plane to Florida, and their arrival was, I think, a little bit bumpier than they had expected. While on the one hand, they have garnered a lot of support from certain, media and other conservative figures and even members of the Trump family here in the United States.
Yeah, other
there
rapists.
Were also a lot of conservatives, other conservatives, more traditional conservatives, who were outraged that they had come back to the United States. Megyn Kelly, Ben Shapiro, the Republican governor, Ron DeSantis, said that they weren't welcome in his state, and the Florida Attorney General actually launched an investigation of them there.
Megyn, how is the White House responding to your reporting?
Well, we went to the White House and Barron Trump and Donald Trump Jr. with a lot of detailed questions and spelling out all of our findings. Don Jr. did not respond. We got no response for Barron Trump. The White House basically gave us one line, which was that they say the White House has no involvement in the Tates legal cases.
Megyn Twohey of the New York Times, thanks for sharing your reporting with us.
Thanks so much for having me.
The Jeffrey Epstein files have become a defining issue for Trump in his first year back at the White House, stoking allegations that his administration is covering up for the most notorious sexual predator in recent American history and his accomplices. But something that's flown under the radar is the story of how this man and his brother, two of them there, both facing charges of rape and human trafficking in Romania, were suddenly allowed to return to the United States, and how the Trump administration might have been involved in that. One of those men, Andrew Tate, is one of the most proudly, violently misogynistic influencers in the world, with an enormous following online, particularly among young men and even teenage boys. And in his online content, he and his brother have bragged about their recruitment and exploitation of women to make pornography. Both brothers have repeatedly denied criminal wrongdoing. Well, now the New York Times, in a remarkable investigative report, finds that they were released from Romanian custody only after Trump administration officials intervened. An official in the White House told the Times that it was not involved in Tate's legal matters. But the Times reports that 6 days before Trump's inauguration, Andrew Tate wrote in a text, quote, "I had word from the Trump administration that they're on top of things. I've been told I'll be free soon." And here is how the Tate brothers reacted when, in fact, they were freed. And they boarded their flights back to the States the very next month.
You know who you are, Andrew? You know what we are? We are back.
Cringe.
So cringe.
We
That
are
was
so
you're so fucking
back.
cringe, bro.
No one has ever been more back than we just got.
It's true. And we never really left. So now we're back. Never left, but we're massively back.
Megyn, too, is a Pulitzer Prize.
Which one is it?
Reporter from the New York Times, one of the reporters who broke that story.
Pick a lane.
It's great to have you
Rapist.
here. This is phenomenal work.
Thanks for having me.
I say that to you a lot because it's always true. So first, I guess, just for folks that don't know who Andrew Tate and his brother Tristan are, like, can you just give us a sense of who they are and what kind of content they made and what their message is?
Okay, yes. So they're two rapists.
Stars in the so-called manosphere. Andrew Tate, in particular, has built a massive audience of mostly young men by preaching brazen masculinity and chauvinism. And they have also taught courses on how to date women and exploit women and make money, and
Yeah,
have
but, yeah,
also,
that's
very notably,
very healthy.
run a porn business for about a decade, in which they kind of bragged about basically dating women and then steering those girlfriends into making content, online sexual content, in which they take most of the profits.
If I'm not mistaken, I think one of the courses they offered was like a pimping course, right? It had the acronym PIMP,
Yeah,
right?
it was a PhD, short for Pimping Hose Degree.
Yes, and the whole idea was, and again, they would say this, is we will teach you how to find women, create some sort of what appears to be romantic connection with them, and then use that to manipulate them into them making sexual content that you profit off of, right?
Yeah, that's exactly right. And they were born in the United States, but grew up, spent much of their life growing up in Britain. And so they launched this porn business, if you will, around the mid-2010s when they were based in Britain. And then in 2015, they moved to Romania. We found out Andrew was actually under a criminal investigation then for alleged assaults of multiple women. As he tells it, thought that Romania, was a place where you could get away with a lot of stuff that you couldn't get away with in the West.
I think he even said that,
He even
right?
said that, yes.
Yeah, get away with.
Yeah, exactly. And so they they basically relocate to Romania. And so they're running this business out of both
he was
like
doing
Britain
crimes
and Romania. They're growing
that
it
would
into,
be
into a variety
illegal
of platforms
elsewhere.
with a variety of women. And so they're
Basically,
doing
yeah.
all these things simultaneously. They're doing the porn business. Then they're teaching the online courses in which they're basically saying, we'll teach you the lessons we've learned from this.
And
porn
there's some of the
business.
the MMA stuff, fighting and working out, and they're like, he's super ripped and all that, like all of that stuff adjacent to the sort of
Yeah,
exploitation.
exactly. Like super fitness. I
Yeah.
mean, Andrew got his start as a professional kickboxer.
Right.
So it's really maximized that image.
So they have this huge following. Now, so that's sort of uncontested, right? That part of it, like that this is what they're about. And they've said it, and they've talked about needing to treat women like slaves, and you need to dominate them, and you need to treat them like a dog, that you say to them, you give them orders, right? And that you have to condition them the way you condition a dog. That's all stuff they've said. There are a variety of criminal allegations against them, Let's start with the Romania case. That was the reason they couldn't leave the country, because they were under indictment.
That's right. Well, actually, the reality is that they're actually under criminal investigation.
Sorry, criminal investigation. It's a different process.
It's a different process. So they have been, since late 2022, they have been under criminal investigation in Romania. And the allegations are there that they have coerced dozens of women into their porn business, into what amounts to trafficking. And that Andrew has raped one of those women. And there's accusations that he had sex with and beat a 15-year-old. And so those...
I want to just say that again. There's an accusation that he had sex with and beat a 15-year-old.
Correct. And so this case, as the prosecutors have been building this case,
like
they have repeatedly sought to keep these guys confined. And so they had been prohibited from leaving the country as the prosecutors are building this case, with the prosecutors saying that they posed a public danger and a flight risk.
I want to read some of these texts that you have gotten in the article. This is a woman who says, "Do you want me to be your slave or your wife?" This is a woman who, again, he's sort of, it seems to be recruiting kind of quasi-romantically and then maybe trying to move him to something else. "You'll do whatever I tell you," which is the same thing. "I'll choose a woman to be my wife. She'll love me enough to let me tell her what I feel like. I will decide if she's a slave." And then this is a text exchange in a text chat titled "Pimps." This is two associates, along with Tristan, the brother, discussed how to punish a woman who said she would no longer work for them. Tristan Tate: "The move now is as follows. Okay. Both of you go. Get her out of the house. Okay. Hit her if you have to. I don't care. Don't let her take her things. Thanks. Okay."
You're right. Those are among the text messages that the prosecutors have gathered. I mean, we've been pouring through hundreds of pages of court records from Romania in which they've gathered together and spelled out what they say is a long pattern of this behavior with a variety of women.
There are other criminal charges in England, am I right?
Yeah, absolutely. So in Britain, prosecutors have authorized charges. They're not just under investigation. They've authorized charges of trafficking and rape against both brothers there. And those are charges that they'll have to face when the Romania case is complete. They'll have to go to Britain and face those there. And we also realized, one of the things we discovered in the course of our reporting, I worked on this with my colleague, Isabella Quai, and what we found was that here in the United States since 2022, anti-trafficking agents at the Department of Homeland Security, as well as federal prosecutors here in New York, the ones who eventually won a conviction of Sean Combs, have been investigating the Tate brothers.
We should also note that almost immediately upon return, a girlfriend of Andrew Tate's accused him of assault and rape. He denies those charges. She has now sued him. He has countersued her for defamation.
Right.
So that happened immediately after he came back. Now, everyone, I think, has a picture of these individuals at this point. They were in Romania. It's very clear from your reporting, even though the Trump administration has tried very hard to run away from it and deny it, and Romanian officials have tried to deny it, that there was some pressure put by the Trump administration to get these guys back to the U.S.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, what we found was that their release from Romania was really the culmination of years-long efforts by Andrew Tate in particular to forge very strategic alliances with prominent figures on the American right, media figures like Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens, people in the Trump family, first Don Jr. and then Barron, and then eventually some of his supporters who were very public with their support and defense of him and their criticism of the Romanian criminal case, ascended into the Trump administration.
Alina Habba has talked about him. Richard Grenell, who has a kind of freelance portfolio and in fact admits that he discussed the case with a Romanian official.
Right. So, right, exactly. Paul Ingrassia, who actually served on the Trump's legal team, he ascends into the administration as well. And so after this new administration comes in, Richard Grenell in particular, we found, had discussions with at least two Romanian officials about the Tate's case. One at Mar-a-Lago in December of 2024, the second in February at an international conference in Munich. And what we also found was that within days of that second conversation, an order from the highest levels of the Romanian government came down to the prosecutors in the criminal case saying, you got to strike a compromise with the Tate brothers. And they did not.
And they were unhappy.
They were outraged, but they did follow through with ultimately lifting their travel bans, which the Romanian prime minister believed was going to appease the Trump administration.
It's truly it's really a shocking set of events and incredibly scrupulous reporting about all this. And people should check it out at the New York Times, where you can read some of these texts and you can read more about some of the allegations against Andrew Tate and his brother, which the men deny. You should definitely check it out. Megan Twohey.
Bad guys.
Federal
More I hear
prosecutors
about
say
them.
all of the victims were Chinese
More I think.
sex workers.
Not
but
nice
that
guys.
does not negate the crime this federal agent is accused of doing to these women. Now, these crimes happened in 2022, but the federal indictment unsealed today, just hours before the federal agent appeared in federal court. A warning: some of the details in this case may be disturbing to some viewers.
This is also.
According to this 12-page
We watched
indictment,
this report on it already.
Okay.
I recognize the guy.
Okay. Yeah, let's do this one. Alright, we've got through all the main stuff, so we can do whatever now. We've got an hour free.
We have even more drones than they have soldiers. We need to prove this math so that there are even more dead in the field, so that they stay there forever. The goal is clear. They'll die Russian everywhere, on all fronts. That's a quote today from Ukrainian soldier call sign Bakhmut Demon, and it kind of lines up with the footage we're seeing coming off the battlefield, especially in the south around Pokrovsk, where the number of Russian soldiers being targeted and killed day to day, week to week, is pretty staggering. And that's saying something that we're nearly 4 years into this war. Now, starting out with some updates around Kupiansk, turning over to Deep State map here. As a bit of a refresher, back on November 20th, so the map here shows red Russian-controlled territory, green Ukrainian-controlled territory, and the gray is the gray zone between, contested area. November 20th, President Putin put out a note saying that Russia had completely secured Kupiansk. His generals told him that that was the case. He then invited international media to come in and see for themselves. This was disproven yesterday. We'll do a quick map update to where this sits, where this blue territory changed hands and is now in control of Ukrainian armed forces. They cut off the Russians to the north, and the footage that we have coming out today seems to show Ukrainian forces moving into central Kupiansk, hunting down and eliminating the remaining Russian soldiers. Now, in terms of official updates, not a lot has changed. You can see the map update not changing between the 12th and the 13th. So this generally has been, I would say, agreed upon by both Ukrainian and Russian sources at this point. A lot of Russian military correspondents pretty angry right now. What they talk about is the term taking a city on credit, with the Russians saying a little too early they had taken Kupiansk and clearly had not yet been able to consolidate. In terms of an assessment here, looking to Institute for the Study of War, where they say the Ukrainian advances in and near Kupiansk show that Ukrainian forces are capable of conducting successful counterattacks and making tactically significant gains, particularly when Russian forces are overstretched. The seizure of Kupiansk has been a Russian priority since mid to late July 2025, but Russian forces have been unable to allocate sufficient force concentrations to overcome Ukrainian defenses in this area as they pursue intense offensive operations elsewhere in the theater. Putin and senior Russian military officials have been attempting to portray the front line in Ukraine as imminently on the verge of collapse, such that Ukraine and the West should concede to Russia's demands. But this Ukrainian counterattack in Kupiansk, along with staunch Ukrainian resistance along the rest of the line, shows that this narrative is false. And we have seen a handful of different claims come from Russia seeming to line up with the negotiation track. So there was a meeting between U.S. senior officials in the Kremlin. Right around that time, we heard that Kupiansk had fallen. Just before that, we got word that Pokrovsk had completely fallen. Now, we are going to get into some details around Pokrovsk. It is not a good situation for Ukraine, but it does seem like this was Russia trying to present that narrative. Ukraine, you may as well give up this territory. You're going to lose it anyways. In fact, today you lost another town. And the counterattack at Kupiansk, I agree with the ISW assessment here. The major takeaway is that Ukraine is still able to put together these tactical counterattacks. And there's some terminology here that's important. This is a counterattack, not a counteroffensive. It's relatively localized around Kupiansk, but the counter to that, no pun intended, is that's how Russia is operating right now as well. So we're not seeing broad attacks across the front, but rather localized in places like Kupiansk, down near Zaporizhia, and of course, Pokrovsk. Now, a quick update on the fundraiser we kicked off a couple days ago. We're killing it. This is insane. Working with Car for Ukraine to pick up 4 pickup trucks for 2 different Ukrainian units. We hit 20,000 euros overnight. So, spoiler alert, we are now #1 on the leaderboard, and I think we're going to stay there because we're going to close this thing out soon. Now, the goal here had a couple different units reach out, talk about the need for pickup trucks or just vehicles of any kind at the front. We know about that, and the countless footage coming out. The vehicles are getting hit and destroyed left and right. So, working with 2 different units here. The first is the 26th Artillery Brigade. They put together, both these units actually put together new videos just saying thank you for your support as we try to get these in their hands. So we've got the 26th operating in Kupiansk and Pokrovsk, so pretty relevant to the territories we're talking today. And then a Special Forces unit within the National Guard of Ukraine operating in the east. Pretty vague on that one, but both of these units in pretty desperate need of vehicles. We're going to do what we can to try to get these in their hands. Of course, a couple different patches available for donors, and then 2,500 euros for you big, deep-pocketed donors. Get a custom logo or a name or whatever you want on the side of one of these vehicles. So again, this thing is off and running. Hopefully we can close this thing out before the holidays, and then we will get the footage, some pictures and videos showing the delivery to these units, hopefully, before Christmas gets here. Now, turning back to the map, we are going to focus today mostly on Kupiansk and Pokrovsk, where it does look like Ukraine stopped another Russian attempt to try to push into that city, but it's not as though everything here is sunshine and roses, right? So there's been a lot of Russian advances in multiple areas, and turning now to 2 majors. So Russian mill blogger here talking about how they're portraying advances in other areas of the front, and I'm using his assessment here because it's one that's regularly utilized as pretty reliable, and I think it does generally match up to the conditions on the ground. It's regularly repeated by Rybar and other pretty large Russian media outlets. And today, it's pretty lacking in detail, so very broad, and I thought it was worth presenting that. They start up north, where they say in the Sumy direction, way up here in the north. He says, in the Sumy direction, the northern group of forces continues active offensive actions in several frontline sectors. And a quick note here, actually, I just shared a picture yesterday. I shared it a year ago, but it's a friend of ours, Sergey. He's a commander, a Bradley commander in 47th Mechanized Brigade. He held up a Go Army Beat Navy flag, which is perfect because today, December 13th, is when Army actually beats Navy on the football field. And I shared that on social media, and we had some folks say, hey, how are the 47th doing right now? Because this is an old picture. And Sergey chimed in and he said, we're doing well. You know, we're staying in touch with those guys. He said, I'm about 3 kilometers from where this photo was taken. That photo was taken in Kursk over a year ago. So the big Russian push in the Sumy region has effectively moved at least that Bradley crew a solid 3 kilometers back into Ukrainian territory, to give you an idea of how little the front lines have changed in some of these areas. Continuing on with the map here, over in Kharkiv, Russia says that they're continuing their advance in 2 different areas. They call out Perlipka down here, butchered that for sure, and then a little bit to the northeast, Vovchansk Kutori. So 2 small villages, settlements maybe. Seversk actually is one that seems to have changed hands, with the Russians taking control of this just in the last 24 to 48 hours. Seversk here, deep state map, seems to still show the western portion of the city in the gray zone. More and more reports are coming out now that Russia has successfully taken all of Seversk. And then down in Zaporizhia, again, 2 majors talking pretty high level. Get over here. Almost there. Here we go. Down here in Zaporizhia, a couple different areas 2 majors is talking about, saying they're continuing their advances or attacks in the Novodolivka area here, just south of Orhiv, and then a little bit further east, but no talk again for some reason about Huliopol, which has been a focus of Russian offensive operations for a while now in the Zaporizhia direction. Now, they did play some footage from Pokrovsk showing that the Russian Defense Ministry organized a press tour for Russian journalists to, quote, demonstrate our troops' control over the liberated city. And they no doubt did show that. We have that video right here to check out, but we also got some other footage coming out of Pokrovsk. I mean, it's no doubt that Russian forces are in a large portion of the city. But we got this one here from the Ukrainian 155th Separate Marine Brigade, where they said on December 10th, in Pokrovsk. The occupants attempted to advance in a large column. It was destroyed within the hour following the start of its movement through the joint efforts of units from the Ukrainian Defense Forces, including the 155th Separate Marine Brigade. They say in this video, you see the work of our brigade's attack drone teams during the destruction of the column. During the column's advance, the road was first blocked, which can be seen in the very first seconds of the video. After that, the enemy column was completely destroyed on the spot in about 20 minutes. It is shocking that we continue to see Russian advances like this in large numbers. In fact, a quick note, kind of a personal anecdote, maybe, if that's the right way to frame this. I was interviewing a Ukrainian commander yesterday that's going to air here in the probably next 2 or 3 weeks. I'm excited to share with you all. And I was talking about the Russian soldiers approaching Ukrainian lines and said, are there certain areas you have to watch more than others? Thinking like concealed approaches, this and that, tree lines, spot in about 20 minutes. It is
20 minutes.
Shocking that we continue to see Russian advances like this in large numbers.
That's pretty good.
In fact, a quick note, kind of a personal anecdote, maybe, if that's the right way to frame this. I was interviewing a Ukrainian commander yesterday that's going to air here in the probably next 2 or 3 weeks. I'm excited to share with you all. And I was talking about the Russian soldiers approaching Ukrainian lines and said, are there certain areas you have to watch more than others? Thinking like concealed approaches, this and that, tree lines. And he said, yes and no. I mean, we know general areas they're going to come from, but the challenge is you have to watch everywhere because you might not think that a Russian soldier would walk across an open field in broad daylight in range, clear range of Ukrainian drones, but they do. And every so often, there's just a lone Russian soldier wandering in broad daylight across a giant open field. So, yeah, you kind of got to watch everywhere. And of
what
course,
are they doing
we've
this
seen the footage of that. It's not just these relatively larger assaults carried out on roads leading to Pokrovsk and elsewhere along the front, but the individual soldiers, 1, 2, 3 at a time, getting hit daily by Ukrainian drones. In fact, to give you an idea of the volume there, we're turning over to the Unmanned Systems Forces of Ukraine. Put in place a system a few months ago where they track every one of their strikes, and it has to be recorded on film. So this isn't a matter of, I flew the drone over there, it hit a truck, we're going to count the truck destroyed. Everything has to be verified with footage. So they have a website, a live tracker, and you can see the progress of these units. Now, this one is the Mygar Birds. I'm going to go back to the overall Unmanned Systems Forces grouping here, and I'll put this link in the description below if you want to check this out yourselves. But so far in December, they're tracking 2,840 Russian soldiers killed. It's in 13 days. All right? Not going to mess with the math too much there, but you're talking about more than 20 soldiers a day, or more than 200 Russian soldiers a day killed. It's insane. Now, if you go back to November, we're talking about these numbers going up. 4,800 in the entire month of November versus 2,800 already in the first 12, 13 days of December. And we're seeing this in the footage. We're seeing stacks of Russian bodies trying to move through choke points that the Ukrainian forces continue to target. So it shouldn't be a shock that these numbers are going up. The shocking part is that we see Russia continue to throw bodies in some of these directions. Again, going back to that statement that we started the video with from Bakhmut Demon. We have more drones. The Ukrainians have more drones than Russians have soldiers. So they're just going to continue to kill them one by one, making Russia pay for every square inch they move forward. Now, we also got some videos from the Pokrovsk direction from the Ukrainian GUR. I'll share this here, where they say the video shows episodes of an operation carried out in November 2025 in the Pokrovsk direction, storming a building where Russian invaders had entrenched themselves, clearing trenches, shooting down an enemy drone, the meticulous work of FPV operators providing medical assistance to the wounded. These are exclusive footage of the combat work of soldiers from the 6th Special Operations Unit as part of the Timur Special Unit of the GUR of the Ministry of Defense of Ukraine. They say as a result of the storming and clearing of certain frontline areas, the tactical position of the units of the Security and Defense Forces, which are defending the Pokrovsk-Minograd area, have been improved. Now, a note on that, because there's been, I would argue, some pretty positive moves by Ukraine here in just the last couple days. We shouldn't assume that everything is going swimmingly. If we move back to the map here to look at the Pokrovsk direction, especially around Minograd, there is an interesting assessment that I wanted to share from Pravda. Rob Lee shared this on X, where I found it. Going back to the source here with Pravda, but it talks about the encirclement here at Minograd. And an important aspect when looking at this map is the gray area or contested region does not mean that there are Russian soldiers scattered all throughout here, but it also means that this is contested, right? It's very difficult to move any large numbers through here. And if you zoom in a little bit closer, there's not a clear path, right? I mean, this road to the south to Pokrovsk is essentially cut off. There's not a clear path, not a clear road to the north. So you're talking about kind of back roads and moving through fields to try to reinforce or resupply any elements here in Minograd. And that's what some soldiers talked about in this interview in Pravda. A quote from a Marine officer said, quote, "The enclosed gray zone around Minograd has effectively existed for several weeks.
I'm so
the
glad
last time
that
we rotated
finally
personnel
StreamYard-
using vehicles was in mid-November. And then in early December, a handful
What
of
are we
people
watching?
managed to get out on
Insane
foot."
fucking footage of Russian columns being destroyed in 20 minutes.
Pretty nuts.
It's fucking crazy that Russia is still doing this type of shit. Just throwing shit away for no reason.
Let them make the mistakes.
Well, if,
Yeah, they
you,
wanna
'cause
make the
if you go
mistakes.
back just slightly, oh my god. Just
Yeah, they want to make the mistakes. They just it's a
like
bit
this
far
footage.
back.
This no, that was right there. Post the thermal.
Separate Marine brigade. They say in this video, you see the work of our brigade's attack drone teams during the destruction of the column. During the column's advance, the road was first blocked, which can be seen in the very first seconds of the video. After that, the enemy column was completely destroyed on the spot in about 20 minutes. It is shocking that we continue to
It
see
is
Russian
shocking.
advances like this in
That's
large
pretty
numbers.
crazy.
In fact,
all
a
this
quick
footage is
note,
insane.
kind of a personal anecdote, maybe, if that's the right way to frame this. I was interviewing a Ukrainian commander yesterday that's going to air here in the probably next 2 or 3 weeks. I'm excited to share with you all. And I was talking about the Russian soldiers approaching Ukrainian lines and said, are there certain areas you have to watch more than others? Thinking like concealed approaches, this and that, tree lines. And he said, yes and no. I mean, we know
Yeah,
general areas
this is
they're
a
gonna
route
come
with
from,
some
but the
chest
challenge
hair.
is you have to watch everywhere because you might not think that a Russian soldier would walk across an open field in broad daylight in range, clear range of Ukrainian drones, but they do. And every so often, there's just a lone Russian soldier wandering in broad daylight across a giant open field. So, yeah, you kind of got to watch everywhere. And, of course, we've seen the footage of that. It's not just these relatively larger assaults carried out on roads leading to Pokrovsk and elsewhere along the front, but the individual soldiers, 1, 2, 3 at a time, getting hit daily by Ukrainian drones. In fact, to give you an idea of the volume there, we're turning over to the Unmanned Systems Forces of
that's the
Ukraine.
footage.
Put in place
All
a system a
crazy
few months
shit.
ago where they track every one of their strikes, and it has to be recorded on film. So this isn't a matter of, I flew the drone over there, it hit a truck, we're going to count the truck destroyed. Everything has to be verified with footage. So they have a website, a live tracker, and you can see the progress of these units. Now, this one is the Mygar Birds. I'm going to go back to the overall Unmanned Systems Forces grouping here, and I'll put this link in the description below if you want to check this out yourselves. But so far in December, they're tracking 2,840 Russian soldiers killed. It's in 13 days. All right? Not going to mess with the math too much there, but you're talking about more than 20 soldiers a day, or more than 200 Russian soldiers a day killed. It's insane. Now, if you go back to November, we're talking about these numbers going up. 4,800 in the entire month of November versus 2,800 already in the first 12, 13 days of December. And we're seeing this in the footage. We're seeing stacks of Russian bodies trying to move through choke points that the Ukrainian forces continue to target. So it shouldn't be a shock that these numbers are going up. The shocking part is that we see Russia continue to throw bodies in some of these directions. Again, going back to that statement that we started the video with from Bakhmut Demon. We have more drones. The Ukrainians have more drones than Russians have soldiers. So they're just going to continue to kill them one by one, making Russia pay for every square inch they move forward. Now, we also got some videos from the Pokrovsk direction from the Ukrainian GUR. I'll share this here, where they say the video shows episodes of an operation carried out in November 2025 in the Pokrovsk direction, storming a building where Russian invaders had entrenched themselves. clearing trenches, shooting down an enemy drone, the meticulous work of FPV operators providing medical assistance to the wounded. These are exclusive footage of the combat work of soldiers from the 6th Special Operations Unit as part of the Timur Special Unit of the GUR of the Ministry of Defense of Ukraine. They say as a result of the storming and clearing of certain frontline areas, the tactical position of the units of the security and defense forces, which are defending the Pokrovsk-Minograd area, have been improved. Now, a note on that, because there's been, I would argue, some pretty positive moves by Ukraine here in just the last couple days. We shouldn't assume that everything is going swimmingly. If we move back to the map here to look at the Pokrovsk direction, especially around Minograd, there is an interesting assessment that I wanted to share from Pravda. Rob Lee shared this on X, where I found it, going back to the source here with Pravda. But it talks about the encirclement here in Minograd. And an important aspect when looking at this map is the gray area, or contested region, does not mean that there are Russian soldiers scattered all throughout here, but it also means that this is contested, right? It's very difficult to move any large numbers through here. And if you zoom in a little bit closer, there's not a clear path, right? I mean, this road to the south to Pokrovsk is essentially cut off. There's not a clear path, not a clear road to the north. So you're talking about kind of back roads and moving through fields to try to reinforce or resupply any elements here in Minograd. And that's what some soldiers talked about in this interview in Pravda. A quote from a Marine officer said, quote, "The enclosed gray zone around Minograd has effectively existed for several weeks. The last time we rotated personnel using vehicles was in mid-November. And then in early December, a handful of people managed to get out on foot. That's all. In November, there was another attempt through Radinsky." Zoom out here so you can see that a little bit. Radinsky here to the north. "But all 3 vehicles, ours and those of the neighboring unit, were destroyed. Now I understand why Pokrovsk fell so quickly, because we are facing the same situation. There comes a point where the enemy troops achieve critical mass, and that's it. They're everywhere, and it's impossible to stop that, because before they wipe out logistics and drone units and push back the artillery." So the assessment here from Pravda said, quote, "The Russians are literally everywhere. Brigades from Ukraine's air assault forces have tried to clear this corridor, but there is currently no information on the outcome of these efforts. Meanwhile, as Russian troops attempt to cut off the approach roads to Minograd, they're also increasing their presence inside the city itself. The exact number of their forces cannot be determined, as Ukrainian troops now have increasingly limited surveillance capability." That last piece, I believe, has changed. This was written about a week ago when the fog was at its heaviest. So that did reduce Ukraine's ability to have drones overhead. That fog has since lifted in most of the front. They say soldiers told Pravda that some districts of Minograd are close to being encircled. So again, not a great situation here. I would expect that sometime in the next week or two, we hear of continued Ukrainian clearance operations around Pokrovsk and Minograd, similar in a sense to what we saw just a couple days ago in Kupiansk and what we've seen here to the north in Dobropilya. So we haven't had much from the Ukrainian side in this direction in a while now, but we know there are operations ongoing. I would expect to hear more about that before too awful long. Now, stepping back a little bit, more bigger picture, there were some pretty notable strikes between Russia and Ukraine just in the last couple days. Overnight, Russia appears to have carried out their largest drone and missile attack against Odessa since the war began. According to Russian blogger Military Informant, he said not only were hundreds of Goran and Iskander drones also launched, Iskander missiles, but also Dagger missiles used for the first time. Previously, they were mainly used for strikes on Kyiv. Yesterday, even before the start of the attack, there was damage to about 20 electrical substations in Odessa, and today about 10 more were added. It's also stated that in Odessa itself, the substations, many substations, were left without electricity. President Zelensky put out a note and some videos here talking about the strike, saying the main strike was again on our energy system in the south and Odessa region. 2 people were injured in Odessa. More than a dozen civilian objects were damaged across the country. In total, the enemy used more than 450 strike drones and 30 missiles of various types. He said it's important that everyone now sees what Russia is doing. Every step they take in terror is terror against our people. All attacks, because this is definitely not about ending the war. They still want to destroy our state and inflict as much pain as possible on our people. And it began a while ago, but the attacks on Ukrainian energy infrastructure to, for lack of a better term, try to freeze the Ukrainian people. So it's going to be a limit on electricity, going to be a limit on heat across Ukraine as we get into some of the nastiest winter months ahead. We're also seeing a bit of an expansion into the Black Sea, where Ukrainian drones have been targeting a number of Russian Shadow Fleet tankers. And just yesterday, Russia seems to have responded to that by striking a commercial vessel at port in Odessa. This past Wednesday, Ukrainian SBU used Sea Baby drones to attack another Russian Shadow Fleet tanker, the Dashan, under the flag of the Koromos in the Black Sea. This is the third such tanker, and we do have the footage of this one, that's been hit in the last 2 weeks. There's some reporting, actually, in the war zone that it might be the case that the Trump administration has signed on to this. They actually cited an Atlantic article saying that while the Biden administration feared escalation and opposed attacks on Russian vessels in international waters, Trump has taken the opposite tack. The Atlantic reported that not only did the Trump administration not object to strikes, but in a number of cases provided the transfer of intelligence to Kyiv, which was used to hit oil infrastructure facilities in Russia. Now, they're kind of conflating strikes against vessels in the Black Sea as they're kind of presenting that as the exact same as striking energy facilities and oil production facilities in Russia. There's no evidence beyond that right there that the United States is providing targeting support for going after some of these Russian Shadow Fleet tankers. Now, one of the ship that was hit yesterday by Russia, let's see, we have some footage of that here as well, looks to have gone after a Turkish vessel. Now, Rybar, in talking about this, said such strikes are attacks on our economy, like drone raids on oil depots in various parts of Russia. Unmanned surface vessels have become less effective against coastal targets, so Ukraine has switched to targets that are easy to reach. And in the absence of proper protection and counteraction, it is only a matter of time before the next vessel is damaged. And as mentioned, Russia did respond to this. The Turkish Foreign Ministry issued a statement saying, on this occasion, we once again emphasize the importance of bringing the war between Russia and Ukraine to an end as soon as possible, and we recall the need for an arrangement aimed at preventing escalation in the Black Sea, including the suspension of attacks against freedom of navigation, as well as the energy and port infrastructure of the parties. Now, the war zone went into a bit of an assessment here, talking about the risk of escalation in the Black Sea, that there's been a lot of fighting there since the opening days of the war, but generally speaking, commercial vessels have gone without being attacked, for the most part. Of course, they're incredibly vulnerable there, no doubt. The war zone says Russian Shahed kamikaze drone struck a ship that was in retaliation yesterday for a recent spate of Ukrainian attacks on Russian oil tankers in the Black Sea. The attack on the Turkish-owned Senk-T roll-on, roll-off cargo ship comes after Russian President Vladimir Putin warned that he would cut Ukraine off from the sea in response to Ukraine's stepped-up campaign against Russian commercial shipping. And they go in to say that the Trump administration has reportedly signaled its support for Ukrainian attacks on Russian vessels. Again, I'm a little skeptical of that, of everything the Trump administration kind of backed away from when it comes to any involvement in the war between Russia and Ukraine. I'd be surprised if the one that we seemingly are on board with is not striking Russian airfields with Western missiles, but instead it's striking commercial vessels in the Black Sea. So I'm a little skeptical of that claim. I think more likely here is that we are seeing Ukraine use probably some of their own targeting resources, using their own munitions, and they're not paying as much attention to, especially the United States, when we say don't do this or don't attack that, because quite frankly, we're losing that leverage and have lost that leverage in a lot of ways. If we're not providing the munitions, we don't get an awful lot of say as to how said munitions are utilized. So these Sea Baby drones is a great example. Those are Ukrainian designed and manufactured. It's entirely possible they're just using those however they see best fit. But either way, it is going to be interesting to watch if this escalation in the Black Sea continues. But that's all we got for now. Again, for those interested and able, the link to contribute to our ongoing fundraiser, getting 4 trucks for 2 different Ukrainian units, is in the description below. But thanks for watching, and I'll see you all next time.
Alrighty. Yeah, let's do this one.
Welcome back to Verified Live. Now to a fascinating new story, because researchers at the British and National History Museums have uncovered the earliest evidence of humans creating fire. It happened more than 400,000 years ago at an ancient human settlement at Barnham Forest near Thetford in East Anglia. That is about 350,000 years earlier than the previous best evidence. Our science correspondent, Paolo Ghosh, has had exclusive access to this prehistoric site.
The ability to create and control fire changed everything for humans. It provided warmth at will. It enabled us to cook and eat meat, which enlarged our brains. It meant that we were no longer a species clinging on for survival. We could invent and we could create and we could go on to become the advanced species we are today.
Fire really do be
all
like
of this by bashing rocks
so
together.
important.
And it happened here in the forests of Barnham in Suffolk.
Archaeologists found fragments of this mineral here that changed the world forever.
It's the internal surface of this that you can use by striking a flint to create sparks.
Right, you gonna give it a go?
You can give it a go.
Iron pyrite, also known as fool's gold. It sparked a new golden beginning for humanity. Under the treetops, an incredible secret remained buried until now.
So this is the area where we discovered this heated sediment. And you can tell it's heated because normally the clay is quite yellowy orange, and this was a distinct red.
This is where they were gathered around.
Yes, so this is where the hearth was. You can imagine early humans gathering around this fire and developing the very early use of language.
An incredibly special place.
Incredible.
Nick Ashton and his team found 3 crucial clues in this scientific detective story. As well as the fire, a hand axe on the left, and next to it a tiny piece of iron pyrite, all in the same spot. Compelling evidence that the fire was deliberately created more than 400,000 years ago, 350,000 years earlier than previously thought. Deep in the secure vaults of the British Museum, the precious evidence is catalogued and analysed. Nick shows off his discoveries to his friend and scientific collaborator, Chris Stringer. He's one of the leading experts on human evolution.
The really important thing is, of the 2 pieces of pyrite, ideal for creating sparks.
A replica skull of the people living in Britain at the time shows that they were not of our species, but a different kind of human.
What's interesting is that the shape of the skull, little details on the skull, suggests that she was probably a very early Neanderthal. Even 400,000 years ago, the Neanderthals were beginning their evolution. So we think those fires at Barnham were being made by early Neanderthals. Using fire on both vegetable foods and meat foods means that you're liberating more energy to help you run that big brain.
The discovery here, published in the journal Nature...
Are you telling me it
begins
wasn't
a new
psychedelic
search
mushrooms,
for where
like Joe
else
Rogan
different
says?
groups of humans, including our own species, Homo sapiens, learnt to use a technology
Homo sapiens.
that made us the
Yeah,
inventive
because
and innovative people we are
hallucinogenics
today.
actually lower cognitive function,
well,
not
say
expand
Paolo's
it.
here in the studio with me, absolutely
I
fascinating.
was explaining this
So
the other day.
what was
The
it like
reason you have
actually
the
being
effect
there?
you
Because
do is because it's
fire
lowering your
changed
cognitive
everything, didn't
function.
it?
Did
It's
change
impairing your
everything.
brain.
And just being
right?
in
It
this
doesn't
place,
awaken
which was
anything.
One of the places which was the source of one of the biggest technological revolutions in our entire human history. It led to everything else. So you could tell I was a bit lost for words. You could tell I was incredibly excited because this was the moment that humanity gained control over the environment rather than the environment controlling us. Because the ability to create fire was the moment that we gained real control. We could be warm when we wanted, we could cook food, our brains increased in size, and that led to us being able to socialise more, talk to each other. That led to social development. We could collaborate, cooperate, have better hunting practices, a virtuous circle that led to us here.
So everything stems from that. How did they actually prove the timeline here?
Well, fire has been around ever since there was oxygen. Humans have been able to harness fire through natural fires for about 2 million years. But finding the pyrite, finding that...
Well, there's a literal bird who sets shit on fire so it can hunt. So, like, I think we need a different metric for intelligence. Like, did you know about that? The fire hawks? In Australia, there are hawks which will pick up fire and drop it, creating fires so prey runs. Isn't that fucking ridiculous?
hand axes that were heated, and finding the burnt soil altogether provides compelling evidence that they really did know what they were doing, especially since pyrite wasn't found in the locality. They had to bring it in. For them, this fool's gold was the most precious substance on the entire planet, and it changed everything, as you say.
Paolo, absolutely fascinating. Thanks very much for taking us through all of that. Do head to the website as well. A full long read also being prepared there, and with the very latest details on that story.
Hello, I'm Dean Roy, running to become the youngest governor of the state of Vermont.
A 14-year-old on a mission to run the Green Mountain State. Would you drop out of school if you won? Is that
do
legal?
online school. It'd be hard, but I can do it.
What's the legality of no age
running for
requirement
office?
for governor? Dean Roy here is currently running to become the youngest governor in American history.
Dean Roy,
I views
white
on
ass
fiscal
name.
conservatism.
And as you can tell, he is quite passionate about it.
Currently, the main priority is housing. Vermont has an 8,000 house deficit.
We're going to start with a candidate for governor in Vermont who's not even old enough to vote.
Technically, another 14-year-old boy did try this a few years ago, but he ran as a Democrat and did not make it to the general election. Meanwhile, Dean got a little crafty, third-party style.
I learned that if I create a party, I'll be the youngest ever person to create a party in American history.
Running with his newly formed Liberty and Union Party, Dean says he now only needs
Cringe.
a few more signatures to get to the necessary 500.
A few people just say no, which is totally reasonable. I understand why they do.
Dean did spend 8th grade as a page at the State House, but for the record, he does engage in more standard 14-year-old activities too, like running cross-country and, shout out Vermont, making maple syrup with his family in their backyard.
It's very, very long to make, but the product's rewarding.
Wow, what
so
a unique
I'm
individual.
gonna give you my address.
Send some.
That's a child.
Not that he has
You're
any time right
what?
now.
Come over to my
Simply
house,
make
child.
Dean have a state to run.
If I win, and I lead Vermont to the best of my ability. And if I lose, I learn from it, and I run again later.
During the debate,
A
the
new
other candidate is going to
investigation
give him a
into
fucking
political
over-the-head
maneuvers that led to the
wedgie.
release of Andrew and Tristan Tate, right-wing influencers charged with rape, human trafficking, and other crimes. The Tates, who are major players with big social media followings in the so-called manosphere, are facing criminal investigations in Romania and criminal charges in the UK for alleged sex crimes. The brothers had been barred from leaving Romania for years as prosecutors built their case, but in February, the Romanian government suddenly lifted the travel ban and allowed the two to board a plane to Florida, which they announced in this video recorded on the plane. Both men have denied the criminal allegations. A new report from the New York Times reveals how the Trump administration and some members of the president's family may have been involved in a larger movement in conservative circles to support the Tates. For more, we're joined now by New York Times investigative reporter Megan Toohey, who helped break the story. Thanks for being with us.
Happy to be with you.
So for the unfamiliar, tell us more about who the Tate brothers are and the criminal allegations they were facing in Romania.
So Andrew Tate and his brother Tristan, to a lesser extent, are two of the most influential figures in the so-called manosphere.
Did we already watch
world.
this, or is this just the same lady
Andrew's
being
a former
interviewed?
kickboxer who
We did watch this actually. It was auto playing on the list. That's why.
Hey! Check if the Barry Weiss interview is out.
Do you want to just watch this?
What is that?
It's Sam Cedar.
Yeah, sure.
And I'll look
Speaking
for it
of the dumbing down of the American mind, let's turn to the new head of CBS News, who apparently every time she shows up in the newsroom,
It stands for
it makes
Cunt Broadcast
each and every
Service.
employee at
Okay, there's
CBS
a dude
feel disgusting. Like
who streamed it live, and that's the only copy. It'll be
Okay, we'll
uploaded
wait.
tonight.
It'll be out. They'll put it
They
out
need a
next
shower.
stream.
For people who are just tuning in to this clip and
Tooting?
didn't see the rest of the show,
Did she
Sam's
just say
doing
people
AI
who are just
George
tooting
Washington
in?
voice
I have
still.
been brought back. I'm
His new personality for a while.
AI
Yeah.
George Washington. I could have done like you imagine like AI Walter Cronkite coming back and Barry who
Yeah, right.
Here
right,
is
exactly.
Barry Weiss, no experience really in reporting on anything other than like I think her sister was sent out.
Being
I
a
remember
dumb
one point
bitch.
in Brooklyn to infiltrate a neighborhood group that was worried about dogs in Prospect Park. And that was the big blockbuster story that
Her
she did.
sister, right.
Yeah,
Okay.
well, I mean, she was...
She has experience by osmosis, I guess.
We don't need to see the promotion video. You know, the problem with CBS, you couldn't find any journalists there to actually do this interview. And so Barry Weiss took it upon herself. Here is a clip from the interview. My only hesitation about playing this is I don't want people to watch it. You can watch the clip, but don't give CBS any ratings for this.
Oh, don't worry. Candace Owens' clips are doing about 20 times the views that CBS News are on this exact same topic. So
that's a conservative estimate.
It's like 50,000.
We didn't get into any of that. It was supposed to do a lot of Candace Owens.
Well, no, I don't want to play that one.
Okay. Her viewership is off the charts.
We'll do Candace Owens, we'll do Erica Kirk, we'll do the Barry Weiss interview. That'll all be Monday, and then movie. It'll be a good day.
Either 18 or 19. The question is, which one should go first? Let's listen to Erica Kirk want to rewrite the legacy of her husband. We'll start there, and then we'll play the clip where she bemoans the fact that people try and mutate reality.
3 months.
19.
One of the things that has happened over the 3 months since Charlie was murdered is that people have gone through the thousands, maybe tens of thousands of hours of words he produced. He said more in 31 years than most people will say in a lifetime. Yes. And I want to read a few that have captured the most attention, especially on the political left, okay? Yeah. Some gun deaths were, quote, unfortunately worth it to preserve the Second Amendment, he said. Acknowledging that he wishes he didn't feel this way, he said, I'm sorry, if I see a black pilot, I'm going to be like, boy, I hope he's qualified. He said the Civil Rights Act of 1960.
I'm just going to read something here. Okay, I'm just going to read this here. I'm not going to tell you what you probably heard me say it, but whatever. This is the definition. A narrow-minded person who obstinately adheres to their own opinions and prejudice, especially one who strongly or unfairly dislikes or feels hatred towards others based on their group membership. What is this the definition of? Starts with a B.
Cunt?
Bigot. Literal definition of bigot is exactly what fucking Charlie Kirk was. By Barry Weiss's fucking explanation just then. Her question was, your husband was a bigot, but
64 was a mistake. Now I realize that all of those quotes come from longer conversations.
It's like if, it's saying like, you know, he used to call me sweetie pie and getting like a little bit teary. Oh, that racism. That's Charlie. That's Charlie.
It's her condescending sort of quality looks exactly like her abject sorrow and pity look. But
we can't tell the difference. Yeah.
Let's just be clear. I just want to let people know. When you say the Civil Rights Act should not have passed, you are echoing the words of libertarians who all feel like we should not have our property rights, even though our property rights, our commercial property rights, are essentially protected and developed by the existence of society. We should not have them curtailed by people telling us that we cannot discriminate against people based upon their skin color or their race or their ethnicity or their gender. When he says that quote, and I remember when he said this, that like when I see, he was the assault on DEI, and the much larger conversation she's talking about is Charlie Kirk explicating with a bunch of other right-wingers the idea that the only reason why people have these jobs is because they're there because of affirmative action, which incidentally is not DEI. DEI is what protects them from discrimination when they have the job, not gives them a leg up on the job. But even then, the whole point was that The implication is black people can't be pilots or do these things. But go ahead, continue.
Had on his show. Correct. But he did say those things. And Charlie is being memorialized by many people as a person who promoted civil discourse, as a person who said, come to the front of the line, let's have a civil conversation. How do you square that with the statements I just read?
I would love for everyone to be able to watch the full and entire clip of what he said.
Sounds like coke.
Charlie didn't care what skin color you were. He didn't care what religion you were.
If you're a pilot.
I'm sorry. I just want to rattle a one off or two. Happening all the time in urban America. Prowling blacks go around. That's a fact. It's happening more and more. Said in May 2023. January 2024. If I'm dealing with someone in customer service who's a moronic black woman, I wonder if she's there because of her excellence or because is she there because of affirmative action?
When blacks in America did not have the same rights they had today, they were less murderous. There was less.
If I see a black pilot, I'm going to be like, boy, I hope he's qualified.
Okay.
Or if you were gay, they would throw you off towers in Palestine. Too bad they don't have towers anymore. Or whatever he said.
I would love to hear the rest of that conversation where he also says that about Hispanics.
Yeah, let's see. Well, Erica might have a response to you.
Oh,
guys.
she has a substantive response to it. Okay, she is. Okay.
He didn't care what skin color you were. He didn't care what religion you were. He loved excellence. He loved knowing that people, his favorite word was earn. He loved knowing that people worked hard to earn what they got. He worked so hard to build Turning Point USA. The first statement you meant about guns and shooting, I have no idea the context of that, and I have no idea what he was.
You said you want everyone to go see the full context of it, and now you don't know it.
What he said she loved, what was it about, a religion?
No, he said, listen, it's worth the price of everybody of the Second Amendment to have, rando shootings. That's just the cost, the price you pay.
It's the cost of freedom, baby.
Right before he passed away, September 2025. Islam is the sword the left is using to slit the throat of America.
I don't care about your religion.
Yeah, but maybe the missing context was JK, LOL.
What that whole, there's a lot more there than just that one little sentence. My husband is not to be deteriorated to 2 sentences. He's not.
I believe he just was deteriorated. Listen, she is a deep thinker. You know what's amazing? She got all these questions beforehand. If you think for one moment she did not have all these questions beforehand, and somebody, do you want to bounce those off of me, Erica? No, I'm good. Deteriorated. We're going with deteriorated. He should not be deteriorated to those 2 questions.
The hateful things he said.
Yes.
Reduced, she meant.
And the thing is like nobody has the contrary examples of, oh, here's the good thoughts that Charlie Kirk left with us.
Yeah.
There's not an example.
And he was brilliant of a man. So that's fine if you want to take words out of his mouth or out of context without the whole thing in perspective. But that's the problem.
CBS News. Wow. That's the problem. And wait. Okay. Let's go. Let's go to where she talks about Candace Owens. Now, they don't say Candace Owens' name directly. It's quite clear who Barry Weiss is talking about. It's weird that she doesn't say her name.
Oh, I think they... Well, she doesn't, but I think... Doesn't Barry in this?
I don't think they do. Listen.
I think they were at least saving the direct addressing of Candace.
Maybe, we should say these are just clips, and the full interview will come out this weekend, and it will
Don't
be...
watch it.
Yeah.
The podcaster Candace Owens, okay?
Oh,
At
she
one
does say her name.
time, a friend of Charlie's-
Podcaster.
Yeah, so what that was is there was rumor going around that they were not going to explicitly address Candace on Fox News, which is weird. Like,
Well,
we're
she-
saving it for Barry.
She didn't, right? Because we played that clip where she was talking around it, and it seemed more like cowardice.
Oh,
but
okay,
it's-
that's what I thought. Okay, good.
Yeah,
They were
yeah.
saving it for Barry for some reason, which I would also not have done, but anyway.
time a friend of Charlie's, at one time an employee of Turning Point. She has been one of the main peddlers of these conspiracies, and she is making a huge amount of money on it. She is building her business off of these lies. What do you want to say to her and the other people that are putting these lies out into the world right now?
Stop.
Stop.
Get some help.
That's it. That's all I have to say. Stop.
I'm losing it, bro.
I did, yeah. That's it. I don't think she's going to stop. I don't think that's going to do it. And it's
That's
almost
fucking
like she's saying,
awesome.
like, hey, we have a copyright on spreading lies to build a business. You're not allowed to do that without licensing this. Cease and desist.
This whole tour has been a absolute gift to Candace Owens.
Oh my God.
She's addressed it in about 9 interviews now, and every interview she's like, "I'm above this. I'm not wasting time on it."
Right.
You're traveling around the world talking to major media platforms about it. What you should do is say, "Yeah, Candace Owens is troubled by the loss, by the death, traumatic death of my husband, and I hope
She
good
gets
luck
help.
to her."
Or she gets help. Yeah, right.
And
I mean,
move on to Charlie's boring ass book about not doing anything on Saturdays.
Yeah, but the thing is, Barry Weiss knows the exact same thing, that this is the way that she's going to make her money, and this is like that's what is going on. I mean, CBS News, it's just so gross. Hey, folks, don't forget to hit the subscribe button and check out our daily show. We do it every day at 12 p.m. Eastern for about 2.5 hours. We even
take phone calls.
That's nice of them.
US police and federal agents are searching for an active shooter on the campus of Brown University in Rhode Island State. At least 2 people have been killed and 8 more critically wounded. Initial reports said a suspect had been detained, but police later said the gunman was still at large. The incident happened in a building where students were taking final exams at the Ivy League university. All right, let's go straight to DW's Janelle Dumoulin in Washington, who's tracking the story for us. Janelle, what's the latest you can tell us?
Yeah, so as you said, Anthony, there was some initial confusion. Law enforcement said that they had talked to someone that they felt might have been connected to the shooting. That turned out not to be the case. So they are now back to saying that they have nobody in custody. As such, the search is continuing. You now have police vehicles patrolling the streets in the surrounding areas around the building where the shooting took place. You also have officers on foot combing the area. We heard earlier from law enforcement, from city and state officials, as well as university officials who gave a press conference earlier today. Police are describing this as a very fluid situation still. It continues to develop from when the university first sent out an alert at 4:22 p.m. local time to university students and faculty, telling them to hide, to lock their doors, to put their phones on silent because there was an active shooter situation. We now know that those shots were first reported at the Barris and Holy building, which has the engineering and physics department. You mentioned some of the victims and that there were fatalities and injuries. Now, city officials would not say at this point whether those victims are students, but they did say that those who were injured and brought to the hospital are in critical but in stable condition. Now, in terms of the suspect, as you said, they are looking for a male dressed in black. They believe so far that they are looking for a single shooter. They could not say anything so far as to the type of a weapon that was used. They say that so far they can only say that it was a firearm. Now, of course, this was a campus with a lot of video cameras, so investigators are continuing to comb through that footage. They're also urging the public to come forward with whatever they may have that could be helpful to the investigation, whether it's photos or ring camera footage or anything else at all. Now, over here in Washington, we've also been hearing some responses on the federal level. We heard from the FBI chief, Kash Patel, who released a statement on social media earlier saying that the FBI personnel are on the scene and assisting the investigation this evening, and that they will provide all capabilities necessary. We also heard from President Donald Trump, who said that
it might be a handgun as well, because like, it's a lot easier to escape an active shooting scene with a full-size rifle. Like, handguns you can conceal and nobody's going to be looking twice at you. You're going to look like you're anyone else running. Like, a shooter cannot run out of the scene of a crime with a rifle.
Had been briefed on the shooting. He said that it was a terrible thing, and really all that was left at the moment is to pray for the victims. All in all, a very difficult time for Brown University, with this shooting occurring so shortly before Christmas, and as of yet without resolution as the investigation continues.
DW's Janelle Dumoulin from Washington. Thank you.
What else we got here? Okay.
We are covering a deadly shooting out of Brown University in Rhode Island. The shooter in that
it's in
case
Rhode Island.
Still at large. Police do not know who it is. All they know is that it is a male who was dressed in all black, and that those shots began,
Nazi.
or they got the first call around 4:05 Eastern time, about 3.5 hours ago. I want to go to Katie Sun, Brown University student. Katie is still on lockdown in her dorm room. Katie, are you with us?
Yes, hello, hi.
Hi. Are you okay? We're so sorry you're going through this.
Well, thank you. I'm okay. I'm doing all right. Thank you so much.
Okay.
It's a tough time.
I know. It's really, really a scary and traumatic thing to have to be on lockdown at your school and to have violence like this around you. I've been told you heard the gunshots?
Yes, I was studying in...
This is kind of fucked.
Which is the engineering building where I think the shooting
Interviewing
happened. So
students who,
I was
like,
in the front area,
are still in
and I heard,
lockdown
like, multiple
while a
gunshots,
shooter might
like,
be around.
coming
It's
from
pretty
the back
wild.
where the classrooms are, and I just basically fled immediately, me and the other people that were studying there.
That is so scary. Okay, so take us in again for just people that are at home. Who
I
might be
really
tuning in.
hate
What she's
the
talking
reporter
about is
voice
the
as
Barrison
well.
Hallway building there on Brown,
Going
which is where
on
the
here.
shooting did happen. 2 people killed, 8 people in critical but stable condition. And so, Katie,
Bro,
you're saying you were
you're talking to
studying
someone
there.
who's
There
like
were
a
exams
potential
going on at
victim,
that
telling
time,
them
right?
about how their friends are dead.
Yeah.
What is wrong with you?
It's a pretty big building.
This is
There's
fucked
an
up.
area called the ERC that has like a cafe during the week, and there are some tables. And then further back into the building, there are classrooms, and I think that's where the exams were. So I was in the front area of the building, so I didn't see anything, but I heard the gunshots.
And so when you heard them, you said they sounded kind of like pops?
Pops, bangs. I mean, at first, I've never experienced anything like this, so I didn't really know what to make of it, but there were so many in sequential, and it was like bangs or pops. And yeah, at first, like, me and the other people that were there, we kind of froze, and then someone was like, we have to go, and then everyone just sprinted out. I left all my stuff there. It's probably still there.
No, that makes sense. And so obviously in a moment like that, you're just processing. It's probably hard. But if you were to guess how many shots you heard, do you have any idea?
Maybe 5 or 6. I don't really know exactly, but it was like definitely more than 1 or 2. It was kind of a lot.
Yeah. And so you
Yeah.
and your fellow students hear the...
It was a few. I was a bit more concerned with not being shot. Thanks though. Fucking.
those gunshots in the back of that building, loud enough, obviously, that you know what it is, you hear them. You get up and you run out of that building?
Yeah, me and most of the other people that were there, we run out towards the front of the building. There are like two sides. So the front of the building faces the Skyline, not sure the street name, but we run out there and like everybody's running it. It was so scary. But yeah, we run out and I was thankfully able to get into my dorm safely.
Right, which is where you are now, safely in your dorm room.
Yes.
Do you have any sense of how many people were back there taking exams or were in that classroom area?
That I don't know. I think I personally don't know anyone who's taking an exam in Burris and Hawley, but depending on the class sizes, I bet there's, I don't really want to give an inaccurate number.
No, it's okay. It's okay. And in terms of that building, describe it for people. Is it really big? Are there a lot of entrances? What is that building like?
Yeah, it's pretty big. Again, the front area where I was and where the cafe is pretty open, so there's multiple doors we can get in. I think there are 3 floors, and then there's also basements, and there's also like they have labs in there. So you can go in through like the front or the side. There's honestly a lot of doors, but not all of them are like, a lot of them are locked, but mostly the front doors, they keep them open or sometimes they're propped open.
And so that's my other question to you in terms of getting into that building. Do you have to swipe a student ID? Do you just walk in?
I think during the weekdays and during daylight hours, they're mostly unlocked. The main doors are unlocked. Sometimes I know late at night I like to go study there, and students will keep a chair to prop it open, although I think that definitely won't be happening anymore. Yeah.
Did you
So
She seems in good spirits.
No, I just walked in.
You just walked
in. Open.
So, okay, so anybody could have walked in, at least in the door you went in?
Yes, yeah.
Okay. And so now you're there in your dorm room. Have you been told anything beyond just stay on lockdown?
That's all, like, officially from the school. We're just told to stay on lockdown. I've been told that they still haven't found anyone, so trying not to go out and trying to stay safe is the main goal.
Yes, that is the main goal. Yeah. And listen, that sounds like exactly what you should be doing based on all of law enforcement, is to stay in. Have you, are people, how are your dorm mates reacting to all of this?
Well, my suite mates are actually not back yet. They're all like locked down in different areas. I think some are at the gym. Some of my suite mates and friends, they're still locked down in where they had their final, actually, like a different dorm on campus, which I feel pretty bad for them about. So my friends are kind of scattered all over, wherever they can find somewhere safe. Yeah, I had another friend who was also in the building, but she was in a conference room on the 2nd floor, and she had to barricade herself in there until the police were able to get them out. But that's definitely even more scary than what I experienced, I think.
Yeah, it's very. And so police were able to clear her where she was in that building.
Yeah, they had, at least what she told me was they had barricaded themselves in there, and then eventually police came and then they got them out, which is good.
Okay, so it just sounds like, again, just kind of recapping what you're saying here, you were in the building where the shooting happened, which is described as kind of being a little bit on the edge of campus, around by like a residential area, and you were studying in the front area that's kind of open. There were classrooms in the back, and while you're studying, you didn't swipe to go in. Anybody could have walked in that front door, it was open. And while you're studying, you heard at least 5 or 6 gunshots, and that's when you guys ran.
Yes, yeah, exactly. So surreal. I mean, it's horrible. I just can't believe it.
I know. I'm sure you're in a state of shock. It is a shocking, terrifying thing to have to experience, and probably doesn't even make sense at the time when you're hearing it. Like you said, I think it's, you freeze and then you react. But we're really glad you're okay, Katie, and I hope that your friends are also okay. And
I hope none of your friends got brutally murdered today, honey.
They catch this person very, very soon.
What the fuck?
Thank you so much. I really appreciate that.
All right. Thank you, Katie. We appreciate you.
What beautiful coverage from CNN. So I guess.
Let's talk about Tim Pool.
I guess we'll
doing a 30. What?
Look at more on Monday as well when we know a bit more. Maybe they'll find the guy. We'll see.
Is it 31-minute video, almost 32-minute video about yours truly, where he calls me very mean names, says I'm a grifter, says I'm dumb as rocks and a liar. And I want to do a deep dive. I saw this is from a few weeks ago. Now we have time to really sit with it and spend some time on the show watching a bunch from what was supposed to be a takedown of me. The title's Luke Beasley Roasted for being completely wrong. And it's him reacting to clips from my Jubilee appearance. Now, before showing you the first clip from the actual YouTube video, there seemed to be a common theme in Tim Pool's video about me. I think you'll see it come through here.
It's a great opportunity for these prominent personalities who typically won't come on the show to debate. He came on the show, said, I'll debate. He refuses to come back. Come back and debate in the culture war. Dude, this is why Luke won't come back on the show. This dude is a sophist grifter. Luke, come on. Come back on the culture war. Let's play. This is why Luke Beasley doesn't want to come on the show. This is why Luke Beasley won't come on the show.
I think he wants to be back on the show. Now, because it's such a fun response, let me hold my response to those clips because he's going to bring that up in the video I'm about to play and I'll address it. But he made that point very clear, very loud and clear, Tim. You want me back on the show. So here is part one, just his intro of the segment. And again, I encourage you to watch a lot of this because there's so many good parts where, as I explained to our members on the bonus show as to why I get so excited for things like this, is Tim Pool is a really prominent, one of the most well-known conservative MAGA influencers. And so I think it is a good chance to demonstrate to all of you that here's the best he has. Here's the best takedown of me, trying to prove I'm dishonest, that he can bring forward. And I hope that throughout this video, you leave going, wow, if that's the best Tim has, then I think I can trust that Luke is correctly delivering the information in the videos, because otherwise Tim would have something to beat me over the head with. And you can be the judge if he as to if he does that effectively. Let's start.
Hey, we got Luke Beasley versus 20 Trump supporters, and he makes a lot of claims. See, here's the reason why I like reacting and commenting on these videos, is because they often edit them in such a way that people like Luke Beasley are going to get a free pass on bad.
So the context again, Tim Pool has a big few channels doing political commentary and debates and stuff, and has a pretty big following. And then I went on Jubilee, which is this big platform for debates. I've covered that. I'm sure you've seen it. And I debated 20 Trump supporters, or 20 MAGA boomers, as it was described. And that's what he's reacting to. But a lot of it is just him generally venting about his frustration with me. Which, again, I've said it before. I feel like the way that I do content
Bro's mad.
is not even close to inflammatory. I don't feel like I do very inflammatory content, but he's inflamed.
Arguments, and because I love debating and presenting my ideas, sometimes I'm wrong. It's a great opportunity for these prominent personalities who typically won't come on the show to debate, that I can at least rebut some of their claims. But I want to just stress, every single time I provide commentary on these videos, which is fair use to the utmost degree, Jubilee files a copyright claim. Guys, it's abuse at this point, and if you keep doing it, well, let's just say don't keep doing it. I am allowed to...
That was a good threat. That was a banger threat. If you keep doing it, you better stop, is what I'm going to say. Don't make me say it. Now, before playing a little bit more,
My name's Tim Pool.
what he's talking about, this is so funny because he's later going to accuse me of doing stuff just for money, which if you followed this show for a long time, you know how ludicrous that claim is, and I'll get into it in more detail in a second. But just on the Jubilee part, he's so obsessed with money that he's portraying Jubilee demonetizing his videos whenever he plays clips from their show as abuse. And when you hear it, it sounds like his videos are getting taken down by Jubilee.
It is a DMCA abuse. It's literally copyright abuse. Like they're abusing copyright because they're a massive corporation who can sue you when you can't. That's the only reason.
Yeah, and they also got big because of people reacting to their content.
Exactly.
And now it's just like the Fine brothers trying to coin the term react when other people make react videos.
Trying to fucking copyright react, the term react. Like, fuck you.
Which would be ridiculous. Let me play some clips. You can demonetize it, or you could choose to have the ad revenue from the video be funneled to you, but why would you take down? But that's not what they're doing. I looked up Tim Pool Jubilee, and there's a bunch of videos he has posted. They haven't been taken down, but probably what has happened is Jubilee copyright claimed it, and that means that Tim Pool's channel doesn't get the revenue just from that video, which is the same thing other than when I covered the video of me. Every other Jubilee video I've covered also copyrights us, and we don't monetize it. But I still cover it because I think it's interesting to y'all, and I don't care. I don't care if we don't make money on a video. But he's so upset making threats against Jubilee because when he covers this one platform's content, he can't make money on that video. But I'm obsessed with the money. Interesting.
Counter the lies and the incorrect statements from these individuals. When you publish this to millions of people, let me see if I can... How many views does this video have? Let's 1.4 million views. And this dude is going to make many statements that are incorrect. I am not going to play an hour and 40-minute long video. I'm going to pull specific points to counter his statements. This is what Jubilee does, and I don't care if it's conservative or liberal. The people that are typically chosen to debate, they're not high-profile, prominent individuals who have built up careers challenging these ideas and calling out lies. No disrespect to those who show up to the Jubilee events to debate, but they're putting, even if it's Ben Shapiro or Luke Beasley, they're putting trained professionals up against the general public. Now, here's the thing. When it comes to like Ben Shapiro, when he does these things, I largely agree a lot with what he was saying, but I have debated some of the regular people as well when it's edited in such a way. Here's what I don't like about Jubilee and why I want to stress they've not invited me, or if they have, I don't know, but I would not do it because they're edited. I don't do that.
This is the best day ever. This is going to be so fun. So he says I make multiple incorrect statements. I'm going to show you. Obviously, his video is 30 minutes. It would take us 2 hours to go over a 30-minute video because I would also have to make sure it's correctly utilizing fair use, and I'm adding commentary, not just playing his whole thing. So I can't play all of it, but I'll play a bunch of it. I think his points will come through, and all the points where he thinks he's debunking something I'm saying, I'm going to play, and then I'll respond to them. Spoiler alert, he doesn't debunk anything that I say, from my standpoint, but you'll get to judge for yourself. But it's funny he starts with a long rant about Jubilee. He's going to get to me, don't worry.
Don't play that game. Let me start with the quick intro so you can get a general idea of what Jubilee is presenting to you guys. It's not letting me do it. Here we go.
Oh, wait, I didn't address him going, they didn't invite me, but if they did, I wouldn't even go. Yeah, you would. You so would. This is why I don't do Jubilee. And also because they didn't invite me. Which is funny to be like, I won't do anything that's edited. So many things are edited. So many interviews and debates are edited because you're not just, if you're doing a debate in front of cameras, to his credit, his are long live streams, 3 hours, and there's no edits. Great. But something like Jubilee that gets way more views per video than Tim does, and a part of it is because they're not just doing a debate, but they're also doing a performance. They're trying to make it interesting and engaging to watch. So they're going to have to edit in such a way that it moves fast and boring parts get thrown out, etc. I was there. I can't speak to every other Jubilee video, but I was there for mine, obviously. And I can say they didn't dishonestly present any of the participants or me. It wasn't like the edits changed the meaning of it. Would just be this part got kind of boring and slow, let's take that out, or this was redundant, let's from what I remember of being there versus what I watched back, it was a really fair representation of what had actually happened on both my part and the participants' part. And I don't even think I heard any of the participants when they did interviews afterwards with people saying they had any problem with the edits. So that I don't think is relevant to the quality of the debate. And yes, just so you know, something like Jubilee, part of it's to see if you can convince the audience, not the people you're in front of, they're not going to change their mind, but the audience who's watching, or have the audience watch you further substantiate your points, which can be valuable, and see them confronted. But a lot of it is just because it's interesting, and that's fine. We can do things because it's interesting and it's fun to watch.
Multiple times to not get drafted. I focus on let's get the population healthy. We got a bunch of sick people.
We're not going to do it by taking away their health care.
He had a lawful asylum claim. He had gone to the border checkpoint.
When you're trying to deport 20 million people, sometimes a few things happen.
Hi, I'm Luke Beasley. I'm a liberal Gen Z political commentator, and today I'm surrounded by 20 boomer Trump supporters.
I am going to start by directly impugning the honor of this Luke Beasley. Something that I typically try to avoid doing to a certain degree. But Luke, I will say this to you. I hope you hear it. Maybe you won't. You probably won't, but whatever. Luke is a grifter. And I use that term intentionally because it's offensive to everybody. Everyone's always trying to argue that those of us in this space don't actually believe what we really believe, and it's the stupidest thing imaginable. Now, I don't believe that Luke actually believes a lot of what he says, and the reason why is...
Okay, so I'm going to go back a little bit. You're going to hear all this. We're not moving forward. Just really hold on, because this is the big part. Later, he goes in different parts of my different claims and throws out different insults, but this is his big personal attack, which is that I'm a grifter. And it's funny he admits the reason I'm using that term is because it's the most offensive. Because it is. It's one thing for someone to disagree with you or try to disprove you. It's another for them to accuse you of not even believing what you say you believe. Because political discourse is going to be very terrible if people are running around saying things they don't actually believe. So grifter is the label, which would mean like I'm saying things for money or for views, not actually what I believe. Now, I think for most of you who are watching, maybe a large percentage of you have watched for a long time, already you're going to roll your eyes because I'm just so very transparent and vulnerable in many cases about who I am and what I believe. And I've been pretty darn consistent in what I believe. And you've watched that, and you've watched places where my views have developed. So I don't think many of you need that to be disproven, but I still think it'll be interesting. And his...
Yeah,
not now.
Get on
We're doing
with
something
it.
serious, Kevin. His argument is as follows. Grifter, what's the substantiation? Let's listen.
Don't believe that Luke actually believes a lot of what he says. And the reason why is we had Luke on the Culture War show. We debated. A lot of people really loved when I yelled at him about Enrique Tarrio, though I was like 30% wrong. I was like 70% right, but I got a bit wrong. I had no problem saying that. And the clip went viral because it was righteous indignation. Me yelling at a liberal, blah, blah, that's typically how it goes. However, Luke he also knows several conservatives. He did a show, or I did a show with conservative. And when I talk to these people, and even him, it's not like he's admitted and said, I lie for money. But the general sentiment was, he knows that if he corrects the record when he's wrong, and it goes against what Democrats want, he will hurt financially from it. Thus, he came on the show, said, I'll debate. He refuses to come back. Because when this is what all these liberals, they know, if they're wrong and they look bad, and it's bad for the left and Democrats, they lose money. That's why when we reached out to David Pakman, with all due respect, nobody owes me the favor. The first thing he said was, I'll do the show for $5,000. The second thing he said was, and I'm not, I try to be fair, was that he's busy, he's got family, he'll try to make time and see if he can make it work, and he never did. The first time we reached out, it's like, here's my chart, here's my fee. Don Lemon, $50,000.
Yeah.
Kyle Kalinske said, I'll try to make it.
Hey, dickhead, you're literally contacting media personalities whose time is worth big money. You're gonna have to pay them, you dumb fuck. They're not gonna donate their fucking time to have you spout shit at them.
At some point, never did. Hassan Piker first said, yes, I'll do it, then backed off and said, no, I won't. Sam Cedar came on, put on a fake show, admitted he was farming clips, and then smirked and left.
He's so
because that's what these people do. Let me tell you the Sam Cedar one, right?
Okay, then it goes on to Sam Cedar. I'm not Sam Cedar, so I don't think that's super relevant. So the key part is part one, he's a grifter. Part two, here's why he won't come back on the show. Now, I'll address the stuff in between that he said, too. But this is why I wanted to wait to address this. According to Tim, because, which I don't even follow this, but imagine I went on and didn't want to go on again. How that proves I'm a grifter, I don't know. But the funny part is, look at this. Look at this. 1, 2, 3. Podcast listeners, we're showing photos of every time I've been on Tim Pool's show. There is no other show other than like my friend Josiah's and my friend David Packman's and Piers Morgan's show that I've done as many times as Tim Pool's. It's not only that I didn't refuse to go back on, I went back on and then I went back on again. I went back on, or I was on 3 times total. I don't know how many guests he has that are liberals who go on 3 times. That's wild. Now let me explain why the other people he listed might have not wanted to go on. Actually, before that, he did something really tricky there too, where he goes, Luke just cares about money. Which is news to me because of how many choices we make on this show that leave a bunch of money unmade because I just think it makes the content better. For example, every day we get advertising requests. Will you sponsor this company, read out their promo, and then we'll pay you a bunch of money. And you might notice when you watch this show, you never hear me go, and now we're taking a break to talk about blah, 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 which is perfectly fair for people to do. I just personally don't want to. And that means thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars that we choose not to make just because I think it makes the show better. So that you know when I say I really believe in something, like my own energy drink or something, then you believe me and it's not just, oh, anytime someone pays me, I say I love a product. So that means we've not given away, but choose not to receive so much money because I care more about the quality of the content. And it's not that other people who do accept advertisements don't care. You got to fund your business and it's great to make money, whatever. But that's just a personal choice we've made, along with a bunch of others that were content over money, truth over money. And I've documented those cases, especially to the members, over and over again. And so it's just, I'm the exact wrong person to accuse that of. And then the tricky thing he does is Luke's a grifter. Now here are these other examples of people who allegedly demanded money to go on his show.
His left shoulder.
You'll notice he didn't say me, but it kind of sounds like I was a part of that group. Now, I have no idea if he's telling the truth about those people. If Don Lemon, if 50,000 is that's a lot of money. And like, hey, Don,
that's
get
Don
it.
Lemon's
get
way
it.
of saying no.
See if you can get
but
him
I
to
will
pay you
do
that.
it for
But
a
that's
ridiculous
hilarious.
amount of money because
and in the
it's
David case, let me tell you,
exactly.
Number one, it's so dishonest. Show. I give you full permission to show all the texts that I've had with your booker. Did I ever say anything about paying me? No. 3 times. I had to give up talking about money, any of the money we would have made on my show to skip my show to do his show. So, wow. The dishonest maneuver to go, this guy is just like everyone else who only cares about money. Now, here's some cases of people who demanded money to be on the show, not specifying that I never did. 3 times, never did. Show the texts. And then,
wow, this Tim Pool guy
number
sounds
2,
pretty
to
dishonest.
act like it's somehow inherently dishonest to not want to
And
go on your show
stupid.
again. I'd go on your show again eventually. I just don't want to right now because I went on 3 times and it's a lot of effort.
I bet.
And that gets to point 3. I don't blame someone like David if it's true for requesting money. Here's why. To do his show, you have to fly to DC. I happened to, when I did these appearances, lived in DC, so that made it easier. But you have to fly to DC. They'll pay for it, but that's a lot of time. And then drive out to West Virginia. West Virginia to where he films his show.
It's not that far from DC. It's like an hour. It's really not that far. You're really like over-exaggerating this. Like the
But
flight
still.
to DC. It's
No,
like
that's
going
still
to
ridiculous.
DC.
No, that's
I
fucking-
agree.
it's
No,
fucking
no.
ridiculous.
No. Don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. Having to go that far is absurd, but it's no different to just having to fly to DC. Realistically. And if you're not getting paid for that, fuck you. Like, I completely agree with them asking for money.
Why he chooses to do it in West Virginia instead of a place where people live, I don't know. But that's what he does. And so I think we calculated on the bonus show, it like took probably 7 hours round trip. 7 to 8 hours. We missed our show. That hurts in a lot of ways.
That's ridiculous.
Also that a liberal could go on his show and get him better viewership and him the money. So to go, hey, for me to have to give up, in the case of the other liberals he named, my show for a day, maybe 2 days, depending on how exhausting the experience is, to travel to DC, then drive. Now we're talking about a multi-day travel experience to do a 3-hour live stream. I don't mind this, but I'm sure a lot of people are thinking for you to just try to pummel me the whole time. In my case, put this back up, Jaden. It was, I think, 4v1 in the top example, 3v1, and then 3v2, going from top to bottom in terms of 4 MAGAs versus me, then 3 MAGAs versus me, something like that, and then 3 versus 2. And I had fun with it, but like that's not something everyone wants to do. Have 4 people surrounding you and they're all trying to attack you and get their clip of them attacking a liberal. But I did 3 times. And so that's a lot of effort. It's actually not crazy if people do request money, and I don't. And I didn't. And you know that, but you made it sound like I did. That's very tricky. And if you're saying who's caring more about money, you're the one screaming at me in this video to come back on the show. Why? Because it'll get you more viewership, and you've talked about how your show kind of financially struggling right now because you have to get a lot of security, etc. And you did lose out on the organization that funneled you Russian money. Whoops. And so you want better viewership. I get it. Tons of people want better viewership. We love when we have high viewership. And for you, that's bringing on a liberal.
Can't relate.
So that you can get those viral exchanges. Fine. But no one owes you that. And they definitely don't owe you it 4 times or 5 times. When are you satisfied? 6 times? Should I just be a permanent co-host on your show, unpaid? So that's already this. I know this is going to take so long, but this early into the video, you already have something so dishonest, which is calling me a grifter because I won't go back on despite being on 3 times and not requesting to be paid all 3 times. And then to even throw in the other people, obviously 50K would be ridiculous. Maybe 5K is high, but like asking for some money wouldn't be crazy for other people who have big and popular shows, and it would mean a lot. It would be a real dent to take off a day or 2 to travel out there, unpaid, a whole day or 2 of travel and effort so that you could do a 3-hour live stream so that you can get views of you dishonestly attacking liberals, or in some cases, honestly, maybe. And then you get mad at people for not wanting to do that. And I'll just be honest, I like to go on shows of all different sizes, of all different viewership. It's great, and I've done it, as I just told you, with a lot of different things. You listed some really well-known people there. Your show's not exactly pulling in the hottest views it ever has. So for some people, it's going to be like, I'd be doing a lot for this guy who's going to do everything to dishonestly represent me.
That's true.
And if I just did my normal show that day, I would get more of an audience. Like, I get why some people would go, oh, I don't know if that's worth it. Again, I was fine, even though it wasn't worth it. 3 times, let's say again. So that's a big point, right? He won't go back on because he's a grifter. Well, we just debunked that, I think. Is that fair? Is that a full debunking? I went on 3 times? How many more times before I'm just a permanent... Why would I want to be a permanent Tim Pool co-host? That would be weird. And there was never a nicely written letter. Thank you so much. And you try to represent it like I asked for money when I didn't, and you know that. And then the final part is he goes, Luke did a show with a conservative. And from talking to people like that, I can't remember the exact wording, and Luke himself, it's clear that Luke just says what he needs to say for views or for money. There is so much. Who he's referring to is Isabella Moody. A while ago, we did the show The Grudge, and I was trying to change these really far-right people's minds, and we did this.
Hey, that chick is a Christofash psycho. She's a nutbag. Like a pure nutbag. Isabella Moody? Fucking psycho woman. Do you know who this is?
Psycho woman.
She's, I swear to God, she's, like, married this Christian fuckhead.
Yeah, no, he did he like stayed at their house for 24 hours.
Wow.
And they documented the whole thing.
Boy, that sounds like a nightmare.
Yeah.
Recurring show where I would try to do that. Isabella and Josiah Moody. And since the show ended, she has admittedly gone further off the deep end. It didn't work. I failed at it. I tried. I failed. But he's talking about Isabella Moody. There's so much. I try not to because the show's over. I just want to move on from that. But I try not to like turn around and continue criticizing her. There's just no reason. It's not really productive. But there is so much I could say about what she puts out publicly and privately. One thing I don't think you can say is that Isabella or Josiah would accuse me of being a grifter. Say what you want about them, and I've said much. But despite all of that, I don't think either of them would accuse me because here's how we know. The thing that caused the show to end was that I was still whining and bitching and complaining at them behind the scenes about their far-right views. I was still being an annoying liberal to them behind the scenes. Ask them. Meaning, on and off camera, that was the issue. I actually did care about those things enough to have the show fall apart because it became too emotionally weighted and too intense to on camera and off camera be constantly stressing about expressing my views to them. So it's interesting he cited them too. And then as if something I said to him demonstrated I was a grifter. Insane. And I've now been doing this since, I can't remember, was I 19 or 20 when I first started posting political YouTube videos? But like, you can watch it. And of course, after doing it a while, we got very lucky. And I'm so grateful that a big audience was able to be grown. But there is just so much documentation of what I believe, why I believe it. I talk about my parents, how I'm inspired by them and the work they've done in the world. And if you know me well, you know this is me. And so it just falls pretty darn flat for someone who literally was a part of a scandal of Russian money being flown to him without him knowing, to accuse someone else, and especially me, of just doing things for money. That's pretty bonkers, Jaden, I have to say, and Cole. All right, next one. That's kind of the big intro. Got through the intro. Now we'll look at him addressing my first claim on Jubilee.
Game.
I should say, if you do appreciate this show and you stand as a proud Beasleyan, is that the one we chose? Against the attacks of people like Tim Pool, please do click the subscribe button. It's free, so you're not making me money. I mean, in a sense, if you grow an audience larger than blah, blah, blah. But if you do want to make me money, I'll just say it, Frank. If you want to fund these guys, you want to fund our business, you can become a member by clicking the join button. And that's where we do the bonus show. And I've ranted about a lot of things that I don't feel as comfortable just because they're a little bit too personal ranting about on the big show. But on the members only bonus show, that's where that type of stuff happens. Here's him addressing my first claim.
Listen to what Luke has to say.
Claim is MAGAnomics is terrible for the economy.
What? Bro, this is the problem with Jubilee. And this is direct commentary for you, Jubilee. Stop falsely abusing the copyright system. Bro, that's not a claim. MAGAnomics, define it. Are you talking about tariffs? Man, spare me. I hate this too because watch this. Okay, bro, let's be real. There's no way anybody on this back half of Luke is gaining that chair. Like, I'll let you jump over him. Oh, look at that. The guy who was closest to the chair got the chair.
Can we get back to...
Hey, Tim. You are aware that not everyone goes for every question? Meaning that people behind him can easily get the chair and has been demonstrated through other Jubilee videos. I'm sure. This is a very long, this is a very long video. I think we're done. This is a very long video. I'm not sitting through this. I think we got the meat of it.
I bid you good day, sir. I bid you good day.
Thank you, sir.
What kind of meat?
The best kind.
The pussy meat.
But yeah, I think we're done. I think we're done. Was there anything else you wanted to cover?
Who are you?
I don't
No.
know. Great. Then we are done. I don't think there's enough to raid though. So
I don't care.
you just gonna do it
I'm
anyway?
tired. No, I tired.
Fair enough. All right, we're going. Goodbye, everybody.
I ain't got time for that.
I bid you good day, sir. I bid you good day.
Thank you, sir. Go enjoy your